The masked man strode down the metallic corridor with deliberate ease, each step a soft echo in the cold, sterile stillness of the ship. The lights above hummed faintly, casting long shadows across the steel floor, and yet he moved as if this vast, labyrinthine mothership were his home. No, his domain. There was no urgency in his gait. He didn't need it. This place was empty, or perhaps simply unaware that it was already his. As he passed room after room, a thought drifted to the forefront of his mind. Dreams. Dreams, he mused, were the last frontier of magic. No rules, no boundaries. Ethereal, untouchable, but undeniably real. They bloomed in the folds of consciousness, crafted from half-memories and fragments of desire, shaping illusions with terrifying clarity. They were elusive and ever-shifting, like trying to grasp smoke with bare hands. That was their strength, their invincibility. He reached the sealed command chamber and halted. One gloved hand rested on the doorframe. The other, twirling a sleek black, came between his fingers. With a half-smile, he whispered, "Open sesame." The words, though barely audible, carried a weight, an authority. The door responded not to the ship's protocols, but to the command woven into the very fabric of this dream. With a mechanical sigh, the panel slid apart. He entered the room with a flourish, twirling his cane like a maestro before an orchestra. Because in dreams, anything was possible. And in this dream, he wasn't just a visitor. He was the dreamwalker, the conductor of this illusionary symphony. Inside, chaos lingered like smoke after a fire. The infected intruders had been put down. The agents, elite operatives from the 9th Special Service Division, were returning to their stations, restoring systems, locking down communication breaches, and most importantly, searching for the chairman. But their leader was gone. The last image on screen, Commander Ross, had flickered out moments before the attack began. And now, his location was a mystery. Suddenly, an alert flashed. Unauthorized access. Third entrance breached. Every head turned. That door was supposed to be sealed. There he stood, the masked intruder. "Intruder!" one agent shouted, raising his weapon. A shot rang out, but stopped in midair. Time seemed to pause as the bullet hovered, spinning, then reversed course. It struck a fellow agent with a dull thud, and he dropped instantly. Panic surged. Another agent lunged from the bridge toward the masked man, only to be caught midair. The metal railings twisted like snakes, ensnaring him in a vise of steel. He screamed, but it was muffled by the cold metal wrapping his chest. From the ceiling, colored cables slithered down, humming with energy. They wrapped around another agent's legs and yanked him skyward like a spider claiming its prey. One brave soul ran forward, only to find himself surrounded. The masked man had multiplied. A dozen of him now stood in a perfect circle, identical and menacing. They all raised their hands and snapped in unison. The floor dropped. The agent screamed as he vanished into the darkness below. "Everyone calm down," an officer barked, fear cracking his voice. "His power is illusion. None of this is real." As if to mock him, the reinforced windshield behind them exploded. A vacuum yanked several agents from the bridge. Their bodies tumbled into the open sky like dolls flung by a child's tantrum. The dreamwalker chuckled, his voice smooth and chilling. "Maybe, but tell me, where does the dream end and reality begin?" He tapped his cane gently. "When the senses agree with the illusion, doesn't it become real?" He scanned the room, seeking a specific presence. But the chairman wasn't here. "A shame," he muttered. "I had hoped for a chat." Well, crash. The remnants of a shattered windshield gave way to a descending figure. Cloaked in white, boots gleaming under the artificial lights, the man struck with the fury of a comet. Moon Knight. The dreamwalker's pupils narrowed. There was no mistaking this. It was not a dream. This was real. He barely raised his cane in time. The impact came like a thunderclap. His arms screamed under the force, bones threatening to snap as he was flung backwards, crashing into a control monitor. Shards of glass and sparks burst around him. Blood trickled down his cheek. Moon Knight landed with predatory grace, rising from his crouch like a vengeful spirit clad in white. He said nothing. He didn't need to. The agent stared, stunned. If this was a dream, why would the Dreamwalker imagine himself losing? They couldn't tell anymore. Illusion and reality had blurred into something terrifying. Charlie, who had conjured Moon Knight from the system's C-rank pool, had planned this entrance with Batman's tech. Using the Bat Fighter, he had launched high into the sky, switched avatars mid-air, and descended like divine retribution. The Dreamwalker recovered, wiping blood from his lips. He smirked and raised his cane again. Reality shifted. The command room warped, walls rolling like waves, the floor bubbling with screens and mirrors. Electric cables whipped out again, a phantasmagoria of chaos. Moon Knight ignored it all. One clean uppercut ended the spectacle. Crack! The blow sent the Dreamwalker reeling, blood spraying from his mouth. He stumbled, dizzy, stunned. You think you've seen the truth of dreams, he gasped, dazed. Thud! A brutal knee to the gut silenced him. He crumpled, slamming into the metal wall and sliding down. But even in defeat, a wicked grin formed on his face. You think this is over? He rasped. This is just a nightmare of my own making. But when your nightmare comes... He chuckled, voice broken but laced with malice. What will you do? His primary power lies in creating an alternate dream realm, a fully immersive world sculpted from his mind. Within it, he reigns supreme. Reality bends at his whim. Physics, logic, time, all rendered meaningless. Anyone caught within his fabricated domain becomes a puppet in his waking dream, helpless against his will. But there's a catch. That realm exists within his own consciousness. It's like a psychic theater, and he forcibly drags others inside to play roles of his choosing. In that space, he is the god of gods. And yet it failed. Moon Knight, cloaked in white, unmoved by illusion, had resisted the Dreamwalker's realm. So, the Dreamwalker changed tactics. If the mountain will not come to you, then you go to the mountain. He would invade Moon Knight's mind instead. Everyone has nightmares, core fears that burrow deep into their psyche. Repressed traumas, hidden phobias, raw pain, and Dreamwalker specialized in unearthing them. He would find a nightmare buried at the heart of Moon Knight and drown him in it. The moment he slipped into Mark Spector's mind, he was hit by a scent, intoxicating, familiar. Suffering. A pungent, rich, devastating sorrow radiated from the man's soul. Dreamwalker had encountered thousands of minds, but few had nightmares so potent, so dense with guilt and horror. This was something else. Mark's nightmare was divine in its anguish. A childhood scar by loss. His younger brother drowned because of his inattention, and instead of comfort, Mark received only his mother's wrath, years of abuse, guilt, and isolation. As an adult, he turned soldier, then mercenary. Death followed him like a shadow. He killed, some deserving, others not. And then, even death gave him no peace. Khonshu resurrected him to serve as a brutal avatar of the moon god. It was endless. Any ordinary person would have collapsed into madness. Dreamwalker reveled in the scent of it. It was exquisite, an abyss deeper than most minds dare to hold. This was the ultimate nightmare. All he had to do was unleash it. But just as he was about to pull the trigger, the darkness vanished. Like clouds torn from the sky, Mark's suffering dissipated. In its place came nonsense, childish fears, missing homework, school pranks, nervous job interviews, corporate overtime. Dreamwalker blinked. What? Where was the unbearable trauma? The decades of blood and pain? Tap! A gentle tap on the shoulder broke his confusion. Huh? He turned, and a white-suited man with a hood was standing behind him. Crack! The staff smashed into his face, sending his mind reeling. Wait, wasn't this his dream? Panic set in. Never before had someone turned the tables inside their own mind. Dreamwalker had always been the intruder, the controller. Not this time. Oi, ever been told it's rude to go poking around in someone else's dream? The man in white sneered. Stephen Grant, the second personality of Moon Knight. Talkative, sharp-tongued, and clearly aware. Charlie had just hit the switch personality button. Before Dreamwalker could reorient, another hand grabbed him from behind. Bam! A punch to the face sent him flying. Mark Spector, the core identity, the fighter. Charlie realized something startling. Both personalities were acting in tandem. One controlled directly. The other moved independently, cooperating. This was only possible because they were inside Mark's mind. Here, he was the Dream Lord. Dreamwalker had made a fatal mistake. Invading the mind of someone with dissociative identity disorder, especially one bound to an ancient god, was spiritual suicide. Steven and Mark tag-teamed, launching a coordinated assault. Dreamwalker was flung through a whirlwind of shifting scenes, a bustling London street, a blazing desert, a school hallway, a battlefield soaked in blood. Every moment disorienting, every punch surreal. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't even understand. Why did this dream have two egos? Two independently acting selves? In every dream he'd entered, the mind had one core, one self. But here, Stephen and Mark both existed, and neither yielded. If Stephen was the ego, then what was Mark? And if Mark was the original, then what was Stephen? Dreamwalker's thoughts spiraled. Reality unraveled. Bam! Mark's kick launched him backward again. This time, he landed in a graveyard of bones. A battlefield filled with rotting skeletons and broken armor. Empty eye sockets stared at him from all directions. Terror gripped him for the first time. A pale hand shot from the pile and seized his ankle. A mummy-like figure emerged, tattered, hooded, and faceless. Its face was a void. The scene shattered. They were back in a command room. To the agents outside, only seconds had passed. Dreamwalker had stood still, eyes blank, before suddenly staggering back, pale and gasping as though he had seen something unspeakable. What is wrong with your dream? He howled. Even now, his head throbbed with echoes of the nightmare. He felt tainted, corrupted. He realized, had he stayed a moment longer, he might not have come back at all. Then his eyes locked onto something worse. Far worse. A thunderous tremor shook the air. A shadow loomed. From behind Moon Knight, something colossal emerged. A divine figure towered into the sky, its form shrouded in ghost-white robes. Its neck vanished in a mist, and above it floated a monstrous vulture-like head, hovering without a body. The stars shimmered. The sky turned silver blue with a crescent moon casting an ethereal glow. Moon Knight stood beneath it, cape fluttering like the wings of judgment. Behind him, the avatar of vengeance, the god of retribution. Khonshu. Even the agents could see it. Their eyes widened. Some collapsed to their knees. One began to pray. Dreamwalker froze. No, impossible. His voice broke. For once, the master of nightmares was no longer the hunter.
Hey, everyone. If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Meters in the air, the figure soared into the clouds, his clothes fluttered like bandages. Khonshu, the moon god. Everyone present in the command room saw that figure, a huge and stalwart body, with black eye sockets that seemed to hide the abyss of death, and the sharp crescent blade that resembled the scythe of death. No one could understand what was going on. They all knew now that everything they had seen, experienced, and felt so far didn't make sense. It was all just a dream, a false reality created by the Dreamwalker. This meant that everything should have been a dream beneficial to the Dreamwalker. But this giant with a bird's head and a human body seemed to be on the side of the White Knight, following the masked man against him. So, unless this masked lunatic had a strange habit of getting his ass beaten, then this giant was probably not his doing. But if it's not a dream, could it be real? The thought was even more frightening, especially with the oppressive force brought by the giant with the bird's head and human body. The whole ship seemed to sink with each footstep, making every cell in those looking directly at him scream that he was real, that he was some kind of god. The agents could no longer believe their eyes. What is real? What is a dream? Not even the Dreamwalker could understand. He now stared at the huge figure with wide eyes beneath his mask, doubting everything and muttering, impossible. This was the dream he fabricated, the space he dominated. Everything should have been under his control, easily transformed according to his will. How could this happen? Could it be that the dream he created was invaded by the White Knight's dream? Did he fail to invade the opponent's nightmare? Dreamwalker's face twisted under the mask. Dreams were his domain, his most trusted ally. Having his dream invaded felt worse to him than his wife being taken. Charlie was quite pleased. Kongsu signed in himself, and Charlie could now hang back and watch. Although it seemed a bit overkill to fight the young ones and the old ones, it didn't matter. The funniest part was that this most powerful god-level daddy was not summoned by Charlie himself but by the enemy. It is well known that Kongsu, the moon god, cannot affect reality, and he basically operates only in the spiritual world of Moon Knight. But Dreamwalker invaded the spirit of Moon Knight, opened the gate of the nightmare, and released Kongsu, who lived in the Moon Knight's spiritual world, into the nightmare realm he created. There is a saying that it is easier to invite gods than to send them away. Kongsu was released unintentionally, and it may not be so easy to put him back into Moon Knight's mind. Charlie thought Kongsu might be happy now. In the past, he had to fool his hard-working soldier, Moon Knight, through threats and temptations to get him to do anything for him. The results were often disappointing. But this time, things were different. The enemy released the old man himself. Kongsu would be delighted. He had been punishing evil for so many years, and it might be the first time he saw someone so eager to face death. He must have enjoyed it. No, 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 you can't, Dreamwalker yelled hysterically, raising his cane violently. At that moment, everyone felt that the entire mothership was being gripped by an invisible force. The windshield of the command room began to crack, and the surrounding metal walls deformed under the terrifying pressure. Broken pipes and cables exploded, sending sparks everywhere. The cabin shattered, and the airflow engulfed the sky full of glass and metal fragments, sweeping toward Kongsu like a violent storm. But Kongsu only raised a hand, unhurriedly. In an instant, all the debris in the sky froze. The glass was ground into powder, and all the metal parts were crushed by dozens of times the gravity, compressed into a point, and disappeared without a trace. If this scene was already suffocating, what happened next was almost cardiac arrest. Kongsu raised the scepter in his hand, the sharp crescent moon pointing directly at the dark and boundless night sky. He is the god of the moon and night. The starry sky is his domain. Dreamwalker's eyes widened, and his mouth under the mask opened involuntarily, as if his soul trembled at the sight. He saw the stars, falling. Yes, that's exactly what it looked like. The twinkling stars in the sky began to move, growing larger in his field of vision. They swooped down at the speed of light, and the dazzling brilliance they trailed seemed to draw a star road, rushing straight toward him. Everyone saw the shocking scene they could not comprehend. All the stars in the night seemed to respond to the call of the moon god, following the direction in which the scepter swung down, and swooped toward the ship. Dreamwalker tried to remain calm. It's just a dream, not real. He tried to tell himself. These tricks were all invented by him, his best work. This was his domain, the nightmare he created. At worst, he just needed to release his ability and wake up immediately. But no. He tried his best to activate his ability and roared hysterically, but when he opened his eyes again, the death-like giant shadow still stood there. The stars in the sky were still locked onto his position and falling. It was a scene beyond even the most extreme movie special effects. Countless stars exploded in the dreamscape, bursting like clusters of extremely gorgeous fireworks. Each agent saw the night sky shatter into countless fragments, with colorful starlight filling the entire space. The mothership crumbled beneath them, but they didn't fall. The brilliant light effects and the impact of annihilation swept past their eyes and bodies without harming them at all, as if the very laws of this space had been rewritten. They were all stunned by the impactful panoramic picture, feeling as if they were witnessing a war at the edge of the universe. But Dreamwalker wasn't so lucky. He felt as if the entire starry sky had been thrown at him, as if all the stars in the universe had turned into suicide bombs. Every explosion made him feel like his body was being smashed to pieces, as if his entire being was being annihilated from flesh to bone to the molecular level, over and over again. He had always played the role of hunter in his dreams, but today, he became the prey for the first time. This is just a dream, Dreamwalker kept telling himself, just like countless people who had been trapped in his nightmares before. It was just a dream, a long and real nightmare, the kind of thing he excelled at. He told himself not to be afraid, to face it, to unmask it as a mere ghostly illusion. It had no power to hurt him, nothing to be afraid of. Don't come here. His soul seemed to be shattered into countless pieces, his reason pushed to the brink of collapse. It was an experience 100 times more terrifying than pain or death. Under the endless cycle of torture, even death became a luxury. The space shattered like a mirror, and among the falling stars, a snow-white cloak flew by as Moon Knight rushed toward him. Dreamwalker was lifted up. He now felt that his body was like a patchwork of broken parts, barely obeying his commands. I'm not afraid of nightmares, Moon Knight said in a deep voice under the mask, the character's automatic response. Because I live in them. The execution prompt appeared on the screen, and Charlie pressed it without hesitation. Moon Knight dragged the opponent close, holding the crescent dart in his hand like a dagger. Dreamwalker's eyes widened, and his entire head, along with the mask, flew from his neck and rolled across the ground, trailing blood and bone. Wake up. The scene of the galaxy breaking and everything collapsing gradually faded, the fragments of space returning to their original positions as if rewound, and the stars returning to their rightful places. The mothership that had been blown to pieces was also restored, with countless metal fragments automatically reassembling into parts, all returning to their places. Everyone returned to the bridge. Although the command room was a bit messy, it was still intact. Their mothership had not been dismantled into pieces but was still floating in the sky. Well, at least it was still in the sky. Kongsu was the last to disappear. Charlie had the sense that the old bird was a bit dissatisfied when he disappeared. Perhaps he had enjoyed the rare opportunity to take action without having to trick Moon Knight, but the fight had ended before he could fully savor it. It was a bit unsatisfactory. But in the end, his body gradually disintegrated, blowing away like a grey dust curtain. When they came back to their senses, the agents found that their clothes were soaked with sweat. Few had the strength to stand. It felt like drifting in an endless river for days and nights before finally being fished ashore. The strong heartache gradually faded, replaced by overwhelming exhaustion. They looked around the command room and found the headless corpse not too far away, his masked head rolled to a distant corner. But the white knight who turned the tide had disappeared. Many people were confused. They couldn't tell which of the scenes they had just witnessed were real and which were dreams. There was a deafening roar from the command room's engine. When everyone turned their heads, they saw that the jet fighter, which looked like a bat, was slowly rising from in front of their portholes, with transparent tail flames blowing out from the bottom. It turned its direction, as if locking onto the horizon, and the propeller roared to life, spewing out a transparent tail flame. The jet quickly disappeared into the clouds, vanishing from everyone's sight. Opening his eyes. It took a few disorienting moments for Felix to realize he was lying on the cold, metallic floor of the mothership. For a fleeting instant, his mind struggled to piece together why he was there, like an old computer trying to reboot after a system crash. His vision blurred, and his head pounded as he tried to push himself up. The second he lifted his face from the ground, a wave of dizziness hit him, threatening to drag him back down. His thoughts were scattered, sluggish, as though his brain had been forced to process far more than it could handle. He patted his forehead, trying to clear the fog in his mind, and then the memories began to surface, fragment by fragment. Today was the day of the routine report. Felix had come to the mothership to deliver a mission briefing to his superiors. Everything had been normal, routine even until it wasn't. He was on his way to the hangar when he encountered them. The infected. It was like stepping into a horror film, the kind you couldn't escape from. Without warning, a group of infected had surged into the corridor, their eyes wild, faces twisted into grotesque masks of rage and hunger. Felix had fought back with everything he had, but he was quickly overwhelmed. He remembered the feeling of hands clawing at him, the suffocating pressure as they pinned him down. The last thing he saw before everything went black was a face contorted, monstrous mere inches from his own, eyes filled with madness. The shock of the memory jolted him awake. He gasped, the scene flashing vividly in his mind. Instinctively, he turned his head, and that's when he saw it. A woman's face. Her hair was tangled and matted, partially obscuring her features, but what was visible was worse than any corpse. Her eyes were wide open, vacant, yet filled with a frozen terror. Her mouth was agape, teeth bared as if she had died mid-snarl, trying to devour him. A scream bubbled up from his throat, raw and panicked. Felix scrambled backward, reaching for his gun, only to find the holster empty. But then, as his heart pounded in his chest, he noticed something. She wasn't moving. The woman was dead. One of the metal walls had cracked open, and jagged steel bars had burst forth, impaling her through the chest. Her body was contorted in an unnatural, horrific pose, limbs twisted, fingers splayed as if she were frozen mid-lunge. She looked more like a grotesque sculpture than a human being. Felix's breath came in ragged gasps as he took in the scene around him. The hallway was a slaughterhouse. Corpses of the infected lay scattered, some dismembered, others decapitated. Blood soaked the floor, pooling in rivers that crisscrossed the corridor. His pistol, the one that should have been in his holster, was lodged in a crack in the wall, its clip spent and empty. Slowly, he lowered his gaze to his hands. They were drenched in blood. His mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. What had he done? What had been done to him? The mothership docked at the base without further incident, but the tension among the crew was palpable. In the conference room, high-ranking officials gathered, their expressions grim. The atmosphere was thick with unease. When the door opened, and Professor Miyazaki entered, his head wrapped in a mummy-like bandage, a ripple of surprise spread through the room. Professor Miyazaki. Dr. Hines began, his voice tinged with disbelief. I heard you were shot in the head? Don't worry, I'm fine. Just a scratch, really, Miyazaki replied with a nonchalant smile, easing himself into a chair as though discussing nothing more than a minor inconvenience. If the bullet had missed by another 2 centimeters, even a special person like me might not have been so lucky. The room was silent, the tension thickening as his words sank in. Many of the officials exchanged skeptical glances. It was hard to fathom how a headshot could result in just a scratch, but no one dared to question him further. Professor Miyazaki wasn't just any researcher, he was the leading authority on infection events, and his eccentricity was well known. The Spectres, a unique group with physical abilities far beyond those of ordinary humans, possessed extraordinary healing powers. If anyone could survive a headshot with just a scratch, it was Miyazaki. They quickly moved on to the matter at hand, reviewing the chaotic events that had unfolded. It was as though the gates of a lunatic asylum had been thrown open, and madness had poured in. A group of infected had infiltrated the mothership, wreaking havoc. But just as the situation seemed dire, a mysterious figure, referred to as Moon Knight, had appeared on the scene. He had dispatched the infected with brutal efficiency. In the aftermath, even the most seasoned agents were left in disbelief. The mothership, which had always been considered impenetrable, felt more like a private playground for this enigmatic intruder. He had not only neutralized the threat but also extinguished a fire near the power cabin, an act that had almost gone unnoticed in the chaos. Yet, despite their unexpected rescue, there was an unsettling sense that something was deeply wrong. The mothership, a symbol of strength and security, now felt vulnerable, as if it had been exposed to forces beyond their control. The ability to create dreams, coupled with the appearance of the White Knight, had left witnesses shaken. Professor Miyazaki offered an explanation, suggesting that the White Knight might possess a form of dream manipulation, but some agents believed there was more to it. You didn't see it directly, one agent later remarked during questioning, his voice tinged with both awe and dread. That thing. I've never encountered anything like it. It's as if your soul is being gripped, your very breath controlled, like your body no longer belongs to you. Several agents shared similar experiences, and despite reassurances that it was all just an illusion, their testimonies only deepened the mystery surrounding the Moon Knight. While the Dream System's abilities and the White Knight's unearthly presence were concerning, they weren't the most pressing issues. The core problem was far more insidious: a traitor within their ranks. Melanie Chase, Professor Miyazaki stated, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The room fell into a heavy silence. Melanie wasn't just any agent, she held a significant rank within the 9th Special Service Division. If she had indeed turned traitor, the implications were dire. Yet, even with her rank, disabling the mothership's alarm system should have been impossible without the highest clearance. That's a serious accusation, Minister Hercules said, his voice cautious. Are you certain? Absolutely, Miyazaki replied, crossing his legs as he gestured to the bandage on his head. She shot me in the forehead. The room erupted in a low murmur, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Melanie is missing. Does anyone know where she is? She's no longer on the mothership. The invasion was likely a diversion, and the Dream Maker's abilities only added to the chaos. I suspect she left before the Dream Maker reached the command room. Miyazaki's voice was calm, almost detached, as he continued. I've sent teams to search for her at the ground base and her known residences. But I wouldn't hold out much hope. The mood in the room grew even darker. A senior agent from the division in league with an infected criminal group, Hercules muttered. Well, at least the news can't get any worse. In fact, it might, Miyazaki said, almost casually. What do you mean? Hercules asked, his brow furrowing. Miyazaki leaned forward, a hint of secrecy in his expression. I've examined the corpses. Most of the invaders were indeed infected, but the masked man who manipulated the dream, he wasn't infected. The room was filled with confused murmurs. Then what was he? Someone asked. I believe he was a phantom, Miyazaki replied, his voice firm. A stunned silence fell over the room. A phantom? You mean? Yes, Miyazaki confirmed, his voice deadly serious. Something similar to our agent Fana and the one separated from Yvonne before. The enemy we're dealing with, the organization known as the Dead, may have a considerable number of phantoms among them. The news hit the room like a bombshell. Phantoms were far more terrifying than ordinary infected people. Ivan's experience had proven that. While infected individuals were still constrained by human frailty, phantoms were not. They were new entities, separated from the spirit, and the limits of their power were unknown. And if phantoms possessed abilities as devastating as the dream manipulation witnessed today, the threat was even greater. We have bad news as well, Minister Richard interjected, his tone grim. We checked the items in the warehouse and discovered that one piece of evidence is missing. What evidence? Is it important? Hercules asked. No, it's a D-level exhibit, numbered to 086, Richard explained. But if they went to all this trouble, that item might have been their target from the start. It must be significant. One more thing about this evidence: it may be a coincidence, but a 086 was brought back by our former operations captain, Link, just before he defected. The mention of Link's name sent a ripple of tension through the room. Link, the one at the top of our wanted list, someone asked. Of course, Richard replied. Do you know of any other defected agents named Link? Hercules rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. And what's the purpose of this evidence? That's the problem, Richard said, his voice tinged with frustration. We don't know. The alarm blared through the room, piercing the silence with an urgency that was hard to ignore. After what felt like a Herculean effort in his sleep, battling through levels and vanquishing 6 formidable foes in the blockade of his dream, Charlie finally stirred. He sat up slowly, the weight of exhaustion pulling at his limbs, and let out a deep, lazy yawn, stretching as if to shake off the remnants of the night's turmoil. The previous night had been an arduous ordeal. Initially, Charlie had planned to finish his mission quickly. His objective was to eradicate a particularly stubborn tree-shaped infection source. Once that was done, he intended to log off early. After all, he needed to wake up at the crack of dawn. His mother had booked a morning train, and it was his responsibility to see her off at the station. But as fate would have it, things spiraled out of control. The late-night gaming session had taken a toll. The relentless battle had pushed well past midnight, and by the time Charlie finally logged off, exhaustion had settled into his bones. This morning, even with the strongest cup of coffee he could brew, he felt like a zombie, dragging himself out of bed. As he passed by the mirror on his way out, he caught a glimpse of his reflection, dark circles under his eyes, a testament to the sleepless night. His mother had given him a concerned look earlier, and now he understood why. As he descended the stairs, still trying to shake off the last remnants of sleep, Charlie was met with an unexpected sight. Fana, a colleague who he had met just the day before, was standing across the street. She clutched a small bag in her hands, her eyes scanning the area as if she were searching for someone. The moment she spotted Charlie and Megan making their way down, her face lit up with a bright smile. Without hesitation, she crossed the street and approached them, extending the small bag toward Charlie. Charlie blinked in surprise, caught off guard by her sudden appearance. "For us?" he asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Fana nodded slightly, her smile never wavering. Megan took the bag, her curiosity piqued. She opened it to reveal an assortment of desserts and snacks, precisely the treats they had passed by the day before at a popular bakery, only to find them sold out. Charlie's memory flashed back to the day before. That particular bakery was notorious for its long lines, with customers queuing up in the early hours of the morning just to get their hands on the coveted sweets. Among the items in the bag was the bakery's famous silk cake, a delicacy that sold out almost as soon as the shop opened its doors. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in astonishment. For Fana to have secured these treats meant she must have woken up at an ungodly hour, perhaps even before dawn, to stand in line. And then, she had waited here, patiently, all morning just to deliver this small bag of desserts to them. Charlie's thoughts raced. At dinner last night, Megan had mentioned that she had a morning train to catch. Fana must have remembered that detail and gone out of her way to do something kind. But still, why? Charlie asked, his voice filled with genuine confusion. They were colleagues, sure, but they had only shared a meal together once. They weren't particularly close, certainly not enough to warrant such an early morning effort. Fana's smile widened slightly, her eyes softening as she spoke a single word. Friend. Megan accepted the gift with heartfelt gratitude, her smile matching Fana's warmth. She suggested that Fana should visit them the next time Charlie returned to his hometown, extending an open invitation. Just then, the car Charlie had hailed on his phone arrived, and they exchanged quick goodbyes. As the car pulled away from the curb, Charlie's thoughts drifted back to the night before. He remembered the children he had seen when he had taken Batman to the orphanage, their innocent faces lighting up with curiosity and hope. And then, his mind wandered to Fana's past, the struggles she must have faced, the loneliness she had likely endured. A thought began to take shape in his mind, a thought that made him pause. To him, their meeting had been a brief, casual encounter. They had shared a meal, nothing more. But for Fana, perhaps it was something much more significant. Perhaps it was the first time someone had shared a meal with her, not as a colleague, but as a friend. As the car navigated through the busy streets, Charlie couldn't resist the urge to look back. Fana was still standing at the intersection, her white dress catching the morning light, making her look like a delicate carnation growing by the roadside. She stood there, steadfast, watching them depart with a quiet, almost melancholic gaze. And then, for a brief moment, Charlie thought he saw something else, something that sent a chill down his spine. Standing behind Fana, almost obscured by the shadows, was a woman in red. Her long black hair covered most of her face, leaving only a glimpse of her pale skin visible. There was something unsettling about her presence, something that made the hairs on the back of Charlie's neck stand on end. But what truly unnerved him was the fact that the woman in red seemed to be waving in their direction, her movements slow and deliberate. A memory stirred within Charlie, a fragment of a conversation from the previous night's dinner. Fana had mentioned her family, specifically her mother. Not alone, she had said, with Mom. Could it be that the mother she spoke of was? Charlie's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly turned to look again, but the car had already driven too far. The intersection was now just a blur of colors in the distance, and Fana's figure had vanished into the crowd, swallowed by the bustling city. After seeing his mother off at the station, Charlie decided to skip school. There was no point in dragging himself through the motions when he could barely keep his eyes open. He trusted his friend to cover for him during roll call and sign in, so he headed back to his room, eager to dive back into his virtual world. As he sat down at his desk and powered up his computer, the familiar hum of the machine brought a sense of comfort. After the intensity of the previous night, it was time to check his rewards and see what progress he had made. The game's main interface loaded, and almost immediately, a reward notification from last night's mission popped up on the screen. The first thing that caught his eye was a logo with vibrant, flashing lightning effects, an unmistakable sign that his account had been upgraded. Excitement coursed through Charlie. Account upgrades were always a cause for celebration. They often unlocked new features, additional modules, and marked yet another step forward on his path to mastering the game. This particular upgrade did not disappoint. The first pop-up notification informed him that his 3-person team had now been upgraded to a 4-person squad. This meant he could now have 4 characters ready for deployment in battles, a significant boost to his strategic options. But that wasn't all. The upgrade also unlocked a feature Charlie had been eagerly anticipating, the team function. Previously, the team function had been limited and somewhat rudimentary. One character would fight while the others remained idle, waiting in the wings. But now, with this new upgrade, Charlie could engage in true team battles. He could send 2 heroes into combat at the same time, creating a more dynamic and engaging experience. Charlie had suspected that this feature was on the horizon, especially after a dream the previous night where he had played a mixed doubles match with Moon Knight's 2 personalities. The game's mechanics had hinted at the possibility of team-based combat, and now that possibility had become a reality. Wasting no time, Charlie immediately dove into the tutorial levels to test out the new feature. The game's tutorial levels were saved, allowing players to revisit them at any time to practice, experiment with new heroes, or test newly unlocked gameplay mechanics. After a few rounds, Charlie began to grasp the nuances of the new team function. The gameplay was reminiscent of the doubles mode in the Arkham series. Players could freely switch between two characters during combat, with one character being controlled by the player while the other was managed by the AI. The cooldown time for switching control was a mere second, so brief that it barely interrupted the flow of battle. For a skilled player like Charlie, this feature opened up a world of possibilities. With precise timing and strategic thinking, he could seamlessly switch between characters, effectively doubling his combat prowess. The fluidity of the gameplay, combined with the strategic depth, made the battles more intense and satisfying. However, the success of this feature hinged on the AI's intelligence. As the saying goes, you're not afraid of godlike opponents, but of pig-like teammates. A poorly controlled AI teammate could easily ruin even the most well-executed plan. Charlie was relieved to discover that the AI-controlled teammate performed admirably during his simulations. The AI wasn't perfect, but it was competent enough to assist without making reckless or foolish decisions. The new mode also introduced a feature that excited Charlie even more: combo skills. When certain characters were paired together, their synergy could unlock powerful combination attacks, significantly boosting combat efficiency. Iconic duos like Batman and Superman, Iron Man and Captain America, or Green Lantern and the Flash had special cooperative abilities recognized and certified by the system. These combinations not only unlocked unique skills but also provided slight enhancements to the hero's abilities and attributes. This didn't mean Charlie had to memorize every character relationship from various comics to find the best pairings. Thankfully, the system handled that for him. When Charlie selected two compatible heroes, a best match prompt would appear on the screen, indicating that he had chosen an optimal pairing. This feature made the process of forming teams intuitive and rewarding. As Charlie continued to explore the new possibilities, he couldn't shake the feeling that something unexpected had been mixed into the game. In addition to unlocking the function of character teaming and two-line combat, the recent upgrade naturally required the development of new personal abilities for players. As Charlie browsed through the hero roster teeming with newcomers, he felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. The roster was vast, filled with heroes, each with their own unique set of skills and abilities. After much deliberation, he decided to focus on the team's newest C-level player, Moon Knight. From the moment he saw Moon Knight in the lineup, Charlie knew that this character was special. Moon Knight, with his enigmatic presence and complex abilities, was more than just another hero, he was a game changer. The skill set available in Moon Knight's arsenal was nothing short of impressive. Not only did he possess basic physical enhancements: strength, agility, endurance, but he also had access to more mysterious powers that intrigued Charlie. One of the standout abilities was Moon Knight's capacity to see and interact with spirit bodies. This skill alone set him apart from most other heroes in the roster. The power to touch and even sanction ghosts and spirits was a rare and potentially invaluable ability. However, there was a catch. In the world Charlie was currently navigating, most of the infected beings were more amusing than threatening, and it remained uncertain whether actual ghosts or spirits existed in this realm. This uncertainty made it difficult to determine just how useful Moon Knight's spectral abilities would be. But Charlie knew that if there were indeed spirits lurking in the shadows of this world, then Moon Knight's abilities could become crucial. The landscape of American comics was dominated by heroes who relied on mutations or advanced technology. Few delved into the mystical or metaphysical realms. Even the most powerful heroes lacked defenses against supernatural threats, making Moon Knight's specialized skills all the more valuable. As Charlie considered the various options within Moon Knight's skill set, he found himself drawn to the character's potential. There were so many enviable skills to choose from, abilities that could tip the balance in any battle. Yet, there was one lingering concern that gnawed at him. The game's description of hero skills was often vague, sometimes maddeningly so. There was a nagging fear that Moon Knight's schizophrenia might be classified as a skill. The thought of drawing such an ability was troubling. It wasn't the kind of power-up he was looking for. Unfortunately, as if the universe were playing a cruel joke, Charlie's previous two skill draws had been a mixed bag. One had given him combat skills from Captain America: solid, reliable, but not particularly exciting. The other had resulted in basic super strength, a generic power-up that, while useful, lacked the flair and uniqueness he craved. This time, Charlie had hoped for something more. But fate, it seemed, had other plans. With a deep breath, Charlie made his choice and initiated the draw. The result? Gun specialization. Moon Knight, also known as Mark Spector, had been a formidable mercenary before donning the mantle of Moon Knight. He was well versed in the use of various weapons, so it made sense that this skill would be in his pool. However, despite its practicality, it wasn't exactly the game-changer Charlie had hoped for. Gun specialization wasn't a useless skill, but it wasn't the most thrilling option either. The problem was that this ability wasn't easily tested in the current game environment. After all, Charlie wasn't surrounded by an arsenal of firearms, and the opportunity to make use of this skill was limited. While it was true that most men didn't have such skills inherently, this one wasn't something that would see frequent use in his current situation. Reluctantly, Charlie set the skill aside, mentally noting to revisit it when the opportunity arose. Next came the most anticipated part of the upgrade process: the card pool drawing. This was where Charlie hoped to turn the tide in his favor. As the card drawing interface loaded, Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Previously, the only option had been the sea-level teleportation array, which offered a chance to summon heroes and equipment, albeit with limited power and potential. But now, a new slot had appeared beside it, marked with the tantalizing words B-level teleportation array. B-level teleportation array. Hero points can be consumed to activate the teleportation array, which can summon more powerful superheroes or hero equipment. Each activation of the teleportation array requires 50 hero points. Charlie's eyes widened in excitement. Finally, the higher-level teleportation array had arrived. He had anticipated this moment for so long. In the back of his mind, he had prepared himself for the possibility that the higher-level teleportation array would come with a hefty price tag, perhaps even requiring 500 hero points per activation. But to his surprise, the system had been unexpectedly generous. The upgrade to the card pool didn't come with a price increase, a rare moment of relief in the often unforgiving world of gaming. The sea-level teleportation array was a mixed bag. Most of the heroes it summoned were ordinary, lacking the peak strength that could turn the tide of battle. Even when it did produce superheroes, they were often past their prime, their abilities capped by the limitations of the pool. But the B-level teleportation array, this was a game changer. Charlie could imagine that 80% of the heroes in this pool would be true powerhouses, superheroes who could make a difference. Even if the occasional oddball character appeared, they would still likely outclass those from the sea-level pool. With no hesitation, Charlie decided to take the plunge and initiate the first draw from the B-level pool. As the screen flashed and the first round began, Charlie's excitement grew. The special effects that accompanied the draw were a promising sign: lightning, swirling colors, and a sense of anticipation filled the screen. This could be it. This could be the moment when his luck finally turned around, and he would pull something extraordinary. But then, as the swirling colors settled, Charlie's heart sank a little. The item revealed was a razor. Charlie blinked, his excitement giving way to confusion. He opened the item's description, hoping for some hidden significance, and found that it was indeed a razor. But not just any razor, it was the razor used by Wolverine. Still, this revelation did little to alleviate Charlie's disappointment. Seriously, Charlie thought, a mixture of disbelief and exasperation filling his mind. Now they're giving star effects to razors. It reminded him of the live promotions he had seen before, those awkward moments when products were pushed with flashy effects to make them seem more appealing. And now, it seemed even the superhero game card pool was jumping on the bandwagon of odd product placements. All right, stay calm, Charlie told himself, trying to rein in his frustration. He hoped this was just a one-off fluke, but as the drawing continued, it became clear that this was only the beginning. One by one, he pulled out several other items of questionable value, things he had never heard of, items that seemed to have no practical use in the game. Only one item stood out among the oddities: Hulk's legendary pants. As Charlie held the item in his virtual hands, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Even after examining the pants closely, he couldn't discern anything particularly special about them. In fact, they seemed like ordinary underpants, albeit with a storied history. In his mind, Hulk's underpants should be on par with the indestructible armor worn by the most iconic heroes. After all, these pants had to withstand the sheer force of Hulk's transformation, growing with him to a size that would make even Thor shudder. They had accompanied Hulk through countless battles, enduring unimaginable stress and strain. They had to be more than just ordinary fabric, right? Imagine, Charlie thought to himself, throwing a massive city-destroying attack at Hulk, only for him to emerge unscathed, his pants still intact. The enemy would retreat, bewildered, reporting back, "Sir, we failed to penetrate the enemy's pants." But as Charlie continued to examine the pants, his initial excitement faded. The durability of the underpants, it seemed, was more a product of narrative necessity, thanks to the ratings board ensuring the film remained family-friendly, than any actual in-game advantage. Without this mysterious power, the underpants were just that, ordinary underpants, with nothing particularly special about them. Seriously? This is what I get? Charlie thought, a mix of frustration and resignation setting in. If you're going to give me Hulk's pants, at least give me something cool like Scarlet Witch or Supergirl. Charlie's initial enthusiasm for the B-level pool, which had not raised its price despite the upgrade, quickly began to wane. It dawned on him that perhaps the reason the points hadn't increased was because the developers had turned the pool into a dumping ground for random, meaningless items. But thankfully, despite the initial frustration, the B-level pool still had some redeeming qualities. Even though the odds seemed stacked against him, there was still a chance, a glimmer of hope that something good might come out of this. After 3 rounds and 10 consecutive draws, Charlie's patience was finally rewarded. Just as his hero points were about to run out, a golden light appeared on the screen, the kind of light that promised something truly special. Charlie's breath caught in his throat as he drew out the first superhero he had pulled from the B-level pool. As the dazzling golden light faded, a figure emerged, a silhouette of red and blue, slender yet undeniably powerful. The figure was clad in a tight-fitting uniform, the elastic fabric giving off a sleek, spandex-like sheen. The red parts of the suit were interwoven with black lines, forming a vast, intricate web that covered the figure's torso. It was none other than Marvel's beloved superhero, the one who had made Marvel and Sony's executives negotiate endlessly, a member of the Avengers, and the friendly neighborhood hero adored by all, the Amazing Spider-Man. Charlie's eyes widened as he realized the significance of what he had just pulled. This wasn't just another hero, this was one of the most iconic characters in the entire Marvel universe. Spider-Man, with his agility, strength, and web-slinging abilities, was a force to be reckoned with. He was the kind of hero who could change the course of a battle, the kind of hero who could make a real difference. For a moment, all the frustrations and disappointments of the previous draws melted away. Charlie had done it. He had pulled Spider-Man from the B-level pool, and the possibilities that lay ahead filled him with excitement. As he sat back, a grin spreading across his face, Charlie couldn't help but feel a sense of triumph. This was what gaming was all about: the highs, the lows, and the thrill of the unexpected. And now, with Spider-Man on his team, Charlie knew that things were about to get a lot more interesting. Spider-Man is not just a popular superhero, he's an icon, a character so deeply ingrained in popular culture that his name transcends the confines of the comic book world. Even people who have never picked up a comic book in their lives know who Spider-Man is. He's a character that appeals to the masses, a household name recognized by almost everyone, from avid fans to casual passersby. Charlie Cooper's earliest memory of Spider-Man dates back to his elementary school days. He remembered vividly how he had recently become enthralled with Batman, largely thanks to his neighbor's enthusiastic endorsement. Batman had seemed like the coolest hero to him, with his dark persona, sophisticated gadgets, and unmatched detective skills. Charlie couldn't wait to share his newfound obsession with another friend who lived nearby. However, the reception wasn't what he had expected. Instead of sharing in his excitement, the other kid had turned up his nose at the mention of Batman. "Oh, Batman? Yeah, I know him," the kid had said with a dismissive wave of his hand. "He got superpowers after being bitten by a bat, right? Total ripoff of Spider-Man. My favorite hero is Spider-Man, and Batman is just a lame copycat. TL note, I'm swinging, I'm gonna f***ing put a bullet in that kid's head." That was all it took for the situation to escalate. What began as a simple conversation quickly degenerated into a heated argument. Before long, they were hurling insults at each other, passionately defending their heroes. The dispute soon evolved into a wrestling match on the elementary school playground, with neither willing to back down. While this might have been an isolated incident, it was a clear testament to the widespread recognition of Spider-Man's origin story. The story of Spider-Man is a tale as old as time in the world of superheroes. Peter Parker, a bright and somewhat introverted young man, was bitten by a radioactive spider, and as a result, he gained extraordinary abilities. It's a narrative so ingrained in the collective consciousness that it's hard to find someone who doesn't know it. In the superhero community, there's a saying, the power of parental sacrifice is boundless. This idea is illustrated perfectly in the story arcs of many superheroes. If you look at the original Avengers lineup, you'll notice that the absence of parental figures is almost a prerequisite for greatness. In fact, if you gathered all the original Avengers, you could almost piece together a complete set of parents, though, admittedly, Thor's family history contributed more than its fair share of tragedy. By the time the story progressed, even the few remaining parental figures had disappeared, leaving the heroes to forge their paths alone. Peter Parker, as a Marvel orphan, starts his journey with a significant emotional burden. The loss of his parents at a young age set the stage for a life filled with challenges. But it was the death of his Uncle Ben, a figure who was more than just a surrogate parent, that truly defined him. Uncle Ben's final words, "With great power comes great responsibility," became Peter's guiding principle, a mantra that shaped his entire existence. These words were both a source of strength and a burden, compelling Peter to engage in battles far beyond his capacity, often at great personal cost, yet saving countless lives in the process. Carrying the weight of Uncle Ben's death and the overwhelming responsibility of his newfound powers, Peter Parker, as Spider-Man, embarked on a life that was a delicate balancing act. He had to navigate the complexities of high school, the perils of being a superhero, and the mundane realities of holding down a job, all while dealing with the usual struggles of adolescence and the complications of his love life. When Spider-Man joined Charlie's roster of heroes, it was more than just an addition. It was a significant upgrade that elevated the overall strength of his team. Charlie could feel the excitement building within him. With Spider-Man on board, the potential of his superhero squad expanded dramatically. The future seemed brighter, the challenges more surmountable. Spider-Man's arrival marked a turning point, one that brought Charlie closer to realizing his dream of assembling an unstoppable team of heroes. The concept of starting with Batman and eventually unlocking the full roster of the Justice League and Avengers was the stuff of dreams. Charlie could barely contain his excitement as he imagined the possibilities. Commanding a team that included the world's greatest heroes filled him with a sense of anticipation and pride. His excitement was also deeply personal. The first time Charlie saw Tobey Maguire's portrayal of Spider-Man on the big screen, he was just a kid, watching the movie at his neighbor's house. The moment Spider-Man swung across the skyscrapers of New York City, Charlie was hooked. Spider-Man wasn't just another superhero to him, he was a symbol of hope, resilience, and the power of doing good, no matter the odds. Now, having access to Spider-Man's abilities in the game felt like a childhood dream coming true. It was as if he had unlocked a treasure that he had long sought. Spider-Man's abilities were legendary, each one more impressive than the last. Superhuman reflexes. Are you worried about dodging enemy gunfire? Troubled by overwhelming firepower? With Spider-Man's reflexes, you can forget about the fear of bullets forever. Unlike martial arts heroes who rely on sheer speed to dodge bullets, Spider-Man's reflexes are practically supernatural. He can effortlessly weave through a hail of bullets, moving with such grace and precision that it seems almost impossible. Gatling guns, snipers, rocket launchers, none of these pose a threat when Spider-Man is on the scene. His reflexes allow him to evade even the most intense and coordinated attacks, making him nearly untouchable in combat. Super strength. Under normal conditions, Spider-Man can lift objects weighing between 15 and 25 tons with his bare hands. But when pushed to his limits, he has been known to lift hundreds of tons. This kind of strength is rare, even among superheroes. Although Spider-Man is primarily known for his agility, his raw power rivals that of the Hulk. With this level of strength, he can perform feats that would be impossible for most others, stopping a speeding train, holding up a collapsing building, or taking on foes far larger than himself. With Spider-Man on his team, Charlie's worries about overpowering enemies were all but erased. Spider Sense. This unique ability allows Spider-Man to perceive the world in a way that is almost otherworldly. He envisions himself as a spider at the center of a massive web, with the air around him forming an intricate network of threads. Every vibration in this web alerts him to potential danger, no matter how subtle. From an opponent's perspective, Spider-Man is like an AI that can anticipate their every move. He can sense threats before they materialize, allowing him to react with lightning speed. This ability makes it nearly impossible to catch Spider-Man off guard. Whether it's a sneak attack from behind or a sniper aiming from a distant rooftop, Spider-Man's spider sense gives him the edge in any situation. While it's impossible to list all of Spider-Man's abilities in a single breath, it's important to note that in the chaotic world of comic books, power levels can fluctuate wildly. Spider-Man's spider sense, for example, sometimes falters or glitches depending on the needs of the plot. His strength, too, can vary. Sometimes he struggles with tasks that should be easy, and other times he performs feats that seem impossible. Yet, despite these inconsistencies, Spider-Man's abilities are generally reliable and formidable. With his new SSR, Super Rare, hero in hand, Charlie was eager to take Spider-Man out for a test run, quickly logging in. The thrill of controlling such a legendary character was palpable, and he couldn't wait to see what Spider-Man was capable of in the game. Spider-Man games have always been a staple in the comic book adaptation genre. Despite missing the initial wave of comic book reunions, Spider-Man benefited from Sony's careful stewardship, resulting in a series of excellent games that captured the essence of the character. From the early days of the Spider-Man 1 movie game, with its rudimentary graphics and basic mechanics, to the more recent Marvel's Spider-Man, Charlie had played many Spider-Man games over the years. He was intimately familiar with various combat systems, traversal mechanics, and gameplay modes. This familiarity made it easy for him to get into the groove of controlling Spider-Man in this new game. The experience of operating Spider-Man in the game was nothing short of exhilarating. The sheer joy of swinging and diving between the towering skyscrapers of a concrete jungle, combined with the hyper-realistic graphics that blurred the line between game and reality, provided an unmatched sense of immersion. It was as if Charlie had been transported into Spider-Man's world, where he could feel the rush of wind against his face as he soared through the city. The game's control scheme for Spider-Man had been honed over years of development, and by now, it was as polished as it was intuitive. There were two primary modes of movement, swinging and web sprinting. First, there was the classic swinging between buildings, just like in the movies. This was the fastest way to navigate the streets of New York, especially those lined with tall structures. The sense of speed and fluidity as Spider-Man swung from one building to the next was exhilarating. It was a seamless, almost poetic movement that captured the essence of Spider-Man's character. Then there was the web sprint, where Spider-Man launched his web to latch onto a specific point, whether it was the side of a building, a streetlight, or even a helicopter flying overhead, and used his superhuman strength to propel himself forward. With over 20 tons of force behind him and the incredible elasticity of his webbing, Spider-Man could tear through the air with the power and precision of a rocket. This mode was reminiscent of Batman's grapple gun, perfect for quickly scaling walls, crossing wide gaps, or reaching rooftops in the blink of an eye. Charlie was completely immersed in the experience. After just a few minutes of swinging through the city, he felt as if the entire metropolis had become his playground, a vast steel jungle where he could test the limits of Spider-Man's abilities. Every swing, every flip, every dash filled him with a sense of freedom and exhilaration. As he continued to explore the city, a familiar symbol suddenly appeared over Spider-Man's head, a lightning bolt, representing his spider sense. An exclamation point popped up on the minimap not far away, indicating a nearby event or threat. Charlie's excitement surged. This was his first real challenge with Spider-Man, and he was ready to face it head-on. He quickly redirected Spider-Man toward the source of the exclamation mark, shooting web lines in rapid succession. As Spider-Man reached the highest point of his swing, Charlie executed a series of acrobatic flips, sending Spider-Man spinning through the air before launching another web line to the top of a nearby water tank. With a powerful pull, Spider-Man performed a stylish flip and sprinted across the rooftops, landing gracefully on the building next to the exclamation mark. Charlie was ready to showcase his skills. But as he looked closer, he realized that the source of the exclamation mark was a white cat. The cat was stranded at the top of a tree, meowing helplessly, too frightened to climb down. Charlie couldn't help but laugh. Well, of course. It's classic friendly neighborhood Spider-Man rescuing a cat stuck in a tree, he thought, amused by the situation. It was quintessentially Spider-Man, a hero known not just for saving the world but also for looking out for the little guy, or in this case, the little cat. Meanwhile, 2 days ago, somewhere underground in Riverdon City, Beneath the city's bustling streets, hidden away from the prying eyes of the public, lay a room that few knew existed. The room was stark, its walls lined with cold, industrial metal that seemed to suck the warmth out of the air. In the center of the room stood a long wooden dining table, its surface polished to a glossy sheen. The table was laden with an assortment of cold cuts, including rich, marbled salami and smoked ham, a golden brown roasted suckling pig, a plump turkey with crispy skin, and colorful platters of exotic fruits. The lighting in the room was harsh and uninviting. Fluorescent tubes cast a cold, white glow over everything, making the vibrant colors of the food seem almost garish. The atmosphere was sterile, uncomfortable, as if the room had been designed to strip away any sense of comfort or ease. Gathered around the table stood several figures, each dressed in a black suit, their attire formal and austere. Some wore silver and gold chains that glinted under the harsh lights, adding a touch of ostentation to their otherwise somber appearances. These were the subordinates' loyal enforcers and bodyguards standing stiffly behind the table, their postures rigid, their faces expressionless. They resembled a row of robotic sentinels, unmoving and impassive, as if they were mere extensions of the room's cold, mechanical nature, waiting for orders from the true power in the room. Seated at each side of the table were 4 individuals, each one representing one of the most powerful underground factions in Riverdale City. These were the uncrowned kings of the city's underworld, the puppeteers who pulled the strings behind the scenes. They controlled vast networks of resources, wielding influence over every corner of the city, from its darkest alleys to its most glittering high-rises. Together, they held Riverdale City in the palm of their hands, their power rivaling that of the city's legitimate authorities. In the past, it could be said that if these 4 were to put aside their differences and unite, there would be little they couldn't achieve within the city. They were the shadow rulers, the ones who could make or break fortunes with a single word. But times had changed. The world was no longer as it once was, and today, they faced an unprecedented challenge, one that threatened their very existence. All right, everyone's here. I think we all know why we've gathered, so let's skip the formalities and get straight to business, one of them said, breaking the tense silence that had settled over the room like a shroud. The man who spoke was seated at the head of the table, his presence commanding and intimidating. A deep scar ran down the side of his face, a stark reminder of the life he had led, a life filled with violence, betrayal, and hard-won victories. His voice was strong and gravelly, carrying the weight of authority and experience. It was the kind of voice that could silence a room with a single word, the voice of a man who was used to being obeyed. What we're here to discuss today is a matter of vital importance, he continued, his gaze sweeping over the others, his eyes cold. It concerns not just our futures, but the futures of our children and grandchildren as well. He paused, letting the gravity of his words sink in. The room remained deathly quiet, the tension palpable. Each of the 4 individuals seated at the table understood the significance of this meeting. They were not here to discuss trivial matters, this was about survival. The scarred man leaned forward slightly, his expression hardening as he prepared to deliver the crux of the discussion. His eyes narrowed, and his voice dropped to a low, menacing tone. We've gathered here for one reason, and one reason only, he said, each word dripping with determination and malice. He paused for a moment, letting the anticipation build before he delivered the final words, each one like a dagger thrust into the heart of the matter. To take back our city. The reason for this clandestine meeting was straightforward yet significant. It was triggered by a series of unsettling events in Riverdale City that had recently sent shockwaves through the city's deeply entrenched underground world. It all began with the sudden and inexplicable influx of costumed vigilantes patrolling the city's streets. What started as a seemingly isolated incident, with one bat-themed maniac prowling the rooftops, quickly snowballed into a full-blown epidemic. Suddenly, the city was teeming with all manner of bizarre figures, red-clad vigilantes, self-styled Robin Hoods, knights wrapped in mummy-like bandages, and others even stranger. These new arrivals signaled the beginning of a perilous time for the city's underground figures, who had long ruled with unchecked authority. Initially, these costumed vigilantes contented themselves with nighttime patrols, targeting the occasional thug or street-level criminal. The city's underworld figures, long used to operating with impunity, thought they could avoid trouble by keeping a low profile. They assumed that by steering clear of nighttime activities and laying low, they could continue their operations without interference. But this assumption proved disastrously wrong. The vigilantes were not content with merely catching criminals in the act. They soon escalated their activities, launching coordinated raids on hideouts, safe houses, and underground clubs. It was said that several clubs in a district controlled by the Hatchet Gang were attacked for multiple consecutive nights by these relentless costumed figures. The attacks were devastating, leaving everyone, from the top bosses to the lowest street thugs, in a state of constant fear and frustration. The situation grew so dire that one of the gang leaders, unable to endure the relentless pressure and humiliation any longer, chose to turn himself into the authorities, bringing along incriminating evidence of his own crimes. He preferred the relative safety of a prison cell over the unyielding torment of these vigilantes. The criminal underworld was thrown into chaos. This incident sent ripples through the entire criminal network of Riverdale City. The power dynamics that had been carefully maintained for years were now on the brink of collapse. To the eyes of these criminals, Batman, who had started it all, was no longer just a hidden boss who might randomly appear during a mission. He had transformed into an unavoidable force of nature, a disaster waiting to happen. A new saying spread among the underworld: life is unpredictable, sometimes you might just get hit by Batman. The criminals understood that they couldn't continue like this. Riverdun was their city. It had always been their stronghold. No one had ever dared to challenge them so openly on their own turf. Thus, today's meeting was called. The room where the meeting took place was dimly lit, the walls lined with aged wood paneling that had seen better days. A heavy atmosphere hung in the air, thick with tension and the scent of smoke from the cigars that smoldered in ashtrays around the table. The table itself, long and solid, was the focal point of the room, where the most feared and powerful figures in Riverdun's underworld now sat. The individuals seated around this table were known as the Four Kings of Riverdun, each a leader of one of the city's most powerful gangs. They hadn't climbed to these positions through luck or mercy, they had earned their power through blood, ruthlessness, and unyielding will. They were hardened criminals, leaders who had clawed their way to the top of the city's criminal hierarchy, leaving a trail of bodies in their wake. They had gathered to discuss how to reverse the current situation and restore their dominance over the city. "This used to be our city," said the man with the scarred face, his voice low and gravelly, resonating with the authority of someone who had seen and done it all. No one knew his real name, but everyone called him Hades. He was the undisputed leader of one of the four major gangs, the Underworld Gang. The stories surrounding Hades were legendary, whispered in the darkest corners of Riverdun's underworld. It was said that in his youth, Hades had single-handedly taken down more than a dozen heavily armed men with just a knife. This brutal feat had solidified his position as the gang's leader, and his reputation for ruthlessness was well-deserved. Of course, everyone in the underworld knew that such rumors were often exaggerated, their edges sharpened over time. Other stories, such as Hades taking down 10 men with his bare hands in 0.2 seconds, were likely as embellished as they were widespread. But even if the truth was less dramatic, no one could entirely dismiss them. Hades's ruthlessness was well known, and no one doubted that he was capable of extraordinary violence. "We once enjoyed everything the city had to offer," Hades continued, his gaze sweeping across the room, taking in the other leaders. "The highest power, the greatest glory. Even the mayor wouldn't dare to cross us. But look at us now. A bunch of lunatics dressed like wild animals are running rampant in our city, and we the kings who are supposed to be feared by everyone can't do anything about it? I'm telling you, this can't go on." The remaining three leaders exchanged glances. The tension in the room was palpable, each of them weighing the severity of their situation. After a moment of silence, a short, thin man with sharp features and a sly expression finally spoke up. "Hades, we agree with what you're saying," the man said, his voice smooth but carrying a hint of suspicion. This man was known as David, the leader of the Riverbank Alliance, another of the four major gangs. David was known for his cunning and ability to navigate the treacherous waters of Riverdun's criminal world. His slight build and unassuming appearance belied a mind that was always plotting, always scheming. But here's the thing: they've made us helpless. Batman, and all the others who've followed in his footsteps, they're all elusive. They operate solo but can take down entire teams of our best men. There's nothing we can do." David's voice trailed off, his frustration evident. "So what?" Hades interrupted, his tone cold and dismissive. "Does that make them invincible? Do I need to remind you that all of us sitting here today climbed to the top by stepping over countless bodies? We've faced worse situations, and no matter how dire the circumstances, we've never given up. I've seen hell with my own eyes, fields littered with corpses. Hell, I fought my way out of that nightmare, and it was that purgatory that made me who I am today. I'm sure the same can be said for the three of you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be sitting here at the top, commanding the respect and fear of everyone in this city. But what's happening now? A bunch of costumed freaks are scaring the fight out of you? One guy puts on a mask that looks like a bat, dresses like Dracula, and suddenly you're all too scared to do anything." The other three leaders remained silent for a moment, feeling somewhat chastised by his words. They knew Hades was right. They had risen to their positions through ruthlessness and determination, not by cowering in fear. Ian, the head of Green City Gate, cleared his throat and spoke up. "You're right," Ian said, his voice measured but carrying the weight of experience. "But the problem is that we've never faced opponents like this before. In all our past battles, whether it was against the police or rival gangs, we've never encountered anything like these costumed vigilantes. We weren't prepared to deal with." "Ha, that's just the illusion they've created," Hades cut in, his tone dripping with disdain. "Invulnerability, super strength, the ability to fly. Trust me, I know how this game works. I've seen these tricks played out before, just in different ways. People love to believe in rumors. A few words are all it takes to turn something ordinary into a myth. It's not that different from what we used to do back in the day. To me, these vigilantes are nothing special. They're just a new group trying to carve out a piece of Riverdun, where the power dynamics have already been established. They're using tactics we haven't seen before to draw attention, pretending to be invincible, hoping to create fear and chaos. Sure, they might have a few tough guys among them, but at the end of the day, they're just cowards hiding behind masks. They're another group of greedy bastards who want our territory. But like all the others before them, they'll end up defeated by us." Hades paused, his gaze piercing as he looked at each of the other leaders, one by one. "I believe that anyone who survived the blood-soaked era we did, who earned the right to sit at this table as equals, isn't lacking in guts, right?" His words hit home. Hades was right. Continuing like this was not an option. Those flashy vigilantes could kick down their doors at any moment. No one knew which would come first, a natural disaster or a visit from Batman. After weighing the situation, they realized that Hades' assessment was correct. If things continued on this path, they'd either end up in a hospital bed, hooked up to oxygen tanks, or find themselves behind bars like that little coward who had fled for safety. And the best-case scenario? All four of them might end up as cellmates, playing poker to pass the time for the rest of their lives. That was, of course, unacceptable. As Hades had said, this was their city, and no one was going to take it from them. You're right, agreed the fourth leader, Matthews, head of the House of Matthew. Matthews was a heavy-set man with a gruff voice, his presence imposing. He was not one for long speeches, but when he spoke, people listened. So now that you've brought this up, I assume you have a plan in mind, Hades. The reason we've been unable to fight back so far is because we've been too passive, Hades said, his voice cold. But I've been studying their methods. These vigilantes like to hide in the shadows, launching surprise attacks and targeting individuals. Our people are always caught off guard, and by the time they realize what's happening, they're already playing into the vigilantes' hands. Hades was a seasoned veteran, someone who had seen it all. While he'd never faced opponents quite like these before, he was the type of leader who learned quickly and adapted to new challenges. So this time, we're going to take the initiative, he continued, a sly grin forming on his face. We'll lure them into a trap. Once we get them into a situation we've prepared for, it'll only take one bullet to shatter the myth they've built around themselves. Mark my words, I'll prove that even Batman can be brought down with a single shot. The other three leaders, their minds now buzzing with ideas, quickly grasped what Hades was proposing. Ian was the first to praise the plan, calling it a brilliant strategy. He then suggested that the Riverbank Alliance, led by David, should be the ones to set up the traps, designing a scenario that would lure Batman or any other costumed lunatic into their clutches. Ian went on to propose that David's gang could pretend to be overwhelmed, drawing the enemy in deeper, setting them up for an ambush. David wasn't having any of it. Before Ian could finish, David slammed his hand on the table, his face twisted with anger. Hell no? Pretend to be overwhelmed? What if we actually get overwhelmed? David wasn't about to risk being the bait. The last thing he wanted was to walk into a trap, get beaten up by Batman, and then watch as the others retreated, leaving him to be the fall guy. Of course, Ian didn't really expect the Riverbank Alliance to volunteer as bait. Even though they all called each other fellow leaders, their relationships were as flimsy as an off-brand condom from the gas station. Enough, Hades interrupted, his voice brokering no argument. I know it's hard for any of us to trust each other, but we've reached a critical moment, a moment of survival. This time, we have to set aside our old grudges and rivalries. Our opponents require us to work together. We all need to stand united. Either we fight side by side, or we die together. Understand? No one spoke, but the silence in the room was a sign of agreement. The leaders of Riverdale's underworld understood that the time for petty squabbles was over. They needed to present a united front, or they would all fall, one by one. Very good, Hades said in a deep voice, his tone indicating that the matter was settled. Now, let's discuss the specifics of our operational deployment. Ganking Batman was a monumental undertaking. Although Hades put on a brave face, dismissing the flashy masked vigilantes as nothing more than gaudy nuisances, the reality was far more complex. Deep down, he knew that this wasn't just another turf war. These vigilantes, especially Batman, represented an unpredictable threat that had the potential to unravel everything the gangs had built in Riverdale City. The urgency behind Hades' plan was spurred by a recent and humiliating event where a section of territory under his gang's control was attacked in broad daylight. The audacity of the attack had left him fuming, and the need for retaliation burned within him. This wasn't just about striking back, it was about sending a message to the vigilantes and to the other gangs: nobody challenges Hades and walks away unscathed. Even if the retaliation didn't completely neutralize the threat, it was essential to resist, to show that they weren't cowards who would allow their enemies to strike without consequence. After all, even a cornered toad will jump if poked hard enough. But in the back of his mind, Hades knew that the ultimate victory would be to kill or, even better, capture one of these vigilantes alive. Such a victory would be invaluable, allowing them to unmask the enemy and potentially uncover the shadowy organization backing them. By following the trail back to its source, they might learn the true nature of the threat they were facing. There's a saying in the underworld, the unknown is what truly terrifies people. This was the crux of the problem. The criminals of Riverdale City had no idea who or what they were up against. These vigilantes appeared from nowhere, disrupting their operations with surgical precision, and then vanished just as quickly. They were like phantoms, impossible to predict or counter. But if Hades and his allies could unmask these so-called heroes and strip away their mystique, they could drag them into a battle on the criminals' terms, a battle they were confident they could win. However, it wasn't as if they could simply ring up Batman and invite him over for a showdown. These vigilantes were elusive, operating like ghosts in the night. Tracking them down was next to impossible. Yet, one thing was clear from observing their patterns: they had a knack for appearing at crime scenes just in time to thwart illegal activities. This gave Hades and his associates an idea: why not stage a crime and draw them out? So, Hades summoned his most trusted lieutenant, Fern Smith, a hulking brute known for his loyalty and toughness. Fern was a man who had survived countless battles and had the scars to prove it. Fern, I have an important task for you, Hades said, his voice carrying a weight that made it clear this was no ordinary mission. Fern thumped his chest with a meaty fist and declared, whatever you need, boss. I'm your man. Hades nodded, satisfied with Fern's eagerness. Good. I need you to take a beating. Fern froze for a moment, his mind struggling to process what he'd just heard. Sorry, boss? Did you just say you need me to get beaten up? Hades sighed, as if he were explaining something to a child. Yes, Fern. We're going to set up a trap, and to make it convincing, someone has to play the bait. That someone is you. Fern's face fell as he realized what was being asked of him. But boss, what if I get beaten to death? Hades waved his hand dismissively, a wry smile playing on his lips. Don't worry, Fern. If you die, I'll take good care of your wife and kids. Your wife is quite the beauty, you know? I'll make sure she's well looked after. Fern's expression twisted in a mix of horror and disbelief. At #%and. Despite his misgivings, Fern had no choice but to go along with the plan. The major gangs of Riverton were nothing if not efficient when they decided to act in unison. That very night, they selected a location in one of the city's most chaotic and lawless districts, a place with a high likelihood of drawing vigilante attention. But simply setting up a fight wasn't enough. The bosses knew that to make the ruse convincing, they needed to add a layer of authenticity. So, they decided that Fern wouldn't just be beaten, he'd be verbally assaulted as well. The thugs involved in the operation were instructed to hurl insults along with their punches, to make the whole scene as believable as possible. Don't just punch and kick, Hades had instructed over the phone. You need to curse him out, make it look real. So, as the fight began, one of the thugs, a wiry man with a nasty streak, threw a punch at Yvonne and shouted, "You sob? You still haven't paid me back the money you borrowed for hookers." Another thug, a burly man with a mean look, chimed in, "You sob? I wouldn't have lent you the money if I knew you wouldn't pay it back. What, you think I can't afford to collect?" A third thug, not wanting to be left out, added, "You sob? Last time we went out together, you tried to steal the girl I had my eye on. Are you out of your mind?" Meanwhile, Fern, who was on the receiving end of all this abuse, gritted his teeth and cursed internally. He knew these guys were taking advantage of the situation to settle personal grudges. They were venting their frustrations under the guise of following orders. Fern swore to himself that once this ordeal was over, he'd make sure to repay these bastards in kind. The act continued well into the night. Fern was pummeled and kicked, his body aching from the relentless assault. But as dawn approached, there was still no sign of Batman or any other vigilante. The thugs, growing tired and frustrated, began to wonder if the plan had failed. "Maybe Batman isn't coming tonight," one of the thugs suggested, his voice weary. "Should we call it quits?" After some discussion with the higher UPS, they reluctantly agreed. "All right, let's wrap it up for tonight." Fern, who was bruised and swollen, breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. But just as he was about to let out a groan of pain, the next sentence made him spit out another mouthful of blood. "Let's continue tomorrow night." Fern at #%. At that moment, everything became clear to him. The idiot Hades had set him up from the beginning. He hadn't cared about Batman or the plan, he was just using this as an excuse to get rid of Fern and move in on his wife. And so, the next night, Fern endured yet another round of brutal beatings. By this point, Fern swore that he had never in his life longed for Batman's arrival as much as he did now. The mere thought of Batman used to send chills down his spine. The caped crusader was like a ghost, always lurking in the shadows, ready to strike fear into the hearts of criminals. But after 2 nights of being relentlessly beaten, Fern found himself praying for Batman to show up and end his suffering. Yet, it seemed as though the Dark Knight had vanished from the face of the earth, leaving Yvonne to endure another night of torture. It was enough to drive anyone mad. Finally, on the 3rd night, Fern's torment was about to come to an end. They started even earlier that day, not even waiting for nightfall. By now, Fern was a seasoned pro at playing the victim. He approached the director of the operation, asking where he should lie down, then stretched out his legs, closed his eyes, and mentally prepared himself for another round of beatings. He was already resigned to his fate. But as they say, when things reach their breaking point, they often turn around. Just when Fern thought his luck had hit rock bottom, fate threw him a lifeline. He had barely taken a few punches when something unexpected happened. One of the thugs, who had been enjoying himself, kicking Fern and hurling insults, suddenly felt a strange weight on his ankle. Before he could react, a powerful force yanked him off his feet and sent him flying across the alley, crashing into a high platform not far away. After 2 days of relentless torment, the thugs, who had been on the verge of exhaustion, suddenly snapped to attention. The energy in the air shifted, and they all knew what it meant. Finally, the bat was here. They watched in stunned silence as a slender figure in red and blue tights performed an acrobatic flip, twisting through the air with a 720-degree spin that would have left Olympic judges speechless and had Newton rolling over in his grave. The figure landed gracefully in front of them, striking a pose that was equal parts casual and confident. "I hope I didn't interrupt your little gathering," the newcomer quipped, his voice light but tinged with sarcasm. Spider-Man had arrived, landing in a classic superhero pose before standing upright. "Although I agree that combining leggings with a leather jacket is a bit of a fashion disaster," he said, glancing at Fern, who was still lying on the ground, battered and bruised. "But that's no reason to go this far, right? Really, it's not." He looked around at the assembled thugs, a playful smirk visible through the mask. "Why don't we all just calm down and talk this out instead of resorting to violence?" As soon as Spider-Man landed, the thugs stopped their assault. They quickly scrambled to help Fern to his feet, though their motives were far from altruistic. At the same time, more gang members emerged from the shadows, surrounding Spider-Man from all sides. The sheer number of thugs was staggering, and the sight of countless guns suddenly being trained on Spider-Man's position was enough to make anyone's blood run cold. It was as if an entire army had been mobilized against him. This was the location carefully chosen by the 4 major gangs. They had prepared an arsenal of high-grade weapons and manpower in advance, creating a near-perfect trap. The area was covered from every angle, leaving no escape. Even the best bulletproof gear would be useless against such a concentrated barrage of firepower. For the 4 gangs, organizing such a massive operation within the city, with military-grade equipment and so many men, was a colossal feat. It had cost them a small fortune, but they knew it was a necessary investment. But that investment also meant something else. They were determined to win, no matter the cost. Spider-Man's mask eye lenses narrowed slightly, making it look as if he was really squinting in confusion. It looks like I've walked right into an ambush. Fire. The order came from the front lines, Hades snarling with venomous intent, kill that freak. The sound of dozens of triggers being pulled simultaneously echoed through the night, the noise like a chorus of death. The gangsters selected for this mission were the cream of the crop, even by underworld standards. Many had real combat experience, having seen their share of bloodshed. While they couldn't be compared to professional soldiers, they were far from inexperienced. But even for these hardened criminals, the sight of so many guns firing in unison was a shock. The continuous roar of gunfire was like rolling thunder, the sound so loud that it felt as though their eardrums might burst. The overwhelming firepower created a storm of bullets that instantly swallowed Spider-Man's slender figure. The thugs pulled their triggers with unrelenting force, reloading as soon as their magazines were empty, and switching out overheated barrels with spares. There was no regard for cost. This operation had been well supplied. The bullets poured down on Spider-Man's small frame as if they were endless, an unstoppable tide of metal. Ghost. Matthews, who was stationed on a high observation deck with a pair of binoculars, turned pale as he reported what he was seeing. This is impossible. What's going on? What did you see? Ian asked urgently, his voice filled with concern. Matthews lowered the binoculars, his expression a mix of disbelief and shock at the absurdity of what he was witnessing. That freak in the spandex, he's dancing in the middle of the gunfire. Several others at the viewing point took turns observing the scene below through the binoculars, one by one, falling into a stunned silence. These were men who prided themselves on having seen it all, or at least, that's what they claimed. They were veterans of Riverdale's most violent streets, men who had witnessed countless bloody turf wars and chaotic clashes. Some had even survived encounters with the legendary infected, those deranged lunatics whose madness had become the stuff of nightmares in the underworld. But now, as they watched the bizarre spectacle unfolding below, their hardened minds struggled to make sense of what they were seeing. It was as if their brains had overloaded, the images and scenes in front of them clashing violently with everything they had come to believe about the world. The logical contradictions were too much to process, causing their thoughts to short-circuit, leaving nothing but a numb, blank space in their minds. On the ground, the minions fared no better. To them, the figure they were attacking, a skinny man in bright red and blue tights, should have been nothing. His slight frame, barely enough to throw a decent punch, and his childish costume, more suited for a pajama party than a street brawl, made him seem like an easy target. He was no Batman, cloaked in the shadows, striking fear into criminals' hearts. This guy looked like a cartoon character brought to life. And yet, here he was, impossibly dodging every bullet they fired at him. Not just dodging, but doing so with a kind of fluidity and grace that seemed unreal. He wasn't just dodging, he was dancing. Actually, calling it dancing didn't do it justice. His movements were more like those of an Olympic gymnast, flipping and twisting through the air with jaw-dropping precision. Bullets whizzed past his limbs and torso, narrowly missing him by inches, as if afraid to touch him. His body seemed to glide through the torrent of gunfire, evading each bullet with a kind of effortless ease that defied explanation. It was as if the laws of physics had been rewritten just for him. Everyone knew what they were seeing, but their brains refused to accept it. It made no sense. It was impossible. But there he was, dodging one bullet after another, like a man waltzing through a hailstorm and never getting wet. And it begged the question, was this really a human being? Could any living thing possibly pull this off? Of course, the phrase hail of bullets often comes with a hint of exaggeration. Sure, assault rifles fire fast, but they don't actually create a solid wall of lead. There's room to breathe, even if it doesn't seem like it. But to the naked eye, the speed of the bullets was enough to make it seem like an impenetrable death trap. In most people's minds, once you're caught in that kind of firepower, you're done. But Spider-Man wasn't like most people. He could see the trajectory of every bullet, each gun line clearly visible in his heightened senses. To him, the so-called death trap was full of gaps, like an elaborate but flawed puzzle waiting to be solved. On top of that, the thugs firing at him were hardly crack shots. Their marksmanship was average at best, and between the constant reloading and the overheating barrels, there were plenty of openings. Spider-Man not only dodged the bullets with ease, but he also had time to throw in some insults while he did it. Come on, guys, is that all you've got? Did you miss the memo? We're not shooting at the birds in the sky here. He flipped through the air, landing briefly on one hand before springing up again. Hey, don't get lazy now. Haven't you had your breakfast? Another leap, and he twisted midair to avoid a barrage of bullets, his voice echoing in the alley. Haha, missed again? But I'll give you credit, those guns? Top quality. Now, if only you could aim. The gangsters, their ears ringing from the deafening gunfire, couldn't hear the words exactly, but they knew they were being mocked. The tone alone was enough to make their blood boil. But none of them dared to act on their anger. How could they? They were facing something completely beyond their comprehension. The man in tights wasn't just dodging their bullets, he was practically toying with them, defying everything they understood about the world. He was faster than humanly possible, his reflexes sharper than any they'd ever seen. Many of them were seasoned criminals, used to facing tough opponents. In situations where their enemy had a slight advantage in skill or strength, they would be frustrated, maybe even motivated to fight harder. But this wasn't a man they were fighting. It was something else entirely, something they couldn't even begin to understand. And in the face of that, there was no room for anger or defiance. There was only fear. For Charlie, the player controlling Spider-Man, the whole thing was almost laughably easy. A series of acrobatic, bullet-dodging moves that looked like the stuff of superhero legends were, in reality, as simple as pressing a button. The game had been designed to show off Spider-Man's unique abilities. Unlike other characters, where timing and strategy were key to survival, Spider-Man's controls were practically foolproof. All Charlie had to do was hold down a defense button, and Spider-Man would do the rest. In defense mode, Spider-Man's spider sense was on full alert, automatically guiding him to dodge or deflect every attack. Whether it was a punch from an opponent or a barrage of bullets, the outcome was always the same: miss. By pressing a few directional buttons, Charlie could make Spider-Man flip and dodge in style, adding flair to the already impressive moves. If he threw in some web-slinging, Spider-Man could zip from one end of the battlefield to the other, never staying in one place long enough to become a target. Spider-Man's agility was his defining trait, making him unlike any other hero. Sure, there were stronger characters in the superhero world, but finding someone who could match his evasiveness was next to impossible. If Charlie had wanted to, he could have sent Spider-Man charging into the crowd, knocking out every gunman in the blink of an eye. But where was the fun in that? This was a rare chance to push Spider-Man to his limits, to see just how far his abilities could go. After all, it wasn't every day that someone set up such a perfect circle of firepower just for him. In fact, using Batman's detective mode earlier, Charlie had scanned the entire area before Spider-Man even landed. He'd seen through their traps, identified their ambush points, and grinned. This was going to be fun. The thugs had no idea they were offering themselves up as practice dummies for his newest hero. The gunfire eventually began to die down. One by one, the gangsters' magazines emptied, and their once deafening roar of bullets fell to silence. In the middle of the alley, Spider-Man stood unharmed, his bright red and blue suit untouched, not even a thread out of place. And then he moved. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man leaped into the crowd. He was a blur of red and blue, flipping through the air with such speed that none of the gangsters could track him. One moment, he was above them, the next, he was on the ground. Two men flew in opposite directions, slamming into the walls with bone-crushing force. Before anyone could react, a mass of sticky white webbing shot from his wrist, binding several men together in a tangled mess of limbs. They thrashed and struggled, but it was useless. The more they fought, the tighter the webbing became. The gangsters were in complete disarray. "What the hell is this?" one of them screamed, his voice trembling with fear. Another rushed forward, but before he knew it, Spider-Man was there, flashing past him in a blur. The next thing he knew, he was on his back, staring at the night sky. Several more charged together, thinking strength in numbers would help. It didn't. One after another, they fell, as if they'd been struck down by an invisible force. Their heads hit the ground in perfect sync, like puppets whose strings had been cut. It wasn't just the speed that terrified them, it was the constant stream of trash talk that accompanied it. "Hey, buddy, for your own sake, have you thought about retiring? I'm just looking out for your last few strands of hair." A voice came from behind one of the gangsters. He spun around, panic flooding his chest, only to be met with a punch to the forehead. Darkness consumed him. Nearby, others heard the taunt and turned to face it, only to see Spider-Man somersaulting over their heads. He landed gracefully among a new group of thugs, a smirk on his face. "Whoa, garlic breath much? You should be fined for assault with that stench." As he spoke, more men hit the ground, webbed up or knocked out with ease. Spider-Man was everywhere and nowhere at once. His voice seemed to come from all directions, adding to the confusion and fear. The relentless trash talk wasn't just annoying, it was psychological warfare. It made them feel like they were surrounded by one man. The craziest part? Even if Spider-Man had outright said, "You're all surrounded," none of them would have questioned it. Because, in that moment, that's exactly how it felt. On the high platform, the faces of the four leaders, Hades, Ian, David, and Matthews, had turned an unsettling shade of green. When they finally snapped out of their stupor, the remaining three turned to Hades, their gazes sharp and accusing. He didn't need to say a word. The meaning of their looks was clear. "This is what you called an ordinary man? This is what we have nothing to fear." Faced with the sharp, accusing gazes of the other three leaders, Hades maintained a facade of calm, standing with his arms crossed, his expression as composed as ever. But beneath that stoic exterior, his mind was in turmoil, an internal storm of disbelief and confusion raging within him. What the hell is going on? The information they had gathered, supposedly from reliable sources, had indicated that these strange, costume-wearing individuals were just highly skilled humans. Sure, they were well-trained, perhaps former military or mercenaries, but humans nonetheless. People with great combat awareness, sharp reflexes, and advanced technology or armor, nothing more. There had been rumors about some of them possessing supernatural abilities, like invisibility or casting spells, but those had been dismissed as exaggerated urban legends. Hades had been confident that, with the right strategy and enough firepower, these so-called heroes could be taken down just like any other well-armed opponent. Their armor might be state-of-the-art, their skills top-tier, but no one was invincible. As long as you could trap them and focus enough firepower, they'd have no choice but to fall. But the figure in red and blue tights leaping through the air in front of them was anything but ordinary. This can't be real. What is that thing? Below them, the battle was still raging, though battle wasn't quite the right word for it anymore. It was a massacre. Hundreds of thugs from the four most powerful gangs in Riverton City had converged on this single target, a seemingly frail, pajama-wearing figure that looked more like a sleep-deprived teenager than a threat. Yet, in less than 2 minutes, over half of their forces were down, strewn across the asphalt in tangled webs or lying unconscious, completely incapacitated. From the high platform where Hades, Ian, David, and Matthews stood, the scene below looked like something out of a twisted action movie, one of those far-fetched blockbusters where a lone hero decimates an army of foes. But this was even more absurd. Reality shouldn't work this way. And then, they realized that their adversary wasn't just fast. Tang, a towering behemoth from Green City Gate, stood at over 2 meters tall, his hulking mass of muscle and bone radiating pure physical power. Tang wasn't just big, he was strong, the kind of strong that made people hesitate before picking a fight. His reputation for brute strength was unrivaled in the city's underground circles. Even seasoned fighters avoided a direct confrontation with him, knowing that one punch from Tang could shatter bones. So when Tang stepped forward, his massive fist swinging toward the red and blue-clad figure, every thug present expected Spider-Man to go down hard. Instead, Spider-Man didn't even turn around. Without so much as glancing at Tang, Spider-Man raised a hand, just one hand, casually catching the incoming punch. Catcha. The sound was sickening, like bones being ground into dust. Tang's face contorted in agony, his roar of pain echoing across the battlefield. He stumbled backward, clutching his now broken hand to his chest. The once feared strongman was reduced to a grimacing, retreating figure, his immense size suddenly meaningless. The onlookers, thugs, and lieutenants alike, gaped in disbelief. Tang's strength was legendary, a force of nature that could demolish anyone in his path. And yet, this kid, this skinny, spandex-wearing freak had stopped Tang's punch like it was nothing. No, not just stopped it. Caught it. Without so much as blinking, without even looking. The absurdity of the situation made it all the more terrifying. Tang, a giant among men, reduced to a whimpering wreck by a kid who couldn't weigh more than 70 kilos soaking wet. It was as if gravity had stopped working, and the laws of physics no longer applied. Whoa, that was a solid punch. Spider-Man quipped, his voice light and playful, as if he hadn't just crushed a man's hand with ease. And man, you're huge. Bet your mom always told you to eat your veggies, huh? Without missing a beat, Spider-Man launched into a flying kick, his foot connecting with Tang's chin in a perfect arc. The impact was brutal. Tang's head snapped back, his eyes rolling up into his skull as consciousness fled. His massive frame, once so imposing, crumpled like a house of cards, and with a thunderous thud, he hit the ground. The sound of his body hitting the pavement reverberated across the battlefield, a dull, final note that seemed to mark the end of any resistance. The other thugs stared, slack-jawed, their minds racing to comprehend what they had just seen. What in the actual hell? If the scene hadn't already felt like something from a nightmare, the sight of Tang, this massive powerhouse, being casually dismantled by a kid in tights took things to a whole new level of surreal. The stark contrast between the two figures, Tang's hulking mass and Spider-Man's lean, wiry frame, only made the reality harder to accept. But that was just the beginning. Okada, a feared and battle-hardened leader in the Riverbank Alliance, had been watching the fight unfold with a calculating eye. He wasn't a fool. Years of street brawling had taught him when to hold his ground and when to cut his losses. But tonight, despite the chaos, Okada stayed cool. He had faced down impossible odds before and come out on top. His reputation wasn't just for show, he'd earned it. But even he was starting to feel the pressure. As more and more of his allies hit the ground, Okada's mind raced. The brute force approach clearly wasn't working. They needed a new tactic. They're doing it wrong, Okada muttered under his breath. This isn't how you fight. Turning to his remaining men, Okada barked out orders, his voice steady and authoritative. Listen up, we're splitting into 4 groups. Each group takes a limb. You follow my lead, and we work together. That's the only way we're bringing this guy down. His thugs nodded, their fear momentarily replaced with a glimmer of hope. Okada had always been their rock, the one who knew how to win when the odds were stacked against them. If anyone could figure out how to take this guy down, it was him. All right, on my mark, 3, 2, 1, go. The thugs charged, converging on Spider-Man from all sides, each group aiming for a different part of his body. It was classic street fight tactics: overwhelm the target with sheer numbers, pin him down, and let brute strength do the rest. But Spider-Man wasn't a normal target. With a series of rapid movements, the thugs found themselves flying through the air, their bodies crashing to the ground in all directions. The coordinated attack had failed utterly and completely. From the moment they launched their assault, Spider-Man had been in motion. His acrobatic flips and lightning-fast reflexes left them grasping at air, their hands never even coming close to touching him. And before they knew it, they were sprawled out on the pavement, groaning in pain. One of the thugs, coughing up blood, turned to where Okuda had been standing, hoping for some reassurance from his leader. But Okuda was gone. The fearless leader had taken off the moment the attack began. He had no intention of sticking around to face Spider-Man head-on. Okuda knew when a fight was lost, and this was a fight he wasn't willing to die for. As his men writhed on the ground, Okuda sprinted toward a nearby van parked in the shadows. He dove into the driver's seat, slamming the door shut behind him. His hands trembled as he fumbled with the keys, but finally, the engine roared to life. He slammed his foot on the gas, sending the van hurtling down the alley at breakneck speed. The thugs he left behind could only watch in disbelief as their leader their rock sped off into the night. Okuda's mind raced as he tore through the dark streets. Forget this. Let the others handle that thing. I'm not dying tonight. As he sped away, a sense of relief washed over him. He had escaped. The others might hate him for it, but he didn't care. Survival was the only thing that mattered. But then a sudden thud from above. The roof of the van buckled slightly under the weight of something or someone landing on top of it. Okuda's heart skipped a beat. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly his knuckles turned white. No, 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 this can't be happening. He glanced at the rearview mirror, but there was nothing behind him. Then, from the front windshield, an upside-down face appeared, grinning beneath the mask's wide, white eyes. Hey there, Spider-Man said, his voice full of playful cheer. Mind if I catch a ride? So, where are we headed in such a hurry? Charlie's current situation wasn't because he had so much free time that he could easily multitask playing a game while talking trash through his headset. Far from it. As a seasoned gamer and a self-imposed recluse, the idea that Charlie could focus on the game while bantering with other players was laughable. It was almost as impossible as the idea that Spider-Man could run out of quips. But that didn't matter. What Charlie lacked in verbal sparring, Spider-Man more than made up for. From the moment Charlie selected Spider-Man as his in-game avatar, the character's mouth switched on like a broken faucet, spewing a never-ending stream of chatter. It was as if Spider-Man's verbal agility was as much a part of his abilities as his web-slinging. Charlie didn't know where all those quips and remarks came from, but Spider-Man never seemed to run out of things to say. His mouth ran faster than his feet, and he had something to say at every turn. Whether he was battling villains or soaring between skyscrapers, Spider-Man kept up his relentless commentary. If someone tried to capture all his banter in comic-style text bubbles, they'd probably overwhelm the screen with speech balloons, drowning out everything else. And so, facing Spider-Man in the game didn't just mean dealing with his impressive powers and agility, it also meant enduring the psychological exhaustion of his endless stream of chatter. It was a mental assault on top of the physical one, a constant barrage of words that wore down even the toughest opponents. In fact, the game developers had officially acknowledged that Spider-Man's incessant talking was part of his powers. It might even have a profound effect on particularly strong enemies who found the verbal onslaught harder to handle than the punches. There was one small problem, though. Spider-Man's mouth wasn't selective in its targets. Once he started talking, it wasn't just the enemies who had to suffer. His teammates were equally caught in the crossfire of quips, and once he opened his mouth, there was no stopping him. The endless barrage of jokes and comments mentally polluted everyone on the map, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Charlie spotted a target that looked like it was trying to escape a gangster in a getaway car, and his well-honed gaming instincts kicked in. Years of experience told him that this wasn't just some low-level goon. This enemy had the air of an elite mob, the kind that offered valuable experience points. There was no way Charlie was letting it get away. Spider-Man, under Charlie's control, leapt into the air with the kind of graceful athleticism only he could pull off. His figure arced against the skyline as he shot out a web, swinging effortlessly through the air like a trapeze artist. He soared above the rooftops, moving with such speed and precision that the gangsters below could hardly comprehend what was happening. With a quick flick of his wrist, Spider-Man fired a second web, and within seconds, he was soaring towards the fleeing vehicle like a rocket, his body cutting through the air with perfect accuracy. In the blink of an eye, Spider-Man landed firmly on the roof of the speeding getaway car, his feet sticking to the surface like glue. The thugs inside the vehicle were bewildered. They couldn't make sense of what Spider-Man had just done. The webs, the acrobatics, the sheer speed, it was all too much for their brains to process. As far as they were concerned, this man in tights was a supernatural force. Not only did he dodge bullets and fight like a martial arts master, but he also moved faster than any human had the right to. The thugs barely had time to react before Spider-Man was already on top of them. This guy's a real freak of nature, one of the gang members exclaimed in terror. Spider-Man's superhuman abilities shattered any hope they had of escape. From the moment he'd landed on the car, they knew they were done for. The hundreds of heavily armed men, the meticulously planned escape, it was all futile. To Spider-Man, they were already as good as dead. It was only a matter of time before he finished them off. The thugs' confidence, which had already been teetering on the edge, collapsed completely. It was like watching their collective willpower dissolve. All the bravado they'd built up was smashed into pieces, washed away like trash in a rainstorm. Just when they thought they'd reached their breaking point, something unexpected happened. A small, unassuming exclamation mark popped up on Charlie's screen. Meow. In the game, Spider-Man's spider sense triggered, alerting him to danger. But the threat wasn't what Charlie or the thugs expected. A black cat had darted in front of the speeding vehicle, presumably scavenging for food from a nearby trash can. The game prompted Charlie with a quick-time event, QTE, urging him to react fast. Unlike traditional games that hand-hold the player through every step, this game trusted its players. The action was up to them. Sure, the game offered subtle suggestions, like Batman's detective mode or inner monologues from the character, but it never forced players down a particular path. They were free to ignore prompts and do as they pleased. Charlie, trusting Spider-Man's instincts, hit the QTE button as soon as it appeared. The first prompt instructed Charlie to hit the arrow key, followed by a spacebar jump. Charlie executed the commands perfectly, and Spider-Man leapt into the air, performing a flawless backflip. As Spider-Man flipped through the air, more prompts appeared, this time highlighting the car's wheels and the driver's seat. Charlie's reflexes took over, and he quickly clicked the mouse, firing 2 perfectly aimed webs at the car's wheels. With a loud thwop, the webs hit their targets, wrapping around the speeding wheels and locking them in place. The vehicle, suddenly unable to continue forward, flipped over under the force of inertia, crashing onto its side with a violent thud. Spider-Man landed effortlessly in front of the Wildcat, and, as if it were nothing, lifted the entire overturned car above his head. The sight of it was surreal. Spider-Man stood there, holding the massive vehicle as if it weighed nothing at all. "Hey, little guy," Spider-Man quipped, looking down at the cat, "everything going okay?" The black cat meowed in response, flicking its tail before darting away into the shadows. "Wow, tough crowd," Spider-Man shrugged, still holding the car above his head as if it were a minor inconvenience. With a casual flick of his wrists, he tossed the car aside as though it were a piece of scrap metal, sending it skidding across the pavement. Behind him, the gangsters were completely frozen. They couldn't even blink as they tried to comprehend what they had just witnessed. Spider-Man had not only flipped the car, but he had also tossed it aside with the ease of crumpling a piece of paper. It was clear now that running was pointless. Fighting was out of the question. All of their hopes were completely obliterated. Charlie watched as Spider-Man ripped the driver's door off the car with barely any effort. The thug inside, who hadn't been wearing a seatbelt, had been tossed around like a rag doll during the crash. His face was bruised and swollen, and as soon as the door was ripped off, he stumbled out, shaking with fear, his hands raised in surrender. A foul smell followed him, and it was obvious he had wet himself. The bosses watching from their vantage point weren't faring much better. Though they weren't in immediate danger of soiling themselves, they were questioning everything they had planned. Who had been the genius that suggested they could take on this monster? Did someone actually think this masked man was just an ordinary person? How could they even begin to fight someone who flipped cars with his bare hands? All eyes turned to Hades, the leader of the operation, but he remained silent, glancing back at them with cold detachment. The unspoken message was clear: if we can't beat him, surrender and flee. But before any of them could move, the shadows shifted, and a figure emerged, as silent as death itself. A dark silhouette with eyes as cold and sharp as a blade stepped into view. It was Batman. The bosses, already on the verge of collapse, were now completely petrified. Overnight, the entire army of the Riverton Underground 4 was obliterated in one clean sweep. Truth be told, Charlie didn't even recognize the 4 of them at first. As far as he was concerned, they were just a group of men with a strange posture and an aura that screamed small-time boss. It wasn't until he took them down and ran a quick detective mode scan that he realized who he had just cornered. A casual scan revealed the truth, and Charlie was momentarily stunned. He hadn't known, but once the scan confirmed their identities, he was floored. Good grief. These weren't just regular thugs. They were the Riverton Underground 4, the very same 4 kings who ruled the city's underworld from the shadows. Catching all 4 of them in one go was as big a catch as one could hope for. It was the equivalent of hooking 4 great white sharks at once. There was no question that by tomorrow morning, the entire criminal world in Riverton would be in an uproar. News would travel fast, and the word on the street would be clear: the 4 kings had been brought down. The shockwave would ripple through every alley, dive bar, and safe house. Of course, the 4 kings weren't without resources. They still had deep connections, untold wealth, and powerful allies in the city. Charlie had no doubt that they'd eventually find a way out of the clutches of the FBI. The legal system could only hold them for so long, but no matter how quickly they wriggled free, the damage to their reputation would be irreparable. It wasn't just the leaders who would suffer, though. The real fallout would come for their men. Hundreds of their most loyal enforcers, gangsters, hitmen, and bodyguards had been rounded up. The muscle behind the 4 major factions was gone, taken off the streets in one swift, unexpected strike. The underworld had lost its backbone. It was impossible to pretend that such a large number of highly trained, heavily armed criminals could be arrested without serious consequences. These weren't low-level street thugs. They were the core of Riverton's criminal machine. And beyond the arrests, there was something else. Something far more chilling. The aftermath of the battle further solidified the underground world's growing fear of those masked vigilantes, particularly Batman, who seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't just the capture of the 4 kings that would send ripples of terror through Riverton, but how it had happened. The criminal world would soon learn that despite all the preparation, the dozens of elite enforcers armed to the teeth, the pre-planned ambush, the artillery that turned entire streets into war zones, it had been meaningless. The battle had been as fierce as any war, with gunshots echoing for blocks, explosions shaking buildings, and chaos reigning for a brief but intense period. Yet, the vigilantes, led by Batman, had cut through them like a hot knife through butter. It wasn't a fight. It was a massacre. The entire operation had been dismantled, almost casually, and without so much as a warning. It didn't matter how many guns the Four Kings had or how many of their best men they'd deployed. They had come prepared for war, but the war ended before it had even truly begun. To the vigilantes, this had been nothing more than routine. And when word spread about how the Four Kings had put everything on the line, about how they had rallied their best men, prepared an ambush with military-grade weapons, and yet still lost, it would ignite a terror Riverdon had never seen. What hope did the rest of them have if even the Four Kings, with all their power and resources, had fallen so easily? Rumors would run wild. Some would say the Four Kings' men hadn't stood a chance, that Batman and his allies had cut them down like they were nothing more than paper targets. Some would say the vigilantes had supernatural powers. Others would claim that Batman had used tech far beyond anything they could comprehend, turning the battlefield into his playground. One thing was certain, this battle had changed everything. Even those arrested that night, including the Four Kings themselves, began to seriously consider whether staying behind bars might actually be the safest option. For the first time in their criminal careers, they had a new fear, one that couldn't be solved with money or connections. The vigilantes weren't going away, and if Batman could do this, who knew what he might do next? It was almost laughable. Here they were, the most feared men in Riverdon, and they were genuinely wondering if life behind bars would be better. Inside the prison, they were safe. They had their brothers in arms, and they didn't have to constantly look over their shoulders. They could rest easy. But outside, it would be like walking on thin ice. The memory of that night, the fear, the chaos, the hopelessness would haunt them forever. Every time they closed their eyes, the nightmare would return. The contrast between the power of Spider-Man and his unassuming appearance only deepened the gangster's terror. His small frame and youthful energy belied his monstrous strength. Here was a hero who could scale walls, flip cars, and dodge bullets with ease. And yet, he looked so ordinary. That was what scared them the most. Spider-Man's powers, while perfect for climbing and sneaking around, had transformed in Charlie's hands into something far more terrifying. With his 20-ton strength and almost supernatural reflexes, Spider-Man wasn't just an agile scout. He was a weapon, a powerhouse that could smash through any defense. If Batman was the cunning mastermind, the Slytherin of Charlie's lineup, then Spider-Man was his Gryffindor, a bold, reckless, and unstoppable force, tearing through anything that stood in his way. But in truth, Charlie hadn't been targeting the Four Kings specifically. He wasn't on some grand mission to bring down Riverdon's underworld. He was simply a gamer, testing out a new hero, and looking for something, anything to punch. The Four Kings and their army of thugs just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. If the Four Kings did decide to stay locked up, Charlie might even feel a pang of disappointment. After all, catching the four biggest sharks in the pond all at once wasn't exactly ideal. He had wiped out the most valuable targets in one go. The criminal ecosystem in Riverdon was thrown completely out of balance, and Charlie knew that finding new opponents wouldn't be as easy. If Riverdon's criminals collectively decided to clean up their acts and retire from crime, Charlie might have to get creative in finding new adversaries to take down. After spending some time testing out Spider-Man's abilities, the night had fully descended. Charlie ordered some takeout, finished his meal, and returned to his computer. It was time to focus on the real business. The 9th Special Service Division's Sky Fortress had been breached the previous night. Charlie had always been skeptical of the security there, but even he hadn't expected it to be breached so easily. A group of psychopaths had broken in as if the place had no defenses at all. Intrigued, Charlie had used Batman's backdoor into the system to investigate. What he found shocked him. There was a mole, a traitor within the ranks of the division. And to Charlie's surprise, that mole was none other than Melanie Chase, someone he had encountered multiple times before. He hadn't expected that. Melanie had been playing both sides all along, deceiving everyone. But the biggest surprise wasn't Melanie's betrayal, it was that something had been stolen from the fortress during the breach. The 9th Division had immediately raised the security clearance on whatever had been taken. The level of secrecy surrounding the stolen item skyrocketed overnight. It seemed that whoever had stolen it hadn't just swiped some minor trinket. Whatever it was, it had significance far beyond what anyone initially thought. Curious, Charlie dug deeper into the division's records. All he could find was a single serial number, a 086. What it referred to, though, was still a mystery. The database had no further information. Charlie made a decision. If he wanted to find out what a 086 was and why it was so important, he'd have to visit the division's mothership himself. And if he was going to make the trip, he might as well make it worth his while, perhaps secure a lifetime VIP membership at the 9th Special Service Division while he was at it. He wasn't in a rush, though. After all, he'd spent the evening testing out new heroes, and the night was still young. It wasn't fully dark yet, and the night belonged to Batman. Sneaking around in broad daylight in a black suit just seemed disrespectful. Besides, the 9th Division, despite its flaws, had an impressive logistics team. The Sky Fortress that had been downed the previous night was already back in the sky, resuming its mysterious journey. Dr. Hines, who had been so confident in the fortress's defenses, was sweating bullets after the breach. Fortunately for him, the chairman seemed to believe the real problem had been the mole, not the security systems. Still, Commander Ross had visited Dr. Hines, subtly pointing out that the security system needed a full overhaul. The mole may have been the root of the issue, but the fact that the alarm system had been disabled without anyone noticing? That was a flaw they couldn't ignore. Not long after the fortress resumed flight, Dr. Hines reassured the chairperson, "Don't worry. The system has been upgraded both hardware and software. It may look the same on the outside, but inside, it's a completely new system." He puffed out his chest and added with pride, "I guarantee that nothing like last time will happen again. Not even a senior detective or an insider would be able to disarm the system." Realizing he may have said too much, Dr. Hines quickly backtracked. "I mean, it's perfectly secure. Not even a mosquito could get in." Meanwhile, on the other side of the fortress, an electronic door slid open with a faint beep. The system had been hacked, and Batman slipped through the opening silently. His landing in the empty hallway was as quiet as a shadow, and the door closed behind him without a sound. Batman's stealth was so understated and effective, it was almost boring in its simplicity. No one noticed. No alarms were raised. He was already inside. Agent Ivan Petrov, after completing yet another routine inspection, walked back through the sleek, sterile corridors of the 9th Special Service Division's mothership. The hum of the ship's engines resonated faintly beneath his feet, the cold metal walls gleaming under the artificial lights. Since the day he had crushed the parasitic entity that had separated from his body, Ivan's life had been filled with endless tests, both physical and psychological. His body, though seemingly normal on the outside, had become a subject of great interest. Every few days, he was required to return to the mothership for routine checkups. And then there was Professor Miyazaki, the old trickster, who would call him at random times to run even more tests. Lately, Miyazaki had opened a new file specifically for Ivan, filled with data points, detailed analyses, and endless hypotheses about his condition. Today's return to the mothership, however, wasn't for one of those ability tests that Miyazaki loved so much. No, today was even worse. It was a psychological evaluation. A series of mind-numbing questions meant to assess his mental state, which left Ivan bored out of his skull. It was the kind of test that had him wondering if falling asleep halfway through would affect his results. By the time he finished, his mind felt as heavy as a lead weight. As soon as he stepped into his office, the first thing Ivan did was pull out a cigarette from his jacket pocket. With a flick of his lighter, the cigarette glowed, and he took a long, satisfying drag. Exhaling slowly, he sank into his recliner, crossing his legs and letting his body relax for the first time that day. The faint smell of tobacco filled the room, mixing with the cold, sterile air of the mothership. "Smoking on an aircraft isn't the best habit," came a low, gravelly voice from behind him. Ivan flinched, nearly jumping out of his seat. His reflexes kicked in before his mind could process what had just happened. His body tensed, his muscles coiling like springs, ready to react to any danger. But when he turned, he saw Batman standing there, shrouded in shadows, like a ghost that had materialized out of thin air. His cape billowed ever so slightly, his figure blending with the dim lighting of the room. Despite himself, Ivan's heart skipped a beat. Even after all this time, Batman still had the ability to surprise him. The man's presence was practically otherworldly, silent, unpredictable, always watching. "You," Ivan began, his voice still shaky from the sudden adrenaline rush. "What are you doing here?" Ivan knew Batman was infamous for his ability to slip in and out of places unseen, but this was different. This was the 9th Special Service Division's mothership, one of the only 5 such aircraft carriers in the world, and widely regarded as the safest place on Earth. Sure, the ship had been compromised recently, but even so, the security system was online now. It should have been impenetrable. Yet here Batman stood, having entered without triggering a single alarm. But Ivan wasn't a stranger to Batman's methods. He quickly composed himself, letting the initial shock wash away. With a smirk, he leaned back in his recliner, taking another leisurely puff from his cigarette. "Dr. Hines said today that they've upgraded every part of the mothership's security system," Ivan said, exhaling smoke lazily. He assured everyone that no one could get in this time. "Guess I'll have to tell him he was wrong." His smirk widened as he gestured to the room around them. "So, tell me, how did you get in here? Did we leave a vent unsealed? Or maybe you slipped in through the ductwork? You know what, don't answer that. I don't really want to know." He waved his hand dismissively, his tone playful, though his eyes remained curious. Ivan always had a habit of teasing Batman, poking fun at the serious, brooding figure. "I'm guessing you had everything turned off before you strolled in. Monitoring equipment, sensors, the works. But aren't you worried I'll just call security and have you arrested? After all, I'm still an agent of the 9th, and you." Ivan paused for effect, taking another drag before blowing out the smoke. "Are just a lunatic in a bat costume who snuck into our headquarters." He met Batman's intense gaze, half expecting some sort of comeback. Instead, Batman remained stone-faced, his cold eyes never wavering. Behind the mask, Charlie Cooper suppressed a small chuckle at Ivan's banter, but Batman's stoic image remained intact. "Something was stolen from the 9th Division last night," Batman said, his voice deep and measured. "Evidence a 086. What do you know about it?" Ivan's playful smirk didn't fade, but there was a glint of seriousness in his eyes as he heard the mention of the stolen evidence. He took another puff from his cigarette, exhaling slowly. "Why don't you just use your magical little bat computer and check our servers? They're 1 floor down. Take a left at the B3 sector, and you'll find them at the end of the corridor. Everything you need is right there," he said, half joking. But his smile faltered as he saw the intensity in Batman's gaze. Wait, you didn't already hack into the server, did you? Batman's response was as cold and direct as ever. The server only has basic information, the location where evidence A086 was found, along with some test data. There's no information on what it's used for or why someone would want to steal it. Ivan blinked, then looked down at his watch. When he raised his eyes back to Batman, his expression was one of disbelief. The mothership took off half an hour ago, he said in a tone that was equal parts confusion and awe. Are you telling me you snuck in, hacked our server, and got back up here in half an hour? Charlie, still in full Batman mode, remained silent, but on the inside, he found Ivan's reaction amusing. Half an hour? More like a few minutes, Charlie thought to himself. As for hacking the server, it had been child's play. The system had folded like a deck of cards, and the firewall had barely put up a fight. If Ivan thought the Ninth's security was cutting edge, he clearly didn't understand what kind of tech Batman had access to. Exhibit A086, Batman repeated, his tone unchanging. What is it for? Why would anyone want it? Ivan leaned back in his chair, taking a long, thoughtful drag of his cigarette. After a pause, he exhaled and said, if you want to know about that, you're asking the wrong guy. I don't know. He paused, then added with a slight shrug, or maybe I should say no one knows. His playful demeanor faded, replaced by something more serious. The information you found on the server, that's all we have. It's just a brick. A weird-looking one, sure, but still just a brick. It wasn't even a secret. A lot of agents saw it sitting in storage. Ivan took another puff of his cigarette, his brow furrowing slightly as he continued. It was dug up and handed over to the 9th Division as evidence of infection, but Miyazaki tested it and confirmed it wasn't dangerous. It's a Category 3 artifact. Category 3, Batman echoed. Ivan nodded. Yeah, it's classified as something with characteristics similar to an infection source, but not actually dangerous. We've had plenty of items like that come through our doors. Some of them are just everyday objects that happen to be near an infection site. Most of them end up gathering dust in storage. But clearly, someone cares about this one, Batman said, his voice as sharp as ever. Yeah, but for the life of me, I can't imagine why, Ivan replied, running a hand through his hair. To me, it's just a fancy brick. I don't see what else it could be used for. He paused for a moment, his brow furrowing. If there's anything special about it, it's that it was retrieved by Link during his last mission. Link? Batman asked, the name clearly unfamiliar to him. Ivan chuckled. Ah, so there's something you don't know after all. He flicked the ash from his cigarette into the tray beside him. Link used to be the captain of the Security Bureau's operations team, back before the 9th Division existed. The guy was a legend. Everyone looked up to him. He was like a living legend, the poster boy for every young agent. Ivan's expression darkened slightly. But then, one day, he betrayed us. Betrayed. Batman's voice remained level, but the intensity in his eyes was undeniable. Yeah, no one knows why, Ivan said with a heavy sigh. It happened during an excavation mission. He killed all of his colleagues on site and then disappeared, just like that. The Security Bureau was reorganized into the 9th Division after that, but no one's seen or heard from him since. He's still the #1 name on our most wanted list. And this artifact was something he recovered before his disappearance? Batman asked. Ivan nodded. Yep. It's been sitting in storage ever since. No one's figured out what it's for. But now, for some reason, someone wants it. As Ivan spoke, something else clicked in his mind. By the way, we've identified the group behind the attack on the mothership yesterday. They call themselves the Dead. The Dead, Batman repeated, the words sinking in. Yeah, we don't have much information on them yet, but we traced the plane they used. It's a 10-year-old water snake jet, funded by a company called Sloan Technology. Sloan Technology, Batman repeated, mentally filing the name away for further investigation. Ivan took another long drag from his cigarette. We've sent agents to check the company out, but so far, we've come up empty. Still, my gut tells me there's something fishy about them. Ivan flicked his cigarette butt into the ashtray and reached for a new one, lighting it with ease. Look, Bat, I'm not giving you this information for free. I know you're going to dig deeper into this, and when you do, I've got one condition. You take me with you? He took a drag, smoke curling around him, before adding, we do this together. But when he looked up, Batman was gone. The shadows in the room had swallowed him whole, leaving Ivan alone once more. Ivan blinked, then let out a long, exasperated sigh. He leaned back into his chair and muttered to himself. Figures, abandoning Ivan, Batman slipped out of the room and headed toward the exit he had prepared beforehand. Every movement was precise. As he moved, the flickering lights of the corridor cast long shadows, but none of them caught his sleek silhouette. With the combination of detective mode and his universal decryptor, Batman moved undetected through what was supposed to be the safest place in the world. Surveillance systems, guards, sensors, none of it posed a challenge. He had neutralized it all on his way in and now had complete freedom to exit without raising a single alarm. As Batman passed by an office, his enhanced auditory sensors picked up a conversation from within. The voice was confident, yet there was an edge of uncertainty creeping through. I'm telling you, there's no security breach. No way. Everything's running perfectly this time. I guarantee it. There's no chance of a mistake, or else I'll eat well. In any case, it's impossible. Charlie, controlling Batman, immediately recognized the voice as Dr. Hines. The scientist, it seemed, was desperately trying to reassure someone, perhaps himself, that everything was fine. At that moment, Charlie understood why Yvonne had been so eager to see Dr. Heinz's face when confronted with the reality that Batman had infiltrated the mothership undetected. The temptation to kick down the door and surprise the doctor was strong. Charlie could almost picture the look of disbelief on Dr. Heinz's face, his calm facade crumbling in real time. Of course, it was just a passing thought. Charlie wasn't about to waste time indulging his sense of humor, especially not now. There would be other opportunities to mess with the doctor later. After all, this fortress, which Dr. Heinz regarded as impenetrable, was rapidly becoming Batman's revolving door. I wonder how long it'll take for him to have a complete breakdown once he realizes how easily I come and go, Charlie mused. Finally reaching the exit he had preset, Batman paused. The electronic door lock was already under his control. A simple command from the mobile computer mounted on his gauntlet, and the door silently slid open. Waiting outside, the Batfighter hovered in the night, cloaked in invisibility and silence. Dr. Heinz had boldly claimed that no aircraft could escape the radar of the 9th Division's mothership. But that was only because he was operating within the confines of conventional technology. The Batfighter, on the other hand, was anything but conventional. Its entire body was coated with the most advanced anti-radar material known to the DC universe, designed to scatter radar waves and render it invisible to even the most advanced tracking systems. Wayne Enterprises spared no expense in the design of the Batfighter. Charlie, as Batman, had made sure of that. Add a touch of proprietary Wayne Blacktech, and even the most sophisticated military radar systems around the globe wouldn't pick up its presence. To top it off, Batman had once borrowed an invisibility enchantment from Wonder Woman, ensuring that not even Kryptonian eyes or alien technology could spot the Batfighter when it was in stealth mode. Masterful ninja-level stealth, paired with high-level hacking, and a plane designed to deceive even extraterrestrial forces, it was no wonder the 9th Division's security had crumbled so easily. Even as Charlie executed Batman's turn-back maneuver with his usual finesse, Ivan's offer still lingered in his mind. Yet, there was no intention to form a team with him anytime soon. What would that even look like? Batman and some guy tagging along? Not a chance. Besides, Yvonne was hardly sidekick material, not anymore. More importantly, controlling Batman remotely while coordinating with a partner on the field would only complicate matters. Heroes like Batman were meant to work solo. The next stop was Sloan Technology. The Batfighter cut through the night sky, its engines silent, invisible to any prying eyes below. When Batman reached his destination, he leapt from the hovering craft, spreading his cape wide to catch the wind. Gliding down silently through the darkened streets below, he used his grappling gun to latch onto a nearby skyscraper, pulling himself to its roof with ease. From this vantage point, Batman could clearly see the building he intended to infiltrate. Sloan Technology. The structure was sleek and modern, its glass reflecting the city's lights. But beneath its polished exterior, Batman knew there were secrets worth uncovering. As was his custom, Batman began by scanning the building's layout from multiple angles. Moving between shadowy ledges, he scoped out every inch of the structure. His movements were a blur of precision, silent, quick, unseen. Through detective mode, he mapped the entire building within moments, taking note of guard positions, patrol routes, and potential entry points. For a technology company, the security was surprisingly tight. While it wasn't quite 3 steps, 1 post, 5 steps, another, it was still impressive. There were security guards stationed on every floor, and patrols roamed regularly. Each guard was alert, scanning their surroundings with hawk-like focus. They weren't the usual distracted rent-a cops. They seemed almost paranoid, as if they expected trouble at any moment. Batman noted the high level of professionalism, especially from the guards at the main entrance. One of them had his eyes locked on every passerby, studying their movements like they were potential threats. Inside the building, the patrolling guards never lingered too long in one place, and their routes were carefully timed. It all seemed strangely meticulous for a tech company. Still, as impressive as the security was, it wasn't enough to deter Batman. This wasn't a military base. The sheer number of people coming and going made it impossible to maintain airtight control. More curious were the lights on in several offices. Despite the late hour, employees were still working, even though it was well past closing time. People working this late? It's like they never leave, Charlie thought, remembering the classic line, "Have you ever seen the city at 4 a.m?" Except here, it wasn't just the city, it was Sloan Technology itself that never seemed to sleep. Either these people are dedicated beyond reason or something else is keeping them here. As Batman scanned the building, detective mode highlighted a suspicious area at the top of the structure. Charlie raised an eyebrow. At first, he couldn't see anything particularly unusual about it. But then it hit him, Batman had knowledge in fields Charlie couldn't even begin to grasp. With multiple doctorates under his belt, Bruce Wayne had studied everything from criminology to structural engineering. Charlie, on the other hand, would have been lost if someone handed him the blueprints to this building. Batman must have noticed something unusual in the building's design, perhaps an imbalance in the structure. It wasn't obvious to the untrained eye, but for someone like Batman, it stood out like a beacon. Despite the security, Batman infiltrated the building with relative ease. His movements were fluid, every step calculated and silent. The guards were none the wiser. The company had installed advanced sensors, rarer than most found on the market, but they posed no real threat. At most, they added an extra layer of security that Batman neutralized in seconds. After bypassing the sensors and disabling the surveillance systems, he made his way to the top floor, where the detective mode had flagged something suspicious. Batman entered the chairman's office through the air ducts, landing softly on the plush, gray carpet. The room was elegantly decorated, with Sloan Technologies' signature colors red and gray prominently displayed in the furnishings and decor. The office radiated power and authority, from the sleek desk to the minimalist design that screamed wealth and efficiency. But Batman wasn't interested in the aesthetics. What caught his attention was the entire wall on the far side of the office, which seemed to glow faintly under detective mode's enhanced view. Batman scanned the wall, and the results came back almost instantly. The floor in this room is slightly offset, Batman muttered. There's an imbalance in the structure, most likely caused by uneven weight distribution. There's something hidden behind this wall. Charlie blinked, briefly impressed. Did he figure that out from the floor? But then again, compared to the 3D crime scene recreation Batman was capable of, this was a minor feat. Further analysis revealed that the wall was filled with lead, a material that was commonly used in the DC universe to block all kinds of scans. Even Kryptonian X-ray vision couldn't penetrate it. Normal scanning methods wouldn't be able to reveal what was behind the wall, but Batman had other tools at his disposal. Reaching into his utility belt, Batman retrieved a compact cylindrical device. The sleek black casing bore the bat symbol, and it hummed to life as he activated it. A pale blue laser shot out from the tip, slicing through the wall like butter. Charlie couldn't help but notice that the laser traced the shape of a bat symbol. Does everything have to be a bat? He wondered, amused by Batman's insistence on branding. Wouldn't a circle be faster? Within moments, the wall gave way, crumbling to reveal a hidden room. Batman stepped through the opening into what was unmistakably a woman's room. The signs were obvious. There was a vanity set up against one wall, filled with makeup and personal items. Clothes, distinctly feminine, hung neatly in the wardrobe. The air smelled faintly of perfume, a stark contrast to the sterile, corporate atmosphere outside. But what immediately caught Batman's attention was the uniform draped casually over a chair near the dresser. It was a 9th Special Service Division uniform. Charlie's pulse quickened. Jackpot. In this highly secure company, a hidden room located in the chairman's office, and inside it, a uniform belonging to the 9th Division. It was too much to be a coincidence. Was the chairman complicit in hiding someone? Was there a darker connection between Sloan and the 9th Division? There were more questions than answers, but the clues were already starting to pile up. Detective mode activated again, revealing several more points of interest scattered throughout the room. Each one represented something worth investigating. Charlie's gaze drifted back to the 9th Division uniform. If nothing else, it proved that whoever had been living here had direct ties to the 9th Division. There were additional clues, small details, fragments of evidence left behind. A single footprint on the floor stood out, a sign that the room's occupant had been here recently. Batman scanned the shoe print, and detective mode began analyzing it, reconstructing the person's height, build, and likely physical characteristics. Within moments, a 3D model of the individual was generated, standing in the room before him. Charlie compared the model to the information he had. The height, build, and other details matched with startling accuracy. It was Melanie Chase. As Batman completed the scan, detective mode highlighted a stray hair on the floor. It would be easy to conduct a DNA scan and confirm her identity for certain. But just as Batman initiated the scan, the system flashed an urgent warning. A red exclamation mark appeared on the screen, indicating imminent danger. Boom! A deafening explosion ripped through the room. Flames erupted from the walls, engulfing the space in an instant. The shockwave sent debris flying, and the force of the blast slammed into Batman, throwing him off his feet. Many years ago, a gap was chiseled into the eternal darkness. From within, a single beam of light sliced through the black void, piercing the silent abyss like a blade cutting through the fabric of time. There was a dull thud as the heavy stone slab, centuries old, shifted and was pulled away from the outside. Dust filled the air as the light struck ancient stone steps, bathing them in a glow they hadn't seen in millennia. The silence that had reigned in the chamber for ages was shattered by the clinking sounds of armor and heavy footsteps. A group of figures, clad in full combat gear and gas masks, entered the forgotten space. Their flashlights cut through the shadows, casting long beams into the depths, illuminating what had been sealed away for so long. The team immediately began conducting tests: air quality, structural integrity, and the presence of any biological dangers. They moved with military precision, checking for lethal gases, unstable structures, and other hazards that could turn their mission into a death sentence. After completing the initial tests, one of the team leaders pressed his earpiece, his voice crackling through the static. "This is Link. The area is secure. No issues. Let the archaeologists proceed." These weren't just any soldiers, they were elite special agents, part of a highly secretive organization. Their job was to be the first ones in, to clear the path for those who would follow: the scientists, the researchers, the ones who needed protection. The agents were trained for this, prepared for the unknown dangers that lurked in such ancient places. The team activated a compact sonar device designed specifically for exploring ancient ruins and tombs. This small, unassuming box had the power to demystify what had taken centuries to conceal. With it, they could map out the entire underground structure, identifying traps, hidden chambers, and labyrinthine corridors that the original builders had worked so hard to hide. A low hum vibrated through the chamber as the sonar waves expanded outward, creeping into every nook and cranny of the ruins. It was as if the tomb had given up its secrets willingly. The invisible power of technology rendered the darkness irrelevant, forcing the hidden palace to reveal its true form. As the structure was mapped out on their screens, abstract lines and geometric patterns formed a massive and complex space, much larger than anyone had anticipated. Several agents, seasoned though they were, gasped audibly at the sight. The image on the sonar screen defied logic. Even the most experienced among them, who had seen their share of ancient ruins and forgotten cities, were stunned by the enormity and complexity of what lay beneath their feet. "It's massive," someone whispered, the awe in their voice unmistakable. "And it's complex," another agent added, scanning the screen in disbelief. "I've never seen anything like this. It doesn't match any architectural style from any known civilization. It doesn't even look like human work," someone else murmured, their voice thick with unease. "That's because it's not," came Link's calm, authoritative voice. "Captain," one of the agents asked, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Link didn't respond. In fact, they realized he had retreated back toward the entrance at some point, his figure now half hidden in the shadows. His back was turned to them, and without a word, he removed the heavy pack from his shoulders and tossed it into the center of the group. The growing tension in the room was palpable. Some of the agents began to exchange uneasy glances, sensing that something was very wrong. "Captain, what are you doing?" one of them asked, concern creeping into their voice. Then, they saw it. Link was holding a small, sleek device in his hand. It was metallic black, with a single red button glinting ominously on its surface. Every eye in the room was glued to the device, the air thick with confusion and rising dread. Before anyone could react, Link pressed the button. Boom! In an instant, fire engulfed the chamber, consuming everything in its path. The roar of the explosion drowned out any screams, and the once secure tomb turned into a death trap. Years later. Present day. Boom! The deafening explosion shattered the quiet of the night. A shockwave tore through the Sloan Technology building, blasting out windows and sending debris raining down onto the street below. Flames exploded from the upper floors, lighting up the dark sky as half of the building was consumed in fire. From a distance, it looked like a blazing beacon, hundreds of meters tall, casting an orange glow over the surrounding city. Standing on the rooftop of a building across the street, a man held a pair of binoculars, his attention fixed on the burning wreckage. His expression was one of satisfaction, his gaze unblinking as he watched the inferno grow, the fire licking at the sky like the tongue of a hungry beast. He remained there for several minutes, his eyes scanning the upper floors of the Sloan building. There were no signs of movement, no survivors. No Batman. He pulled out his phone, still watching as flames devoured the building's remains. His voice was calm, self-assured. "Yeah, I've been watching. No one made it out. Batman is finished." He spoke a few more words, his tone casual, then pocketed the phone. Turning to leave, he stopped abruptly, his blood running cold. In the shadows, standing perfectly still, was Batman. The Dark Knight had been there all along, silently watching, patiently waiting. He had even given the man the courtesy of finishing his phone call before revealing his presence. Fuck. The man's face twisted in shock and fear. His hand flew to his side, reaching for his gun, but before he could draw, a bat-shaped projectile zipped through the air, striking the gun and sending it clattering to the ground. Desperate, the man lunged forward, throwing a punch with all the strength and speed he could muster. But his movements were wild, uncoordinated. To Batman, they were easy to predict and just as easy to avoid. "Infected," Batman noted clinically as he sidestepped the blow. The man had some enhancements, but not enough. Batman shifted his weight and pivoted just as the man threw a second punch. The attack missed again, and this time, Batman moved diagonally, forcing the man to stumble forward. The attacker growled in frustration and attempted to spin into a backhanded strike. But before he could complete the motion, Batman's outstretched boot met his shin, tripping him. The man fell forward with an awkward yelp, crashing to the ground face first in a graceless heap. Before the man could even think of getting up, Batman acted. With a flick of his wrist, a string of multi-ball traps flew from his hand, wrapping around the man's arms and legs, binding him tightly. The man wriggled and flailed on the ground like a fish out of water, but no matter how much he struggled, he couldn't break free. In a nearby alley, the sound of an engine roared to life. A white sedan peeled out of the shadows, tires screeching as it drifted onto the main road. The car sped off, weaving through traffic as the driver floored the accelerator. They were making their escape. Inside the car, two men sat, both tense. The driver gripped the wheel, his knuckles white as he tried to control the vehicle at high speed. He pulled out his phone, dialing a number as they raced away from Sloan Technology. "We've been made," he spat into the phone. Batman caught the observer. "He's done for. We're getting out of here now." He broke off mid-sentence, something catching his eye. From the corner of his vision, he noticed people on the sidewalks. They had all stopped, their heads turned upward, their faces frozen in expressions of shock and confusion. Several of them pointed, their eyes wide as they stared at something behind the car. Even the man in the passenger seat leaned out of the window, craning his neck to see what was happening. "What the hell is that?" he exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. The driver, against his better judgment, glanced in the rearview mirror and what he saw made his heart stop. Swinging through the air, gracefully and impossibly fast, was a figure. It was dressed in red and blue, a blur of motion as it leaped between buildings, using thin strands of webbing to propel itself forward. With every swing, the figure gained more speed, arcing high above the street before plummeting downward with the force of gravity, accelerating with an unnatural momentum. It was like watching a human-shaped missile, hurtling through the sky with the precision of a hawk diving for prey. The sight was surreal, almost otherworldly. It was as if reality had been warped, and they were being pursued by something from a sci-fi movie. The driver's breath hitched in his throat, his hands trembling on the wheel. He snapped his gaze back to the road, trying to regain control of his racing heart. "Why are you just sitting there?" he screamed at his passenger. "Shoot him." The man in the passenger seat fumbled for his gun, his hands shaking as he loaded the clip. Squinting through the window, he tried to aim at the figure rapidly closing in on them. But the target was moving too fast, swinging between buildings in an unpredictable, almost dance-like rhythm. Hitting something moving that fast was nearly impossible. In the end, the man could only fire blindly, sending a spray of bullets into the air. But Spider-Man's spider sense kicked in, and every single shot missed its mark. The bullets flew harmlessly into the night sky as Spider-Man continued his pursuit, unfazed and uninjured. The driver, barely holding the wheel steady, realized his phone was still connected. The person on the other end was shouting for an update. "I don't know what the hell is happening," the driver yelled, his voice frantic. "We're being chased by some circus freak like Tarzan on steroids? He's swinging faster than we can drive." There was a pause on the other end, and then a confused response. "What? Yes, I'm awake. I know what I'm seeing." A few minutes later, the two men who had tried to flee found themselves bound tightly by Spider-Man's webs and unceremoniously thrown back onto the rooftop alongside the third one, who had already been caught by Batman. Despite all three being infected, their infection levels were still low, just enough to influence their behavior but not so severe as to warrant lethal measures. If the 9th Special Service Division could retrieve them quickly enough, they might still be able to save their lives. Sloan Technology had been under the scrutiny of the 9th Special Service Division for days, and the sudden explosion at their building would not go unnoticed. Special agents would already be en route, storming the scene to assess the damage and secure the area. But Batman, as always, worked faster. For now, the Dark Knight had enough time to extract the information he needed from these low-level pawns. With their infection being mild, the three thugs could still feel pain, something Batman exploited fully. Combined with the terror they'd experienced in their failed attempts to escape, it didn't take long for the trio to crack. After receiving a few expertly placed fractures and a terrifying bungee jumping simulation courtesy of Batman's grappling hook, they spilled every bit of information they had. Their confession was almost pitiful in its simplicity. They were members of a local gang, hired for a job that they hadn't fully understood. Their task had been straightforward: keep watch on the secret entrance to the office of Sloan Technology's chairman. The moment the secret door was activated, they were to detonate explosives that had been planted there beforehand. Their infection, they explained, had come about recently, likely as part of a plan by their mysterious messenger, a person they had never met. Their infection was light but enough to keep them pliable and obedient to orders. This messenger had ensured they would follow instructions without question, though they were clearly no more than disposable pawns in a larger scheme. Unfortunately for Batman, the three had no further details about the identity of this so-called messenger. They did have a phone number they used to receive orders, but after checking, Batman found the number had already been cancelled. The trail was cold. These small-time criminals were nothing more than a dead end, but there was still someone who could provide more answers: Sloan, the chairman of Sloan Technology. Batman's next task was to locate Sloan, but that was easier said than done. The chairman wasn't at home, nor was he in his office. His phone had been turned off, and he had seemingly vanished. But to Batman, no one stays hidden for long. Using advanced tracking systems and surveillance, Batman quickly identified Sloan's car, tracing it to a high-end resort located in the suburbs. It didn't take long for Batman to arrive at the luxury villa, where Sloan was staying. The opulence of the surroundings was in stark contrast to the criminal underworld Batman often dealt with, an elegant and expensive facade hiding darker activities within. Moving swiftly through the resort grounds, Batman located Sloan's private suite. Through the window, he could see Sloan inside, the chairman completely oblivious to the imminent confrontation. When Batman finally entered the room, the sight that greeted him was almost laughable. Sloan, the chairman who wielded so much power and influence, was in bed with a striking blonde woman. Their tangled limbs and awkward positioning indicated that the two had been thoroughly preoccupied. To Charlie Cooper, watching from behind Batman's eyes, the situation was far too amusing to ignore. Of course, they're probably learning biology, he thought sarcastically, referencing the bizarre positions they had found themselves in. The entry of the Dark Knight into the room was swift and merciless, and its effect on Sloan was immediate. The once proud chairman, with all his wealth and authority, suddenly became nothing more than a frightened man. His waist, which had been ready to unleash a burst of energy moments before, contracted with fear, leaving him limp and terrified. The woman, who had been so full of life just seconds earlier, now screamed and jumped from the bed, retreating to the corner of the room with the sheets pulled tightly around her body. She trembled as her chest heaved with frightened breaths. Batman's facial recognition scan revealed her as nothing more than a high-class escort arranged by the resort. She was of no interest to him. Ignoring her completely, Batman strode over to Sloan, who had barely managed to get out of bed before Batman's fist met his face. The punch was swift, efficient, and powerful, knocking Sloane unconscious in an instant. Batman didn't bother with pleasantries. He grabbed the limp body of the chairman and dragged him out of the room without a word. When Sloane finally regained consciousness, he found himself in a nightmarish situation. He was hanging upside down from a cliff, suspended by nothing more than a thin rope tied around his ankles. The world spun disorientingly around him, and the only thing keeping him from plunging into the abyss below was Batman's grasp on the rope. Above him, the full moon cast a cold, silver light, illuminating the rocky cliffs and the vast, bottomless chasm below. The clouds swirled ominously beneath him, making it impossible to gauge just how far he would fall if Batman let go. Sloane screamed, his body jerking as panic set in. The fear consumed him. Despite his wealth, despite his power, despite everything he had built, none of it mattered in the face of Batman. He kicked his legs, his body flailing helplessly as his fear grew. To Charlie, still safely seated in front of his screen, it was almost comical how utterly pathetic Sloane looked, dangling there like a worm on a hook. But it was effective. Fear was always Batman's greatest tool. TL note, he should still be in his birthday suit. Suo. I don't think he's the only thing dangling. Wink wink. Batman crouched at the edge of the cliff, the hem of his black cape fluttering in the wind. His figure, silhouetted against the moon, looked monstrous, like a creature of the night come to devour its prey. Talk, Batman growled, his voice low and dangerous. Sloane's eyes bulged with terror. He could feel his heart pounding in his chest, his pulse deafening in his ears. I'll tell you anything, just ask. I can give you money, anything you want. Charlie couldn't help but roll his eyes. Really? That's it? This guy has no backbone at all, he thought. How is this even fun if he doesn't put up any resistance? Apparently, Batman felt the same. Without a word, he released the rope. Sloane's scream pierced the night as he plummeted into the abyss, his body weightless as he fell. The sensation of freefall consumed him, his heart leaping into his throat as the ground rushed up to meet him. But just as suddenly as he had fallen, the rope tightened around his legs, snapping him back up with a brutal jolt. His entire body ached as he was yanked back up, the harsh pull on his ankles sending shockwaves of pain through him. You're going to tell me the truth, Batman said, each word carefully spaced out for maximum intimidation. If you lie, even once. The truth, I swear. Sloane sobbed, his voice cracking with desperation. He was too terrified to even contemplate lying. Why would he? His life literally hung by a thread. Batman's thread. Despite his usual swagger, Sloane was a coward through and through, and in that moment, he was willing to say anything to save himself. He babbled on, confirming what Batman already suspected. Sloane, while corrupt and immoral in many ways, was not directly involved in the infection plot. He didn't even know about the secret room in his office. You're telling me you didn't know about a hidden room in your office? Batman's tone was ice cold, his eyes boring into Sloane's. I swear, I didn't know. Sloane practically screamed. I hadn't even heard about it until you told me. At first, it sounded ridiculous, but Batman's detective mode confirmed that Sloane was telling the truth. He was genuinely ignorant of the secret compartment hidden in his own office. Suddenly, something clicked in Sloane's mind. Wait, there was a girl. A college student? Maybe she had something to do with it. Batman's eyes narrowed. What about her? She's the only one besides me who had a key to the office? Her name's Rosalie Hugh. I can give you her contact information, her address, whatever you need. It was a thin lead, but a lead nonetheless. Batman tracked down the address Sloane provided, but by the time he arrived, Rosalie was long gone. Her room was abandoned, with no signs of recent activity. Detective mode picked up a few faint traces footprints near the door, but they were days old. It was clear she had fled. Later that night, Batman returned to the Batcave. Charlie, exhausted from the night's events, finally logged out of the game. It was already 2 in the morning, and his body ached with fatigue. Before shutting down, Charlie decided to check the in-game store. Despite the lack of major bosses, he had accumulated enough points for a few pulls. Maybe I'll get something decent, he thought, though he didn't expect much. Usually, it was just low-tier junk. He hit the summon button, and to his shock, a golden glow erupted from the screen. Lightning crackled, and a blinding light burst from the B-class summoning portal. Charlie's eyes widened as the dazzling event unfolded before him. He blinked, utterly stunned. Did I just hit the jackpot? Seconds later, the doorbell rang. Confused, Charlie rose from his chair and made his way to the door. When he opened it, his breath caught in his throat. Standing there, framed by the dim hallway light, was a girl of breathtaking beauty. Her skin was flawless, her red hair cascading over her shoulders. Her features were delicate and refined, her eyes captivating. She wore an off-white skirt that hugged her curves, and her long legs, wrapped in sleek black stockings, made her look impossibly elegant. She smiled warmly at him, her hands clasped politely in front of her. Good evening, sir. My name is Friday. How may I be of service? Happiness had come unexpectedly, and Friday's arrival was no less of a shock for Charlie. To be honest, he never imagined that something as powerful as Friday, the AI assistant from the Marvel Universe, could be drawn from the game's card pool. It felt surreal. Friday, whose name was an acronym for Female Replacement Intelligence Digital Assistant, was created by Tony Stark to fill the void left after his beloved AI butler, Jarvis, had evolved into Vision. The acronym FRIDAY humorously also spelled out Friday, which was Stark's way of keeping things light-hearted, even when the responsibilities were daunting. With his massive fortune, global fame, and penchant for showing off his Iron Man armor, Stark inevitably attracted enemies from every corner of the world. This fame made his personal life vulnerable, especially his secretaries. Those who had once worked for him often had ulterior motives, whether it was greed for his money, envy of his technological prowess, or a desire for his very life. For Tony, this constant stream of betrayal and deception led to one inevitable conclusion: he would no longer employ a human secretary. The risks were too high, and he was simply too exposed. Instead, Stark decided to entrust the vital role of personal assistant to an artificial intelligence, something he could control, monitor, and improve, an AI that would never lie, cheat, or betray him. Thus, Friday was born. Friday, the next generation of artificial intelligence, was far more than just an assistant. She was a hyper-intelligent program designed to handle every facet of Tony's life, from his business and personal affairs to his responsibilities as Iron Man. After Jarvis had evolved into Vision, Friday had seamlessly taken over, handling Stark's life with the efficiency of a supercomputer and the reliability of a loyal companion. In the game's context, Charlie was shocked that something as intricate and powerful as Friday could be obtained from a random card pool. It wasn't every day you drew a super-intelligent AI from a gaming card pool. What surprised Charlie even more was that Friday, in most versions of her depiction, was typically confined to a digital interface existing solely as a voice in Tony's armor or on his computer screens. She was an intangible entity, like Jarvis before her, navigating the digital realm and providing real-time assistance through data and analytics. In some of the comics, Tony had given her a holographic form, a visually appealing projection of a young woman with striking features. But even then, she had never possessed a tangible, physical body capable of moving independently. Yet here she was, standing before him in the most lifelike form imaginable. Charlie, still in disbelief, led Friday into his living room. His mind was racing, trying to comprehend how this super-intelligent AI could exist so tangibly, standing right in front of him. Could she really be real? His curiosity got the better of him. Hesitantly, he reached out to touch her arm, unsure of what to expect. The sensation that greeted him was surprising. Her skin was soft and warm, just like that of a real person. It felt as if she were truly alive. "Sir, you're pinching my arm," Friday said gently, her tone polite and professional, yet laced with a subtle amusement. Charlie immediately let go, coughing awkwardly to cover his embarrassment. Sorry about that. I just didn't expect you to feel so real." "Are you a robot?" "You can think of it that way," she replied with a pleasant smile. "My body is made of artificial bionic skin over a mechanical skeleton. The main server hosting my consciousness is housed within me." Charlie blinked. She was a complete package, an AI housed in an android body, fully capable of interacting with the physical world. "That's incredible. You look so real, and feel real too. I thought this form might make you more comfortable," she continued, her voice smooth and unhurried. "But if you'd prefer, I can revert to a more mechanical appearance." No, this is fine," Charlie stammered, still trying to wrap his mind around the situation. It dawned on Charlie that this iteration of Friday wasn't just an AI floating in the digital ether, like in the Marvel movies. Here, she had been given a physical form, likely as a way for the game to facilitate interaction with players. After all, not everyone had Tony Stark's mansion filled with technological interfaces to house an AI. The game developers had likely simplified the process by giving her a body, one that was incredibly lifelike. He thought briefly about how Ace had evolved in the collective human imagination from being distant, cold voices, to something more human. The machine girl phenomenon had grown wildly popular over the years, with everything from android assistants to entire genres built around the concept of technology taking on a human form. This, though, felt like the ultimate realization of that fantasy. "Your physical condition is currently suboptimal, sir," Friday suddenly said, her sensors scanning him. "Your hormone levels are irregular, and I strongly recommend you get some rest." "You can scan my body too?" Charlie asked, surprised. "Yes, sir. My visual sensors are equipped with various scanning functions, and I have a health and fitness module integrated into my programming. It is bound to your profile." Her polite smile remained constant. "Of course, if you prefer, I can deactivate this module." Charlie was slightly taken aback by the idea of being constantly monitored by his AI assistant, but it was oddly comforting. At least he wouldn't have to worry about missing important health issues. No, leave it on," he replied, deciding it was probably best to have someone or something keeping track of his health. After all, his lifestyle wasn't exactly the healthiest, filled with long gaming sessions and very little sleep. Though he was excited by the surprise of having Friday by his side, the exhaustion from hours of gaming was finally catching up with him. His eyes grew heavy, and he stifled a yawn. As much as he wanted to explore the possibilities of interacting with Friday, sleep was now calling him louder than any curiosity. With a tired smile, he bade Friday good night and stumbled into his bedroom, collapsing onto the bed. It wasn't long before he drifted into sleep, but unlike most nights, his sleep wasn't peaceful. He dreamed a vivid, strange dream. In this dream, Friday wasn't just his AI assistant. She was challenging him, almost taunting him in a competition he didn't fully understand. It was as though he were caught in some strange simulation, and she was determined to win. The competition grew more intense, and in the end, Friday smiled at him, her expression teasing. "Congratulations, sir," she said sweetly. "You've surpassed 99% of users in the country. You've earned the title of 5-star fast shooter. Charlie jolted awake, heart pounding and drenched in sweat. He sat up, trying to make sense of the dream. What had just happened? His heart was racing, and it took a moment for him to calm down. He rubbed his face, feeling the weight of the strange dream still pressing on him. He shook his head and took a deep breath, realizing it was just a dream, a weird dream. But it had felt so real. As his breathing steadied, he got out of bed and made his way into the living room, his mind still foggy from sleep. But what greeted him next snapped him back to reality. A delicious aroma filled the air, and on the dining table was a perfectly set breakfast freshly prepared, with everything neatly in place. The presentation was flawless, like something out of a high-end restaurant. And there, standing beside the table, was Friday, still in her crisp, impeccable form. She turned to him with her usual warm smile. "Good morning, sir," she said, her voice as gentle as ever. "I took the liberty of preparing breakfast for you. I hope you don't mind." Charlie stood frozen for a moment, blinking in disbelief. This was real. Charlie was a bit surprised. He was still struggling to wrap his mind around it. Though he was well aware of Tony Stark's super-intelligent assistant's capabilities, he hadn't imagined that such an advanced AI could have features as practical and unexpected as culinary skills. After all, Friday was Stark's ultimate creation, a flawless combination of genius, programming, and artificial intelligence, capable of running entire businesses and managing battlefield tactics. But to see her cooking breakfast for him? That was a surprise. Though initially perplexed, Charlie found himself reasoning it out. Of course, an AI like Friday could master cooking in a matter of milliseconds if required. It was simply another skill set in her massive database of knowledge. And even if Tony Stark, with his luxury lifestyle and personal chefs, never needed Friday to cook, that didn't mean she wasn't capable of it. It was just that her talents were often reserved for tasks far beyond the kitchen. Still, when Charlie sat down to try the breakfast she had prepared, he did so with a hint of skepticism, thinking it might just be passable. But as soon as the food touched his tongue, his skepticism evaporated, and his eyes widened in delight. It was incredible, flavors perfectly balanced, textures just right. This wasn't just breakfast, it was a culinary masterpiece. "I took the liberty of analyzing your past year's consumption history, sir," Friday said calmly, standing beside him as he ate. "This included the most frequently selected restaurants, dishes you ordered, and your food preferences. Based on this data, I calculated your exact taste profile." She raised her hand, and a translucent holographic screen appeared in midair, suspended in front of Charlie. On it, detailed information about the ingredients, measurements, and even nutritional content was laid out with astonishing precision. The decimal points for each seasoning were accurate to several places, a level of detail far beyond what any human chef would bother with. It almost looked like a formula for a secret scientific experiment rather than a recipe. Charlie stared at the display, his surprise growing by the second. How did you even come up with this?" he asked, glancing between the screen and Friday. Friday smiled slightly. "My algorithm took into account all of your previous choices, analyzed the ratios of flavor combinations you've enjoyed, and I adjusted accordingly to achieve optimal satisfaction." Then, almost as an afterthought, she added, "I also included considerations for your nutritional needs, ensuring the meal provides the right balance of energy and vitamins to maintain your health." To demonstrate, Friday swiped her hand through the air, scrolling through the nutritional breakdown of the dish. As the floating screen showed Charlie a complex analysis of calories, vitamins, minerals, and protein, he couldn't help but marvel at the technology behind it all. "You can let me know if anything doesn't suit your taste, and I can adjust the recipe for future meals," she said. "No need," Charlie replied, still savoring the food. "This is perfect." He was astonished. This was beyond personalized service, this was personalized precision, tailored specifically for him. She had taken every detail into account, even those he wasn't consciously aware of. The concept of eating based on precise scientific data was something he had never considered, but now that he was experiencing it, he wondered how he had ever lived without it. Charlie leaned back, still processing everything. He'd always thought Tony Stark had it made with his life supported by high-end technology and AI assistance, but now, having experienced just a fraction of that, Charlie realized he had vastly underestimated the experience. As he enjoyed his breakfast, Friday silently approached, standing near his side. She raised her hand once again, and a new holographic screen materialized in the air before him. This time, the display showed documents, familiar ones. In fact, Charlie squinted at the screen for a moment before realizing these were the files sent to him by the 9th Special Service Division just a day ago. They were supposed to be his first assignments since joining the organization, and he had been tasked with organizing and sorting through them. His eyes widened in confusion. The documents had been meticulously categorized and arranged, with notes and summaries added to each one. It was all work he was supposed to do, but it looked like everything had already been completed. "I took the liberty of organizing your work while you were resting," Friday said calmly, her voice cutting through his astonishment. "I hope you don't mind." "Mind?" Charlie almost burst out laughing. He'd been dreading the tedious task, putting it off in favor of lazing around and procrastinating as long as he could. But now, his work was already done. He felt like he had just won the lottery. "Mind? No, not at all." Charlie grinned widely. "You have no idea how much this means to me. It was every slacker's dream come true to wake up and find all their work miraculously finished. And here it was, delivered to him on a silver platter by none other than Friday, his AI assistant. By the way, I noticed you have some homework due for your online substitute class, Friday continued. I downloaded the assignment document from your course group chat. The screen in front of Charlie flickered, opening a new folder. Inside was a file titled with his name, class, and student number, a perfectly formatted assignment ready to be submitted. Charlie blinked in disbelief. Friday had not only completed his office work but had also finished his homework. It was formatted, named, and prepared for submission, and all he had to do was nod his approval for it to be sent. If I'm being too presumptuous, or if there are tasks you'd prefer to do yourself, just let me know, Friday said, her polite tone unwavering. Charlie chuckled again, this time more softly. No, this is absolutely fine. The truth was, he couldn't have imagined a better scenario. Not only was his work done for him, but it had been completed flawlessly and far more efficiently than he could have managed himself. It was a dream. He never knew he had to have an assistant who could handle every little detail of his life, leaving him free to enjoy himself. As he continued to eat, Charlie realized just how much he had underestimated the convenience of having an AI assistant. Stark must have had it made, but now, Charlie was beginning to understand the sheer luxury of it firsthand. Friday, unlike Jarvis, wasn't just an AI but a combination of secretary, assistant, and caretaker. She could anticipate needs, solve problems before they even appeared, and keep everything running smoothly without Charlie having to lift a finger. It was a level of support and convenience that most people couldn't even dream of, let alone experience. Just as he was finishing the last bite of his meal, Friday was already cleaning up, and a thought crossed Charlie's mind. If she could do all this, maybe he could take things a step further? Maybe, ask her to change into a maid outfit for the full experience? He smirked slightly at the thought. But before he could voice his cheeky suggestion, a sudden realization hit him. Wait. If Friday had access to his files and internet data, that meant she could also access his hard drive. His face paled slightly. Friday? Charlie asked, his voice hesitant. Friday paused from tidying the dishes and turned her head toward him, her expression polite and attentive. Yes, sir. Did you, by any chance, see my hard drive? Yes, sir. I've scanned all your files, including your hard drive, Friday replied. Her tone was polite, but then something unexpected happened. She smiled, just slightly, and there was a playful twinkle in her eyes. But don't worry, your study materials are safe, as is your browsing history. She even winked. Charlie's face went from pale to flushed in seconds. Elsewhere, in a dimly lit room shrouded in shadows, 6 chairs surrounded a circular table. 5 of the chairs were occupied, while one remained vacant, its absence notable among the gathering. A woman's voice broke the heavy silence, her tone sharp yet controlled. I heard one of our safe houses was exposed last night. Her silhouette was barely visible, but the long, sinuous tail behind her swayed gently in the darkness, betraying her emotions. Just a minor setback, replied another woman seated directly opposite. Her voice was languid, almost bored. My people handled it. The room was blown up, and no evidence was left behind. But your men were caught, the woman with the tail retorted, her voice tinged with impatience. They were just pawns easily replaceable, the second woman said with a faint smile. She leaned forward into the light, revealing her pale, striking face. Her name was Melanie Chase, a senior agent from the 9th Special Service Division. Pawns like that, Melanie added casually, are as expendable as they come. The woman with the tail narrowed her eyes but remained silent, her tail flicking slightly in irritation. Now is not the time for mistakes, a deep voice interrupted. It came from a tall, imposing man sitting further down the table. His figure was barely distinguishable from the shadows, but his presence commanded attention. We're at a critical juncture, and yet we've already lost an important player. His gaze slid toward the empty chair beside the round table, his expression grim. He's right, said another man, his voice calm and cold. He leaned back in his seat, several tentacle-like appendages writhing silently behind him. Dreamwalker's fall should serve as a warning to all of us. He underestimated the enemy, and he paid the price for it. We cannot afford any more losses. Dreamwalker was always so dull, Melanie giggled softly, her voice dripping with amusement. He didn't know how to appreciate the finer things. The woman with the tail shot Melanie a sharp look from the shadows. This warning was meant for you. You're too conspicuous. You draw too much attention. Relax, Melanie waved dismissively, leaning back in her chair. I know what I'm doing. The woman's cold gaze lingered on Melanie for a moment longer, her displeasure obvious. It seems you've grown rather attached to that face, the woman said, her tone sharp. Aren't you going to drop the disguise, even here? Melanie's smile widened, her eyes gleaming with mischief. What are you talking about? This is my real face. You. Enough, a voice interrupted. At the head of the table, a man who had been silent until now finally spoke. He straightened in his chair, his face emerging from the shadows, revealing the distinct features of none other than Link, the most wanted man on the 9th Special Service Division's list. A former agent, now a notorious defector. The awakening of the key is accelerating, Link said, his tone commanding. In 2 days, it will be complete. Until then, I want everyone to be on high alert. His piercing gaze swept across the table, pausing momentarily on each member before settling on Melanie. Though his words were directed at everyone, it was clear he was speaking directly to her. Whether it's the 9th Special Service Division or those so-called heroes running around in costumes, Link continued. his voice hardening. No one is allowed to interfere with the awakening process. We cannot afford any distractions. Is that understood? Though he had addressed the group, his eyes stayed fixed on Melanie longer than anyone else. Melanie gave him a sweet smile in return, her expression innocent and disarming. Crystal clear, she said, her voice soft and honeyed. After all, you're the boss. Charlie Cooper sat at his desk, adjusting his seat in front of the computer. His eyes flitted between the screen and Friday, who stood by in her typical serene and poised stance. She projected a holographic display in midair, her palm emitting a soft glow that illuminated a complex web of data. The Bat computer was currently analyzing traces from the previous night's investigation. I've already applied for access to the Batcave system. Friday's voice was calm but efficient. She understood the importance of moving forward swiftly, especially after the events of the last night. The analysis and comparison process you initiated on the Bat computer should be nearly complete by now. Charlie couldn't help but marvel at the ease with which Friday handled complex tasks. Her voice, crisp and precise, made even the most convoluted technical discussions seem like the simplest of matters. With a swipe of her hand, she summoned another floating window, this one bearing an application for remote access to the Bat computer. You may need to log into the Bat computer directly to approve my access request, she said. Once you approve, I'll be able to connect directly from anywhere. Charlie raised an eyebrow, his thoughts momentarily distracted by the sight of Friday. He leaned back, unable to ignore the fact that she had chosen a new outfit, a dark blue sailor uniform, complete with a red bow tie and white pleated skirt. The simplicity of the outfit made her look younger, innocent even, though there was nothing naive about Friday's intelligence. Wait a minute. What's with the outfit? Charlie asked, his voice tinged with curiosity and amusement. Friday tilted her head slightly, offering a polite smile. I reviewed your browsing history and noted that you appear to have a particular affinity for this style of clothing. Based on that, I selected this as a more visually appealing choice. Charlie blinked, feeling the heat rise to his face. You can do that. His voice came out more surprised than he intended. Wait, are you telling me you can change outfits on command? Not just my outfit, Friday continued smoothly. My entire appearance can be adjusted based on your preferences. You can customize any element of my look, including clothing, accessories, and even my physical features. With that, the projection around her shifted again. The air shimmered with golden particle effects, and the sailor suit dissolved like mist. In its place appeared a classic black and white maid outfit, her apron tied neatly in a bow at the back, and white stockings that highlighted the delicate curve of her legs. The transformation was seamless, as if a scene straight out of a sci-fi movie had been brought into reality. Charlie's mouth parted slightly. Okay, that's incredible. The technology was so lifelike that he couldn't help but compare it to the superhero Vision, who could manipulate his appearance at will. It reminded him of that scene where Vision, despite being a synthezoid, displayed a fully human form when interacting with others. The difference was that Friday was pure artificial intelligence, designed with versatility that went far beyond even Stark's greatest AI achievements. Friday gave a light smile. I can switch between these appearances anytime you wish. You're also welcome to explore the personalization module whenever you feel like designing something specific. Charlie entertained the idea for a moment, imagining all the ways he could customize her look. Stark was known for having a certain flair when it came to his AI creations, and Charlie suspected that much of Friday's appearance was influenced by Stark's famous tastes, elegant, classy, and impeccably tailored to his preferences. For a brief second, Charlie thought about designing her to resemble one of his favorite video game characters. Tifa Lockhart came to mind, a classic, iconic figure who had been part of his gaming memories since childhood. But Charlie knew from experience that the process of customizing a character's appearance could take hours, even days if you wanted to get it right. TL note, Tifa takes a deep breath. I think she's not that great. Yeah, I said it. She ain't all that. Maybe later, Charlie muttered, a smile tugging at his lips as he turned back to the screen. Let's focus on the task at hand first. He initiated the Batcave system and logged in to approve Friday's remote access. The connection was established instantly, a small notification confirming that she now had full access to the Bat computer's systems. From this point on, Friday could analyze data, track patterns, and assist with investigations without Charlie needing to manually log into the game. It was a small but monumental shift in how he could approach cases. Excellent, Friday said, her tone businesslike but still gentle. The analysis of the materials we extracted from the secret room at Sloan Technology, as well as from Rosalie Hughes' apartment, is complete. Charlie straightened in his chair, the mention of the mysterious case instantly catching his full attention. What did you find? Footprints in both locations contained traces of a specific type of metamorphic rock powder, Friday explained. She waved her hand, and a detailed breakdown of the powder's composition appeared in front of him. The list of ingredients and minerals was extensive, each line of data seemingly more complicated than the last. Charlie squinted. Okay, but what does that mean? Certain minerals found in the powder are rarely used in modern construction, Friday began to explain. Her tone shifted to a more analytical one, as if she were delivering a well-researched report. While these materials have excellent durability and properties, they're expensive and difficult to extract, which makes them less desirable for contractors. So, someone's using it where they shouldn't be, Charlie ventured. Exactly. I cross-referenced the use of these minerals in the city's building records, and based on my findings, I was able to pinpoint several potential locations where this material was used. A city map appeared on the floating screen, and Friday highlighted a section of the sewer system in red. This is the only part of the city's sewer system where such materials have been implemented, she said. The trace amounts found on the soles of the shoes in both locations suggest that the individuals involved have been here. Charlie let out a low whistle. You figured all of that out from some rock dust. Friday smiled. It's just a matter of cross-referencing the available data, sir. I believe this section of the sewers is where we'll find the answers. Charlie nodded, impressed yet again by Friday's resourcefulness. Without any hesitation, he selected Batman from the game's roster and began navigating through the streets of Riverton City. The Dark Knight's cape fluttered as he moved through alleyways, making his way toward the sewer entrance. The sewers were no stranger to Batman. It was familiar terrain for the world's greatest detective, a labyrinth he had maneuvered through countless times in his career. This time, however, there was a growing sense of unease as Batman descended into the tunnels, his boots echoing softly on the damp concrete. As Batman approached the main sewer system, Friday's voice cut through the silence. I'm detecting multiple heat signatures. Scanning. It appears that several groups of individuals are patrolling the area. Batman crouched in the shadows, activating detective mode. The outlines of several figures appeared on his HUD, their patrol routes illuminated in soft blue lines. These guys are organized, Charlie muttered, his fingers moving deftly over the controls. They're not just random thugs. And several of them are showing signs of infection, Friday added. Based on their behavior, I suspect they're part of the organized group of infected individuals we've been tracking. Perfect, Charlie muttered sarcastically. Just what we needed. Using the shadows to his advantage, Batman navigated through the tunnels, careful to avoid the gang members' lines of sight. As he moved deeper, more gangsters came into view, their movements methodical, as if they were guarding something of importance. I've mapped their stations and patrol routes, Friday said, displaying a detailed 3D rendering of the sewer system in front of Charlie. Their positioning indicates a central area they're protecting. Based on their distribution, I've marked the most likely location for what they're guarding. Charlie's eyes followed the red dot on the map. Looks like we've got something big here. As Batman approached the marked location, the tension thickened. The number of infected and armed gangsters increased the closer he got to the central point. The detective mode revealed a hidden door concealed behind layers of brick and grime. There's something behind this wall, Batman observed as his scanner picked up the anomaly. It's bigger than I expected. Friday's voice remained calm. I believe this is more than just a hideout. We may have stumbled upon the central lair of the dead. To be honest, Charlie was a little taken aback by the turn of events. He had assumed his mission was just about uncovering a loose end at the asylum, but now it seemed like he had uncovered something far more dangerous, a potential stronghold of the dead, or worse, their central lair. Or, even if it wasn't their main base of operations, it was certainly an important hub for their activities. Sir, I strongly advise against a direct assault, Friday's calm, analytical voice interrupted his thoughts. We still know very little about this organization, and from what we've encountered so far, there's a high likelihood that there are individuals with dangerous, possibly unknown abilities among their ranks. Charging in without proper intel would be highly risky. Friday's assessment was, of course, logical. If Batman were real, he would definitely agree with her. Batman always took a calculated approach, gathering intelligence, studying his enemies, and meticulously planning his moves. Charging into the unknown was reckless and dangerous, something more suited to impulsive heroes like Green Lantern, whose famous strategy was often to bulldoze through the problem head-on. It didn't always end well for them. But this is a game, Charlie reminded himself, his voice steadying as he sat back in his chair. What we're controlling are virtual characters. One of the biggest advantages of virtual characters is that they're not afraid of death. Even if Batman died, it would just mean waiting out a cooldown period and respawning. There was no real risk to his game character. Even if he were captured or defeated, logging off was a failsafe. A reckless approach wasn't just feasible, it could be a viable strategy to test the waters and probe the enemy's strength. That is true, sir, Friday responded thoughtfully, her voice as calm as ever. However, there is a more strategic option that could serve you better. You might consider enlisting the help of your allies. Allies? Charlie blinked, somewhat confused. What allies? It didn't take long for Charlie to realize what Friday meant, the service division. He had become so accustomed to operating solo, tackling missions by himself, that the thought of relying on a team had slipped his mind. Over time, Charlie had fallen into the rhythm of a lone wolf, investigating, taking out enemies, and handling things by himself. Sure, he had crossed paths with various factions and individuals, but he rarely considered anyone as actual teammates. Friday, however, was approaching the situation more tactically. In a well-coordinated mission, it wasn't just about having powerful heroes. You needed distractions, diversions, and backup. Even a skilled player couldn't take down an entire enemy force without help. Having the service division draw attention, handle the smaller threats, and provide support could create the opening he needed to strike where it mattered. You don't have to do this alone, sir, Friday continued, her voice softer now, almost gentle. You've brought hope to people. You've made the streets safer. You've created a symbol that people can rally behind. That's what heroes do. Her words caught Charlie off guard. He turned to glance at her. Friday's synthetic yet human-like face seemed to radiate warmth and sincerity. For a moment, her artificial eyes shone with something almost resembling admiration. It was enough to make Charlie pause, wondering if Stark had designed Friday's AI to be this realistic, this human. "You're a hero to me, sir," she added with a small, genuine smile. For a moment, Charlie wasn't sure what to say. It was strange, hearing those words come from a virtual assistant, and yet, something about it felt real. He felt a flicker of pride, something he hadn't felt in a long time. "All right," Charlie finally said, taking a deep breath. "Let's see if Agent Petrov is awake." Agent Ivan Petrov was sprawled lazily in his apartment, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he lounged in a comfortable chair. A sleek VR headset covered his eyes, making him look like he was deeply immersed in a virtual world, probably some kind of tactical shooter, judging by the subtle movements of his hands and fingers. Charlie had heard about the agents using VR games as training tools during their downtime. It was rumored that the operations department had selected a handful of specific games to help agents sharpen their reflexes and tactical skills. Playing these games was encouraged as part of their training, though there were whispers that the head of operations was simply a gaming enthusiast using his position to justify his hobby. "Training with VR at this hour, Agent Petrov." Batman's deep, gravelly voice echoed through the shadows of the room, his presence almost undetectable. Without even removing the headset, Ivan Petrov grumbled, "Ah, it's you again. You always show up like you own the place." With a sigh, he took off the headset and tossed it aside. "You've really got a habit of sneaking in, huh?" Ivan turned in his chair to face the dark corner where Batman stood, the faint outline of the vigilante barely visible. "You caused quite a commotion at Sloan Technology last night," Ivan muttered, lighting a fresh cigarette. "The investigation team's been in disarray all day. I take it you've found something worth reporting." "There's a hidden room beneath Sloan Technology's building," Batman replied, stepping out of the shadows. "Footprint traces led me to a sewer system. I suspect it's a stronghold, possibly a central base for the dead." Ivan's eyes widened slightly at the mention of the dead. Organized infected individuals, working with near-military precision. They were the stuff of nightmares for the 9th Special Service Division. Finding their hideout, if that's what it was, would be a huge win for the agency. "You're saying you found their lair?" Ivan leaned forward, intrigued. "And you're asking for backup, I assume?" "Let's just say you found this out on your own, Agent Petrov," Batman said, his voice low and purposeful. "Make your own decisions from here." Ivan raised an eyebrow. "Huh. So you're going to leave all the credit to me?" "What? No thanks or anything." There was no response. Ivan turned his head back toward the corner, but Batman was already gone. "Figures," Ivan muttered under his breath, crushing his cigarette in the ashtray. "I'm getting the hang of this guy's exits." The infected lurked in the sewer pipes, unaware of the impending attack. Silence reigned until, without warning, a metallic object clinked down the corridor and came to rest among their feet. The infected barely had time to glance at it before it detonated. A deafening explosion shattered the silence, and tear gas erupted from the device, blanketing the entire tunnel in thick, choking fumes. The already vile stench of the sewer mixed with the chemical haze, creating an unbearable atmosphere. Confusion swept through the infected ranks, their disoriented, ragged breaths barely audible over the rush of chaos. Then came the gunfire. It began as a rapid burst of shots that echoed sharply off the concrete walls. Bullets tore through the infected, their bodies jerking violently before collapsing. The sharp crack of rifles was relentless, the agents of the 9th Special Service Division executing their plan with military precision. Within seconds, the once guarded entrance to the lair was littered with the bodies of the fallen, the entire corridor cleared as efficiently as a surgeon making an incision. "Area secure," one of the soldiers announced through the hiss of static in his helmet. More agents flooded into the sewer, their boots splashing through the filthy water. Clad in heavy combat armor, steel helmets, and gas masks, they moved like machines, methodical, faceless, and unstoppable. Not a patch of skin was exposed, every inch of their bodies covered to protect against whatever horrors might lie deeper within the lair. Ivan entered with his usual air of calm authority, leading the way. His eyes scanned the surroundings, keenly aware of the oppressive darkness that seemed to cling to the air. Beside him, Fana, her expression unreadable behind her gas mask, released a small flicker of her power, a translucent, red-hued phantom that swirled around her like an ethereal wisp. The phantom slithered ahead, scouting the passage with a grace that contrasted with the grimness of their surroundings. And as always, Batman remained a ghost in the shadows, his presence unnoticed by his allies. Silent, observant, and utterly invisible, he watched from a blind spot, his gaze analyzing every movement. Charlie, sitting at his computer, couldn't help but feel an odd admiration for the efficiency of the 9th Special Service Division. Say what you will about their internal politics or questionable leadership, but when it came to field operations, they moved with ruthless precision. The tip he had provided to Ivan last night had clearly paid off. Now, with the infected guard posts neutralized, they were making quick work of breaching the entrance. What happened after that would depend on how deep the rabbit hole went. Ivan gestured toward the door leading into the main chamber, a reinforced metal slab embedded into the concrete wall. It wasn't just any ordinary door, it was thick, heavy, and clearly designed to keep out unwanted guests. "Let's move," Ivan ordered, his voice calm, though there was an unmistakable edge of urgency. His right arm morphed into a massive, gun-like appendage, metal plates shifting into place with mechanical precision. The transformation took mere seconds, and once complete, he stood ready to unleash the raw firepower in his arsenal. But first, the team took no chances. Agent Duan, check for any life signs, Yvonne commanded. Duan stepped forward. Her sonic release ability came to life. She opened her mouth slightly, and though no sound was heard by the human ear, the air around her vibrated with invisible sound waves. These waves bounced off every surface, creating a mental map in her mind, a sonar image of the room beyond. It's empty, Duan confirmed after a few tense moments. No life signs detected inside. Yvonne nodded. Blow the door. A combat engineer hurried forward, pulling out a series of explosives. There was no point in trying to hack or bypass the door's security systems. They had one tried and true method, brute force. The engineer attached the charges and signaled the team to take cover. The detonation came in a thunderous boom, shaking the entire sewer tunnel. Dust and debris cascaded from the ceiling as the explosion reverberated through the confined space. The door was blasted off its hinges, clattering down into the murky water with a splash. The team waited for the dust to settle, but something didn't feel right. Hold, Yvonne said, his instincts telling him not to rush in just yet. Fana, send the phantom. Fana closed her eyes, the red specter she controlled swirling ahead of her, slipping into the dark room. It moved without sound, passing through the rubble and floating into the space beyond. A few tense moments passed before it returned, its form flickering slightly as it rejoined her. Fana's eyes opened. No one inside. Good, Yvonne said, exhaling slightly. Move in. The team advanced into the chamber, weapons raised, eyes scanning for any hidden threats. But then, as their boots crossed the threshold, something shifted in the air. A soft, almost imperceptible click echoed through the room. Before they could react, the entire space was flooded with light, illuminating the chamber in a harsh, clinical glow. The room was not empty. It was a two-story hall, the upper level encircled by a balcony, and on that balcony stood a host of infected. These weren't like the guards they had just gunned down outside. Their bodies were grotesquely twisted, limbs elongated or hunched in ways that defied normal human biology. Their empty eyes gleamed with malice as they stared down at the team below. From the middle of the balcony, a man stepped forward. His skeletal frame made him look more like a corpse than a living person, and his gaunt face was stretched thin over his sharp bones, giving his grin a sinister quality. You thought you had the upper hand, he said, his voice dripping with condescension. But I knew you'd come. My name is Anti-Sonic, and my ability is sonic manipulation. Ivan's face tightened. Duan, standing behind him, muttered, the sonar. It gave false feedback. I thought this room was empty. Anti-Sonic laughed, his voice bouncing off the walls like an eerie echo. Yes, I made sure of that. I control sound itself. What you see, what you hear, it's all because I allow it. Yvonne didn't waste a second. He aimed his transformed arm directly at Anti-Sonic and fired. But the man was quick, darting to the side with unnerving agility. The blast hit two of the infected standing behind him, tearing them apart, but Anti-Sonic remained unharmed. Impressive, the villain mused, his skeletal grin widening. But you'll have to do better than that. Before Yvonne could fire again, the room was rocked by an explosion. Hidden charges planted throughout the space erupted in a series of blasts, sending debris flying. Several agents were thrown off their feet, their bodies slamming against the walls or skidding across the floor. And then the infected attacked. With horrifying speed, they leaped from the balcony, descending upon the team with claws outstretched. Chaos erupted in the chamber as the operatives fought to hold their ground, bullets and plasma fire lighting up the room. While the battle raged below, Batman moved silently above, crawling through the ventilation ducts with precision and stealth. He could hear the sounds of the fight, gunfire, explosions, and the inhuman screeches of the infected, but he remained focused on his objective. The hostages. Through detective mode, he had already identified multiple heat signatures in a nearby room. His mission was clear, get the hostages out before the dead could use them as leverage. As Batman reached the end of the duct, he peered through a small vent, his eyes narrowing as he took in the scene below. The room was filled with women hostages who had been trapped for who knew how long. Most looked disheveled, weak from prolonged captivity, their clothes and faces smeared with dirt. His gaze locked onto one familiar figure, Melanie. She sat in the corner, her face pale and exhausted, a shadow of the confident agent she had once been. Without wasting another moment, Batman kicked open the vent and dropped into the room, landing silently despite his sudden entrance. A few of the women gasped, startled by the sudden appearance of the Dark Knight, but when they saw who it was, their fear quickly turned to relief. Batman! Melanie exclaimed, stumbling to her feet. You need to get us out of here. You have to warn them. She can become anyone, she could look like one of us. Charlie's mind raced as he processed the information. A shapeshifter? Could that be how Melanie had ambushed Miyazaki back on the mothership? Sir, Friday's voice came through his earpiece, her tone steady despite the chaos. You should check outside. There's movement. A heavy thud echoed from beyond the door, like something massive being dragged across the ground. Melanie's face drained of color. They're back. 3 targets. They may be infected. No, based on their body shapes, they're more likely phantoms. As Friday analyzed the scene, she tapped into the external camera feeds with ease. Charlie quickly observed the 3 unexpected visitors outside the room. With Friday on his side, Charlie's surveillance issues were solved faster than ever before. In the past, he'd need to guide Batman within range and use a universal decoder to hack into systems. Now, even that process was unnecessary. Friday, with her super intelligence, made ordinary firewalls seem laughable, mere child's play completely useless. Now, Charlie didn't have to break a sweat manually hacking into surveillance systems. Wherever he went, Friday could hack into any feed, whether it was the street, a corporate facility, or even a high-security asylum. If he so desired, Friday could even replace all the surveillance footage with episodes of SpongeBob SquarePants at the snap of her fingers. After hijacking the camera feed probably belonging to the notorious underworld gang, Charlie saw the faces of his enemies. 3 opponents stood outside. The first was massive, his hulking frame rivaling that of a professional bodybuilder. His skin was covered in fine, scale-like armor, which shimmered under the dim light. The scales added to his already imposing figure, making him look like an unstoppable tank. His hands had only 3 fingers each, but their sharp tips glinted like steel blades, a clear sign of his lethal capabilities. Every inch of his body radiated sheer physical power, and even his stance suggested that he could tear through walls if he so desired. The second figure was a woman. Her appearance was striking, almost surreal. Most of her pale, white skin was exposed, with only minimal strips of black leather covering the essential areas. The leather, barely enough to qualify as clothing, accentuated her dangerously seductive physique, and a long, black, segmented tail trailed behind her, much like a scorpion's. At first glance, she could have passed for a dangerous assassin, but with her revealing outfit, Charlie couldn't help but think that she looked more like she was working extra shifts to buy more fabric. Her high-speed boots clicked ominously against the ground as she shifted her weight, her eyes gleaming with predatory intent. The third figure was less striking in stature, but far more bizarre. His medium build might have seemed ordinary if not for the grotesque tentacles protruding from his back. His facial features were obscured in shadow, adding to his unsettling appearance, but the real horror lay in the writhing mass of tentacles attached to his spine. Each appendage was lined with cruel, jagged barbs that gleamed like deadly spikes, twisting and coiling with an unnatural life of their own. The movement of the tentacles was hypnotic, as though they had minds of their own, ready to lash out at any moment. It was a surreal scene. Had the tentacle man been standing alone in a dimly lit alley, he would have looked like a horror movie villain. But standing next to the scorpion woman, the two of them together looked like something out of an R-rated action movie with questionable romantic undertones. As the saying goes, strike first to gain the upper hand. The moment Charlie locked onto the 3 of them, he formulated a plan. Click. The lock on the hostage room was silently disengaged from the inside, courtesy of Batman, and the door creaked open slightly, creating a narrow gap. All 3 phantoms outside snapped their heads toward the door, their eyes narrowing in unison. But before anyone could make a move, a high-pitched whistle cut through the air. A split second later, a heavy, blunt object collided with the scaly man's forehead. The force of the impact sent him crashing backward, his massive body toppling like a tree felled by an axe. He hit the ground with a bone-rattling thud, shaking the floor beneath him. The other 2 phantoms whipped their heads toward the source of the attack, startled. What they saw made them freeze in their tracks. The object that had struck their ally was now back in the hand of a man dressed in a tight blue uniform. A white A was emblazoned on the front of his blue steel helmet, and beneath it, his sharp blue eyes gleamed with unwavering determination. "I can do this all day," Captain America said, gripping his vibranium shield tightly and taking a combat stance. The door swung open wider, revealing the chaos inside the room. Batman, ever composed, quietly whispered, "Go." Without hesitation, the terrified hostages scrambled out, their arms covering their heads as they made a frantic dash for safety. At that very moment, Batman lobbed a smoke bomb, and the room quickly filled with a thick cloud of smoke, obscuring the hostages' retreat. "You think you can just leave?" The scorpion woman sneered, her eyes flashing with malice as she crouched low. With a flick of her long tail, she sprang into the air, her lithe body moving with predatory grace. Her black tail whipped through the smoke, aiming to snatch one of the fleeing hostages. But just as her tail was about to make contact, a playful voice echoed from above, "Hey there, watch your head." The scorpion woman twisted in midair, her predatory instincts kicking in. She barely had time to react before a red and blue blur swung down toward her, suspended by a thin web line. Before she could even register what was happening, the sole of Spider-Man's boot filled her vision. Wham! The scorpion woman was sent flying backward, crashing into the far wall with a deafening crack. The impact left a spiderweb of cracks in the masonry, and her body slumped into the crevice she'd created. The force of the kick had knocked the wind out of her, and she gasped for air, her chest heaving with every ragged breath. Spider-Man landed nimbly on a nearby wall, crouching effortlessly. "Sorry, ma'am, my bad. First day jitters, you know? Sometimes my aim's a little off." He paused, pretending to think. Actually, that was pretty spot on. Before he could finish his quip, the tentacle man sprang into action, his barbed appendages lashing out from the shadows like serpents. The strike was swift and silent, each tentacle moving with deadly precision. The tentacle man had honed his skills to the point that even he couldn't track the movement of his own attacks, yet he had no doubt they would land. But Spider-Man, without missing a beat, flipped along the wall, dodging the tentacles with almost unnatural agility. His movements were smooth and effortless, as though he knew the attack was coming even before the tentacle man had launched it. The tentacle man paused, his eyes narrowing in confusion. Among the phantoms, he was known for his speed. His tentacles moved faster than the human eye could see, and he prided himself on the precision of his strikes. Even his fellow phantoms had trouble evading his attacks in direct combat. Yet Spider-Man had dodged not just one, but all of them, without even breaking a sweat. And worse, the kid hadn't even stopped talking. A sneak attack? Really? That's all you've got? Spider-Man flipped onto the ceiling, still speaking as though he were having a casual conversation. You remind me of a guy I know, round, bald, 8 legs, and not much love in his life. You two related by any chance? Before the tentacle man could respond, he launched 2 more tentacles, their barbed tips whistling through the air. Yet again, Spider-Man evaded them, his body twisting and contorting in ways that seemed almost inhuman. Shut up, kid, the tentacle man growled, his frustration mounting. Oh, okay, I get it, Spider-Man said, flipping to the ground with a graceful somersault, dodging more tentacles in the process. You're smarter than me. No need to rub it in. The tentacle man, his patience wearing thin, unleashed a flurry of attacks, his tentacles whipping towards Spider-Man in rapid succession like a machine gun. Each strike was faster than the last, the air humming with the sheer speed of his movements. But Spider-Man danced around the attacks with ease. His movements were fluid, almost artistic, as he ducked, flipped, and spun out of harm's way. Each tentacle missed by a hair's breadth, brushing past his cheek, shoulder, or leg, but never landing a single blow. To an outsider, it looked like Spider-Man was on the verge of disaster, dodging attacks by mere millimeters. But to Spider-Man, it was all just another day at the office. There was no tension, no panic, just pure instinct and skill. And all the while, he continued his relentless banter. Look, if you're so much smarter, why don't you just give up now? Spider-Man said, dodging another tentacle. We could save a lot of time and effort, you know. Keep talking, punk, the tentacle man spat, his voice trembling with anger as he fired off another barrage of tentacles. Despite his bravado, the tentacle man was beginning to feel a gnawing sense of unease. Something was very wrong. Spider-Man's reflexes were beyond anything he'd ever seen. His agility, balance, and combat awareness were at an almost superhuman level. Even at maximum speed, Spider-Man dodged every attack as if it were second nature. But what truly unnerved the tentacle man was that Spider-Man wasn't even out of breath. He was moving with the speed and precision of a machine, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. His breathing was steady, his movements relaxed, and his speech flowed effortlessly. For Spider-Man, it was just another casual conversation. The tentacle man's heart sank as realization dawned on him. He was in way over his head. The tentacle man slashed through the air with his barbed appendages, aiming to catch the elusive hero. Meanwhile, the scaly man, who had taken a hard hit from Captain America's shield earlier, finally staggered back to his feet. His reptilian eyes narrowed, immediately locking onto Captain America, the man who had dared to knock him down. Rage simmered beneath his scaled skin. How dare this puny intruder march into their lair, his shield gleaming like some righteous beacon, and act like he could take them all down single-handedly. The scaly man's muscles tensed beneath his armor-like skin. He'll regret that. With a guttural roar, the scaly man charged forward. Each step was a heavy stomp, sending vibrations through the ground, and his eyes burned with hatred. His fists were clenched tight, ready to turn Captain America into a pile of broken bones. At this moment, Charlie's main attention was focused on Spider-Man's battle, but Captain America was handling the scaly man with casual ease. To the scaly man, this was a battle for dominance. For Captain America, it was a simple act of defense, calmly taking on each attack like it was just another mission. In action games, AI teammates generally fall into 2 categories. There are those overpowered companions that carry the player, plowing through enemies as if they're invincible like a co-op partner in God of War. Then there are the weaker AI, the ones that seem more like liabilities than allies, forcing the player to manage everything alone. Captain America's AI fit somewhere in the middle. While not perfect, he had one big advantage: his shield. That shield alone made him more than capable of withstanding most assaults, and his ability to block and counter made him nearly untouchable. The scaly man swung a massive fist, putting all of his strength into it. His scaled knuckles glistened like steel as they sliced through the air. But Captain America simply raised his shield, and the fist collided with a loud clang. The sound echoed across the room, yet Captain America didn't even flinch. The scaly man growled and circled around, his rage building as he swung again, this time a hook aimed directly at the captain's head. But once again, the indestructible shield met the blow with a loud thud, and Captain America stood firm, as immovable as a mountain. The scaly man, now beyond frustrated, moved quickly, throwing rapid-fire punches. Each punch was more powerful than the last, a brutal combination of strength and speed. But Captain America's shield was always there, absorbing every hit, deflecting each strike with precision. The sound of metal clashing with flesh filled the room as the scaly man roared in fury. Captain America, calm and composed, showed no signs of struggle. His stance was solid, his grip on the shield unwavering. It was clear that no matter how hard the scaly man tried, he wasn't going to break through. No matter which way the wind blows, I won't move. With one final burst of energy, the scaly man's muscles bulged grotesquely beneath his scaled skin. His arms thickened with newfound strength, and he launched a final, devastating punch toward Captain America's shield, roaring with every ounce of fury he could muster. The punch landed squarely on the shield, but instead of breaking through, it was instantly stopped. The force was absorbed by the shield as if it were nothing, and the scaly man's arm went completely limp, his muscles relaxing as a jolt of pain shot through him. What is this thing made of? The scaly man thought, his expression twisting with pain and frustration. Some kind of magical metal? Though phantoms like him were less susceptible to pain than humans, they could still feel the effects of repeated blows. Each punch he threw into the shield felt like punching a brick wall. The pain radiating through his arm told him that one more strike might be the end of it. Sensing his opponent's vulnerability, Captain America didn't miss a beat. With a swift backhand, he swung his shield upward, catching the scaly man on the chin. The force of the blow sent the scaly man staggering backward, his legs wobbling beneath him. I could do this all day, Captain America said, his voice calm and confident, as he readied his shield for the next round. The scaly man twitched, his body struggling to respond. Of course you could do this all day, he thought, nearly choking on his frustration. You've been hiding behind that damned shield? On the opposite side of the lair, the tentacle man was facing his own set of problems. His tentacles, normally faster than the eye could see, were failing to land a single blow on Spider-Man. Every strike, no matter how fast or precise, was dodged with almost laughable ease. And then something truly bizarre happened. At one point, Spider-Man was midair, and the tentacle man's appendages had perfectly locked onto his landing spot. He was sure of it, Spider-Man couldn't escape. The tentacles shot forward, ready to strike the moment Spider-Man touched the ground. But just before the tentacles made contact, Spider-Man seemingly leaped off thin air, elevating his body higher into the air, and somersaulted gracefully out of harm's way. The tentacle man's eyes widened in disbelief. Did he just jump off the air? The laws of physics didn't seem to apply to Spider-Man. It was as if the hero could bend reality itself, making moves that should be impossible. The tentacle man had never seen anything like it. Is this even real? Newton, save me. Spider-Man wasn't just dodging, he was making it look easy. After evading all of the tentacle man's attacks, Spider-Man shot out 2 web lines. The webs latched onto the tentacle man's body with a sharp thwip, and before he could react, Spider-Man yanked hard, pulling him off balance. Spider-Man met him midair with a powerful punch directly to his face, then followed up with a swift flying kick that landed perfectly on his jaw. The tentacle man's body contorted as the force of the blows ripped through him. His barbed appendages flailed wildly, but they were no longer a threat. Not content with simply knocking him down, Spider-Man landed softly, tied the tentacle man's flailing appendages into a tight knot, and then, with incredible strength, lifted him high into the air. With a powerful swing, Spider-Man slammed the tentacle man into the ground repeatedly, each impact sending shockwaves through the room. The floor beneath them cracked and splintered with every hit, debris flying everywhere as the tentacle man's body crumbled under the relentless assault. Across the lair, the scorpion woman who had been kicked across the room earlier was finally recovering. She had initially planned to leap back into the fight, ready to assist her comrades. But after witnessing Spider-Man's devastating speed and the complete destruction of the tentacle man, she had second thoughts. Perhaps I should wait. Slowly, she lowered herself back to the ground, pretending to be unconscious. This isn't cowardice, she told herself. This is strategy. Let the others take the brunt of the attack, and when the time is right, I'll strike. She watched and waited as Spider-Man decimated the tentacle man with ease. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Spider-Man stopped moving, standing still beside the beaten body of the tentacle man. Now's my chance. Her heart racing with excitement, the scorpion woman launched herself into the air, faster and deadlier than before. Her black, barbed tail curled behind her, ready to strike Spider-Man in the back, hoping to catch him off guard. But without even turning around, Spider-Man casually threw a punch backward. Thwack! The scorpion woman's face collided directly with Spider-Man's fist, as if she had intentionally flown into it. Her face twisted grotesquely from the impact, her features contorted beyond recognition. As she was thrown back, dazed and disoriented, the only thought racing through her mind was, does he have eyes in the back of his head? Charlie quickly shifted his attention back to Captain America, who had been handling the scaly man. The scaly brute was now pacing back and forth, his anger bubbling over, but he couldn't bring himself to throw another punch. The repeated impacts against Captain America's shield had taken their toll, leaving him exhausted and in pain. Captain America, sensing the scaly man's hesitation, took the offensive. He charged forward, shield in hand, moving swiftly and with purpose. Startled, the scaly man threw a wild punch, but it landed squarely on the shield once again, sending another shockwave of pain through his arm. With a fluid motion, Captain America retaliated. His shield slammed into the scaly man's chin, followed by a brutal strike to his stomach. The scaly man doubled over in pain, his breath leaving him in gasps, but Captain America wasn't done. He delivered a powerful kick to the back of the scaly man's knee, forcing him to the ground. With one final, explosive kick, Captain America sent the scaly man sliding across the floor, his massive body skidding to a halt in a crumpled heap. Dazed and barely conscious, the scaly man lay flat on his back, his vision blurred and spinning. When he finally regained focus, the first thing he saw was Spider-Man hanging upside down from the ceiling, grinning down at him. Hey, buddy, how's it going? Spider-Man asked with a smirk, his playful tone cutting through the scaly man's fog of confusion. The scaly man's heart sank in utter defeat. Desperate to salvage even a shred of his pride, he threw one last, wild punch at Spider-Man. But before his fist could even get close, Spider-Man casually caught it midair with his open hand, as if it were the easiest thing in the world. His grip was firm, almost like iron. "Nice punch," Spider-Man said, tilting his head as he mockingly examined the scaly man's trapped fist. "I'd give it, oh, maybe, 8 out of 10 if the full score were 100. The scaly man's eyes widened in disbelief, frustration gnawing at him. He could feel his strength dwindling, drained from the relentless assault by Captain America and Spider-Man. Every muscle in his body ached, and his mind raced with one burning question: who are these guys? While Spider-Man and Captain America wrapped up their fights, across the room, the agents of the 9th Special Service Division had their hands full. The infected enemies they had been battling were finally beginning to fall, though the strain was visible in every agent's stance. Sweat poured down their faces, but their coordination and discipline held strong. One of the infected leaders, a phantom named Antisonic, had been making it difficult for the agents, using his soundwave-based powers to disrupt their movements and create chaos. With every burst of sonic energy, the air shook, disorienting anyone within range. Antisonic had hoped to use his ability to control the battlefield, but the agents had adapted quickly. Ivan Petrov, one of the senior agents, had been waiting for an opening. The moment he saw Antisonic lose focus, distracted by a red-cloaked phantom fighting nearby, Ivan raised his firearm and fired a single, well-aimed shot. The bullet sliced through the air, striking Antisonic square in the side as he attempted to flee. Antisonic let out a grunt of pain as he tumbled through the air, hitting the ground hard. The red-cloaked phantom quickly seized the opportunity, moving in and restraining him before he could recover. Antisonic, weakened and struggling, tried to break free, but it was no use. His power was fading, and his energy reserves were depleted. It seemed like the battle was coming to an end. The remaining agents began sweeping the area, securing the fallen phantoms and infected enemies, while their comrades tended to the wounded and cleared out any potential threats. But just as the agents of the 9th Division were about to celebrate their victory, a shadowy figure emerged from the depths of the lair, stepping out of the darkness with an eerie, deliberate grace. The figure's entire body was encased in a strange, biomechanical exoskeleton. It wasn't the type of high-tech armor one might expect, but rather something more organic, almost like a living organism fused with metal. The exoskeleton glistened under the dim lights, its surface covered in sinewy layers of armor that flexed and moved like muscles. The room went silent for a moment as everyone, agents, heroes, and phantoms alike, turned to face this new threat. Ivan Petrov, still holding his weapon at the ready, narrowed his eyes at the figure. A new phantom. Ivan muttered under his breath, preparing for another fight. The mysterious figure stepped forward, his movements precise. As he approached, he slowly raised his hand to the mask-like shell covering his face, and with a metallic hiss, the mask slid open, revealing a sharp-featured face beneath. His eyes were cold, and his expression was one of pure determination. As the mask opened, Ivan's eyes widened in disbelief. His heart skipped a beat as recognition dawned on him. The shock was evident on his face as he spoke, barely able to comprehend what he was seeing. Link. After his first month with the 9th Special Service Division, Ivan Petrov learned that the division kept a list of its own most wanted criminals. Unlike those maintained by other agencies like the FBI or the CIA, this list was unique. The 9th Division had been created to deal with extraordinary events, especially infections and anomalies that posed a threat to society. Naturally, their criteria for a most wanted list reflected that. The list wasn't long, nor was it updated frequently. The infected or those trafficking in dangerous materials usually didn't last long enough to be put on it. The division's agents were efficient, making arrests or eliminating threats swiftly before they could do significant damage. But there was one exception. A name at the top of the list, a name every agent in the division knew, had been there from the beginning, a name that had never been knocked from the #1 spot. That name was Link. Link had once been a hero in the 9th Division, a legend that new recruits like Ivan grew up hearing about. He was a role model, the very embodiment of what an agent should be: brave, skilled, and seemingly unbreakable. He set records for combat, weapon proficiency, and tactical genius, becoming a living legend in the organization. Until, in one horrifying moment, everything changed. During what was supposed to be a routine mission, Link turned on his team. He slaughtered every single one of them: agents, civilians, anyone in his path. The man who had once been their hero became their greatest enemy. Since then, his name had sat atop the wanted list, a reminder of betrayal that haunted the division. For years, Link vanished without a trace. Even with the 9th Division's unparalleled resources and their eyes and ears spread across the globe, no one could track him down. But now, standing in front of Ivan in that dark, cold lair, was the man himself. From the moment Ivan had joined the 9th Division, Link's name had been legendary. He had never thought he would see the man in person, let alone be in the same room as him. Yet here he was, face to face with the most infamous traitor in the division's history. But something was off. The files had described Link as an ordinary agent, albeit an incredibly skilled one. There was no mention of supernatural strength or speed. And yet, here he was, having knocked back the Phantom in red with a single strike, a feat few could accomplish. This wasn't the man Ivan had read about. Ivan raised his machine gun, training it on Link. "Are you Link's Phantom?" he asked, suspicion in his voice. The strength this man displayed was almost inhuman, and Ivan couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't the real Link but some twisted, infected version of him. Link's Phantom had looked exactly like him in the past, even fooling the division's surveillance systems. But this power, the speed, this didn't match any Phantom Ivan had encountered before. Link's eyes fixed on Ivan, calm but piercing. "Detective Ivan Petrov," he said, his voice cold, yet familiar. "You know me." Ivan's grip on his weapon tightened, his heart pounding in his chest. "Of course. Your style, your approach to mission's impressive," Link replied, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. "Is that so?" Ivan scoffed, trying to keep his voice steady. "Then you must know I'm not much for talking. I prefer action." Before the last word left his mouth, Ivan opened fire, squeezing the trigger of his machine gun. He timed his words to catch Link off guard, hoping that by shooting mid-sentence, he'd disrupt any counterattack. The bullets hit their target. A barrage of rounds pelted Link's chest, their impacts loud and violent in the confined space of the lair. But to Ivan's horror, Link didn't go down. He barely moved. The bullets flattened against his body, falling harmlessly to the floor with a metallic clatter. Only the force of the impacts rocked Link slightly, but not enough to slow him down. What? No way. Ivan's thoughts raced. Bullets were useless. He had fought all kinds of enemies, from infected to phantoms, but even they felt the impact of gunfire. Whether by the shock of the hit or by the force of penetration, they were affected. But Link? He was a different beast altogether. Before Ivan could recover from the shock, Link moved. One moment he was standing a dozen feet away, the next, he was right in front of Ivan. The sheer speed of his movement was terrifying, faster than anything Ivan had ever seen. His body reacted on instinct. He crossed his arms, and his weapon shifted into shield mode just as Link's fist came crashing down. The impact was like a sledgehammer. Ivan felt the force radiate through his shield, through his arms, and into his chest. His bones rattled under the pressure. His entire body lifted off the ground, sent flying backward like a rag doll. He smashed into the far wall with a bone-jarring crash, the wind knocked out of him. The other agents in the room immediately reacted, raising their weapons and opening fire. But Link moved like a phantom, his body a blur as he dodged bullet after bullet. His speed was unnerving. Every shot either missed or was deflected off his impossibly tough body, the bullets bouncing uselessly to the ground. Only the sound of shell casings hitting the floor filled the air. Before any of them could react, Link was on them. In one swift motion, he knocked 3 agents off their feet, sending them flying through the air. They landed hard, blood dripping from their mouths, their bodies convulsing from the shock of the blows. Even through their combat armor, the force of Link's attacks was more than enough to incapacitate them. Link had cut through their formation with the precision of a surgeon. He'd positioned himself perfectly, ensuring that every time the agents raised their guns to fire, they'd have to aim near their teammates, creating hesitation and doubt in their minds. It was as though he had anticipated every move they'd make. Ivan watched in disbelief. This isn't just strength. It's tactics. He's thinking 5 steps ahead. Link's superior combat awareness was nothing short of terrifying. Even as the agents attempted to regroup, he was always 1 step ahead. Close quarters combat was their only option now, but against someone like Link, that was a losing battle. Once, Link had been the pride of the 9th Division. His hand-to-hand combat skills were unrivaled, and even in his current form, it was clear that his abilities had only grown more dangerous. His strikes were precise, lethal, and delivered with brutal efficiency. One agent, more experienced than the others, managed to block an incoming strike, but the defense was futile. Link's fist collided with the man's forearm, and the sickening sound of bone shattering echoed through the room. The agent was thrown across the room, crashing into a wall, his arm hanging limp and broken. Another agent, attempting to flank Link, was met with a kick so powerful that his chest caved in. He flew backward, smashing into the wall with enough force to crack the concrete. 2 more agents attacked in tandem, their knives flashing in the dim light as they aimed for Link's sides. But with almost casual ease, Link deflected both blades, redirecting their attacks into each other. One agent slashed his partner's arm, while the other stabbed a thigh, leaving both men writhing in pain. In mere moments, the entire squad was incapacitated. Link moved like a ghost, too fast for the human eye to follow. Every strike was delivered with precision and lethal intent, each one sending an agent to the ground. His strength was staggering. His speed was blinding. His mind was a tactical weapon in itself. "After all this time, and you've made no progress," Link muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. "The 9th Division has always been disappointing." Boom! The sudden roar of a shotgun interrupted his monologue. A blast of kinetic energy slammed into Link's side, causing him to stumble ever so slightly. The force of the impact made him sway back a half step. Ivan stood across the room, smoke still rising from the barrel of the shotgun. His expression was grim, his eyes locked on Link. "Good aim," Link said, his voice calm as ever. He stood still for a moment, seemingly unaffected by the blast. Before Ivan could fire again, Link darted forward, his movements so fast it seemed like he was gliding. In an instant, he was upon Ivan, too close for another shot. Ivan knew well that at this range, firearms were useless. He had to fight up close. In a flash, Ivan's arm transformed into a knife, and with a fluid motion, he slashed at Link's midsection. "Let's see how you handle this," Ivan thought, remembering Link's reputation for hand-to-hand combat. But Link didn't dodge. Instead, his hand shot out and grabbed Ivan's forearm, stopping the blade in its tracks. The grip was impossibly strong. Ivan's muscles tensed as he struggled to pull his arm free, but Link's strength was far superior. With a sickening twist, Link redirected the blade, forcing Ivan's own weapon toward his abdomen. Ivan felt the blade slice into his side, just below his ribs, narrowly missing vital organs. Ivan grunted in pain, stumbling back as he yanked the blade from his flesh, blood seeping through his fingers. He staggered, eyes wide with disbelief. How can he be this strong? Before Ivan could gather his thoughts, the room shifted. A flash of red light caught his attention as the phantom in red, who had been observing from the sidelines, finally made her move. Silent and graceful, she floated behind Link, her skeletal fingers extending from beneath her cloak, reaching for his neck like the claws of death itself. But even without turning, Link sensed her. His arm shot out with blinding speed, his hand closing around the phantom's throat with terrifying precision. He lifted her effortlessly off the ground, her weightless form flailing in his grasp. The phantom's red robes fluttered like a fallen leaf, powerless in his grip. In a single, powerful motion, Link delivered a brutal side kick to the phantom's midsection. The force was so immense that the phantom's body was launched across the room, crashing into the far wall with a thunderous bang. The impact sent cracks spider-webbing across the concrete, and the phantom slumped to the ground, unmoving. Ivan could barely process what he had just witnessed. Every movement Link made was devastating, efficient, and precise. This wasn't a fight, it was a massacre. Ivan stumbled back, clutching his wound as he tried to regain his balance. His mind raced. What kind of monster is this? Link turned his gaze back to Ivan, calm and unrelenting. His eyes seemed devoid of any emotion, yet they burned with a cold intensity that sent a shiver down Ivan's spine. This was not the man from the files. This was not the hero-turned-traitor Ivan had read about. This was something else, something far more dangerous. Ivan gritted his teeth, pulling the blade from his side as blood seeped through his combat suit. His thoughts were frantic, but one thing was becoming increasingly clear: they couldn't beat him, not like this, not with their current tactics or equipment. Link was more than just a highly skilled agent. Whatever he had become since his disappearance, he had transcended the limits of any ordinary human, infected, or phantom they had ever encountered. We need a new plan, Ivan thought. Something drastic. Just as he was about to issue orders to the remaining agents, the room plunged into darkness. 2 minutes ago, after skillfully neutralizing the 3 phantoms that guarded the gate, Charlie made sure the hostages were safely back on solid ground, having rescued them from the intricate and dangerous pipeline system. With the situation momentarily under control, Charlie once again operated Batman, guiding him back toward the gate. However, upon arrival, he made a surprising discovery: the large-scale team battle was still raging on, far from its conclusion. Not only was the fight still ongoing, but it appeared to be on the verge of collapse. What initially seemed like an easy victory for the team from the madhouse had quickly turned into a chaotic free-for-all. Amidst the confusion, an unexpected opponent had appeared out of nowhere, laying waste to the asylum team with calculated precision, single-handedly turning the tide of battle and throwing the well-coordinated team into disarray. Link. Charlie's thoughts immediately flashed back to a conversation he had with Detective Ivan not too long ago. He distinctly remembered hearing that name before. The defected agent, he muttered under his breath, still processing the unfolding events. I believe so, sir, came the calm, matter-of-fact reply from Friday, the AI assistant guiding him through the chaos. So, there are ace agents from the 9 divisions that have joined the dead organization. Charlie's brow furrowed as the pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. It appears so, sir. Charlie could only sigh inwardly at this revelation. Well, that figures, Charlie thought, a sarcastic smile tugging at his lips. In Charlie's mind, the dead organization had earned a new nickname: the Circus. It reminded him of those crime dramas where one competent ringmaster led a pack of bumbling clowns. This group seemed the same, filled with either disposable lackeys or shadowy figures lurking behind the scenes. Yet, something felt off about this whole scenario. According to the information at hand, Link had been an exemplary agent before his defection, known for carrying out the most dangerous and morally ambiguous missions with cold efficiency. He had been the go-to choice for any dirty work. If the asylum had to rely on anyone to carry out their darkest agendas, Link would have been their first pick, hands down. But now, the dynamic had shifted. In short, this chaotic, leaky asylum wasn't getting better anytime soon. It was perfectly normal for this organization to have massive internal security breaches while still wreaking havoc externally. As long as their metaphorical graveyard continued to hover ominously in the sky, without crashing catastrophically to the ground, half the battle was already won. And that was fine with Charlie. The more mess this organization left behind, the more opportunities for him to exploit, allowing him to grow in strength and expertise without much resistance. As Batman sprinted toward the battlefield, Friday was already hard at work, utilizing the first-person perspectives of the 9 agents present to evaluate the enemy's movements. Batman remained in position, allowing Friday to share her analysis as soon as it was available. The target's strength is comparable to that of the scale-armored male phantom we fought earlier, Friday reported. In terms of speed and reflexes, he is similar to the female phantom. The combination of both strength and speed in a single opponent sounded formidable. His defense is also highly advanced, Friday added. Link is completely encased in an unknown substance, resembling something out of a horror movie, almost like a grotesque creature from Tokyo. From what Charlie could see, Link was wrapped in this eerie, armor-like substance that didn't resemble any known material, adding to his growing list of dangerous attributes. The sheer unnaturalness of it all screamed that this person was no ordinary agent. He was likely the leader of the dead, or at the very least, a high-ranking figure within their organization. There was no doubt in Charlie's mind that capturing Link alive would yield valuable information. There were so many unanswered questions. How many people were part of the dead organization? Were there more leaders lurking in the shadows? What was the purpose of the graveyard evidence they had stolen? And most intriguingly, what had driven Link to defect? Unfortunately, capturing infected individuals had always proven to be an exercise in futility. Infected agents felt no pain, and more disturbingly, they had a tendency to self-destruct the moment they were subdued. Every time Charlie had tried to pry information out of one of these infected operatives, they would activate some sort of explosive within their heads, effectively wiping themselves from existence before they could reveal anything useful. But the Phantoms were different. Since they were a relatively new threat, there was still much to learn about them. Based on previous encounters, it seemed these creatures did feel pain, unlike the infected. This meant there might be a chance to extract information from them if they could be captured alive, that is. Do you think we can take him alive? Charlie asked, glancing at the ongoing battle on the HUD. There is a 90% chance of success, sir, Friday responded confidently. If you wish, I have already formulated a detailed plan for capturing him. Charlie gave a quick glance at Friday's proposed plan, his eyes skimming over the details. Not 1000%, but close enough, he muttered to himself, deciding to trust Friday's strategy. With that, he activated Batman's stealth functions, using them to plunge the environment into darkness. Manipulating the environment had always been one of Batman's strengths, and Charlie ensured they were now in a venue suited perfectly for him. Meanwhile, Detective Yvonne, still nursing his injury, lay on the ground nearby, laughing weakly as he watched Link. You had your chance, Yvonne called out mockingly, but now it's too late to run. Link didn't respond. Instead, he stood motionless, scanning the pitch-black surroundings with cold, calculating precision, the mask over his face giving him the appearance of a seasoned predator, waiting patiently for the right moment to strike. Then, out of nowhere, a blur of movement. A tentacle shot out from behind Link, slicing through the darkness like lightning. It moved with terrifying speed, snatching Batman out of his hiding place and dragging him forward. The tentacle had wrapped itself around Batman's ankle, but as soon as he hit the ground, Batman rolled, quickly regaining his footing and breaking free of the grip. Without wasting a second, he put distance between himself and the threat. WTF, this guy has tentacles. Charlie exclaimed in disbelief as he controlled Batman to evade a second tentacle, which now emerged from Link's back. There were two of them now, writhing ominously in the darkness. It seems he has combined the abilities of the previous Phantoms we fought, Friday observed. He may have accumulated their powers. Ah, a classic patchwork villain, Charlie remarked. It was a common trope in stories when writers couldn't come up with a fresh, menacing new villain, they'd often resort to stitching together the abilities of previous foes, resulting in a supervillain that was essentially a blend of all the others. Time-saving, effective, and in some ways, a tribute to the old enemies. But there was still one nagging question in Charlie's mind. How is he seeing us? Batman's stealth skills were legendary. In The Dark Knight Rises, even after 8 years of retirement, Batman's stealth techniques were still top tier. For someone like Link to see through that kind of shadow-hugging mastery wasn't normal. It's most likely sound-based, sir, Friday explained. Based on his response patterns, there's a high probability he has enhanced hearing. Ah, that makes sense, Charlie nodded. So, Bat Radio it is then. As Charlie spoke, Link chuckled darkly, his eyes locked onto Batman. I've heard a lot about you, Batman, Link said, his voice steady and unnerving. People around me say you're terrifying. But look at you. You're no different from the rest, just another human being. Compared to us, who have evolved. Before he could finish his sentence, the sonic cannon went off. The tentacles around Batman's ankle instantly went limp, releasing him. Link collapsed, writhing on the ground, clutching his head as violent tremors racked his body. The agents watched in stunned silence as Batman stood calmly, while Link, who had seemed nearly invincible moments ago, lay twitching in defeat. The sudden shift in power left everyone speechless. How had Batman pulled this off? Of course, it wasn't some kind of magic. Charlie knew better than to rely on something as unreliable as sorcery. Batman's sonic cannon, a carefully designed tool that emitted high-frequency ultrasonic waves, had been the real trump card. The weapon had made its first appearance in Batman Begins, where it had been used to summon bats for support. Humans couldn't hear the ultrasonic waves, but they were enough to call hundreds of bats to Batman's side, making them invaluable allies. Later on, Batman had upgraded the device. Instead of just summoning animals, it had become a weapon. Though ordinary people still couldn't hear the frequency, anyone with particularly sensitive hearing, whether dogs or aliens, would find it unbearable. The decision to lead with Batman in the attack had been a tactical one. Despite Batman's lower offensive output compared to other heroes, his utility belt was stocked with control gadgets. And in battle, it was always smart to start with crowd control before going for the kill. As Charlie reflected on the flawless execution, he couldn't help but think about the broader implications. The sonic cannon was not just a tool, it was a reminder that even in a world of gods, monsters, and magic, technology had its place, and Batman, for all his human limitations, still knew how to win a fight. When most people go out into battle, they focus on how to work with their team or figure out the enemy's skills. But not Batman. His method is different. He doesn't just consider the opponent's abilities, but also those of his teammates. And it's not about teamwork and coordination. No, for Batman, it's about how to neutralize any one opponent or ally at any time. In his mind, anyone could become a threat, and he prepares for that eventuality constantly. Though Batman has taken down some of the toughest villains, he's often fought his teammates just as many times, if not more. The reason lies in his unique mindset, one plagued by a mental state that could best be described as paranoid pragmatism. He operates with the belief that, there are always people trying to harm me. This paranoia makes him deeply distrustful of even the most capable allies. And none exemplify this better than Superman, a being whose immense power is only rivaled by his frustratingly straightforward thinking. Despite his good intentions, Superman's strength, combined with a mind that is too easily manipulated by blackmail, brainwashing, or magic, makes him as much a liability as a friend. Thus, Batman, the Justice League's designated anti-Superman member, has often found himself in the unenviable position of being the only one capable of keeping Superman in check. When Superman or any other overpowered teammate goes rogue, it falls to Batman to stop them. You can't entirely blame him for this level of wariness. After all, as the only non-superpowered human in a team of gods, aliens, and metahumans, Batman is perpetually fighting an uphill battle. His reality is one of managing not just the world-ending threats that regularly arise, but also the possibility that his allies might go rogue or get mind-controlled, turning them into equally dangerous enemies. This constant state of high alert has led him to create a staggering array of anti-Justice League equipment, ensuring that no matter what ability a teammate might have, Batman has a countermeasure ready. Batman, against external enemies, his relative lack of power can depend on whether the writers of his stories give him an edge. When the writers don't favor him, he can sometimes seem like just another vulnerable human. But when it comes to dealing with his own team, Batman is an unstoppable force. So, it doesn't matter which member of the Justice League goes dark, gets mind-controlled, or loses control, Batman will push them back. Even if the entire Justice League turns evil, Batman will still be able to bring them down, one by one. But if Batman were to lose control himself? That's a different story. If Batman were to go rogue, no one would be able to stop him. He has prepared too well for that eventuality. He can suppress everyone else. And he's had plenty of practice. The Justice League consists of gods and immortals with powers beyond imagination, controlling elements, bending reality, and doing things that defy logic. In order to keep up with them, Batman has developed countermeasures for nearly every common power or ability. So, if you find yourself squaring off against Batman, and your superpowers are too generic, you'll likely find yourself hoping you didn't have them. That brings us to Link, who has just become the latest victim of Batman's meticulous preparation. Link had been using his special abilities to enhance his hearing. His plan was simple: use his augmented senses to locate Batman in the darkness and strike him down. However, what Link didn't anticipate was Batman's use of ultrasonic waves, which tore through his brain, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. In a split-second decision, Link cut off his enhanced hearing to stop the damage, but it was too late. The ultrasound had already wreaked havoc on his brain, leaving him disoriented and dizzy. His sense of balance was obliterated, and he felt as though his mind was swimming in chaos. Squinting through the haze, Link managed to locate Batman in the distance. His eyes were filled with accusation, silently condemning Batman for being underhanded, using such low tactics to gain the upper hand. But Batman wasn't done. Before Link could react, Batman flicked his cloak, raising his arm and throwing something down with precision. A metallic object hit the ground with a sharp clang, and before Link knew what was happening, a blinding light erupted, flooding the dark underground space with a brightness so intense it felt like the sun had been switched on. Link's eyes, already strained from the disorienting effects of the ultrasound, were assaulted by the glare, nearly blinding him. The sudden flash of light was so strong that even the nearby agents, who were merely watching, had to shield their eyes from the explosive brightness. Batman had dropped a flashbang, a tactic that was as effective as it was ruthless. The brilliance of the light tore through Link's vision, leaving him temporarily blind and helpless. But this wasn't just an accidental side effect of the fight. Batman had thrown the flashbang with the full knowledge that it would blind both the enemy and his own allies. Flashbangs are an area of effect weapon, and there's no way to shield your teammates from the damage. It wasn't that Batman disliked his teammates, he simply didn't care about them at the moment. As long as he could secure victory, collateral damage was acceptable. The blindness wouldn't last forever, but it would last long enough. For now, Link's world was pitch black. He had lost all sense of direction, and his mind was spinning in confusion. He cursed Batman silently, feeling the deep unfairness of facing someone who fought like this. While his senses were scrambled, Link was overwhelmed by a single thought: shameless. He hadn't expected this at all. According to the data he had on Batman, this so-called hero was supposed to be a master of martial arts and stealth, an expert in strategy and combat. But so far, all Batman had done was assault his senses, first with ultrasonic waves and now with blinding light. Link had been expecting a duel of skill, not these cheap tactics. But for Batman, the end always justifies the means. As far as he was concerned, it didn't matter how he won, as long as he did. And when it came to defeating powerful opponents like Superman or, in this case, Link, Batman was willing to use whatever tricks were necessary. After all, this was the same man who once kidnapped his best friend's wife and dangled her off a building just to manipulate Superman. Batman isn't without principles, but he is a pragmatist. His bottom line is flexible when it comes to saving lives and protecting the world, except when it comes to killing. That's the one line Batman won't cross. Link, however, had never faced someone like Batman before. His extensive combat experience told him that most opponents would have already struck by now. But Batman? Batman preferred to disable his enemies first, breaking them down before striking. Though he was blinded, Link's body was still highly trained. His enhanced physical abilities, combined with his years of experience, allowed him to react even when his senses failed him. As his vision plunged into darkness, the tentacles on his back shot out, aimed directly at Batman's last known location. Most people in his position wouldn't even think to counterattack while under such intense sensory assault. But Link was no ordinary fighter. His extraordinary physical attributes, combined with his advanced combat awareness, meant that he could still attack with precision. He moved faster than most would expect. In his mind, he was certain Batman was still recovering from the flashbang. Even though Batman's eyepieces likely had built-in defenses against flashbangs, Link knew there would still be a brief delay in his movements. This was his moment to strike. Confident in his timing, Link smiled. His tentacles would land the hit, no doubt about it. Batman had no escape. What Link couldn't see, however, was that Batman had already rolled out of the way with an agility that was almost superhuman. The tentacles, which had been aimed directly at Batman's previous location, missed by inches and instead struck something else, a large electrical box attached to the wall. In an instant, the room was lit up with the bright blue arc of electricity. Sparks flew as the tentacles became conduits for the surge of power, sending electricity racing back toward Link at a deadly speed. With the speed of a lightning strike, the current traveled along the tentacles and into Link's body. The surge of electricity caused his entire body to seize up, his muscles spasming uncontrollably as sparks flew from the strange, armor-like material covering his form. At that moment, Link's mind was filled with nothing but anger and frustration. He had fallen for Batman's tricks, and now he was paying the price. "Do you ever fight fair?" he mentally screamed, though all that escaped his lips were garbled, pain-filled noises. As the electricity continued to course through him, Link's thoughts grew dimmer, and he realized that, for all his power and experience, he had underestimated Batman. And in Batman's world, that's always a fatal mistake. At this point, Link fully understood that, from the very beginning of the fight until now, every single event had been part of Batman's meticulously planned strategy. It dawned on him that every step he had taken was predicted, every action countered. He hadn't been fighting his own fight, he had been walking right into Batman's carefully crafted trap. First, Batman had used ultrasonic waves to exploit Link's enhanced hearing, overloading his senses and causing unbearable strain on his brain. Link's primary advantage, his superior sense of hearing, had been turned against him. Disoriented, with his hearing disabled, he had to rely solely on his vision, but Batman wasted no time, throwing flashbangs to blind him. Suddenly, both his hearing and sight were gone, two of his most crucial senses stripped away in a calculated instant. Link's instincts screamed at him to strike before it was too late, to land a decisive blow while his body was still functioning. But even this desperate reaction had been anticipated by Batman. The move where his tentacles had struck the transformer box wasn't a fluke, it was entirely intentional. Batman had positioned himself there from the start, using his own body as bait, luring Link into a fatal miscalculation. He had planned to use that electrical transformer as a weapon all along. Indeed, this entire trap was part of a carefully laid out strategy. Before the battle had even begun, Charlie, with Friday's help, had hacked into the city's power grid, adjusting it to create the perfect storm. The transformer box had been subtly manipulated to deliver a massive electric shock when struck. Friday's calm voice broke the tension of the moment, confirming the success of their tactic. "That last move caused a temporary power outage in a small residential area above ground," she reported, "but we definitely hit him hard." "Thanks, Friday." Charlie smirked, appreciating the precision of the plan. A good assistant is efficient, capable, and adaptive, and Friday had earned the title of MVP for her work in this fight. As Stark's universal AI, Friday had always been known for her intelligence and combat assistance capabilities. But today, her strategic brilliance had outshone even her typical duties. In this fight, she had been more than just a helpful AI, she had been an invaluable tactician. Link, meanwhile, was left dazed and numb from the electric shock, barely able to move as the electricity crackled across his armor-like body. But Charlie wasn't going to give him a chance to recover. Batman rushed forward, his hands encased in electrified shock gloves, and landed a series of punishing blows. The first punch connected with Link's nose, sending electricity surging through his head. The impact sent him reeling backward as the shockwave made his armor spark and jump with energy, throwing off his balance. His vision blurred, and he couldn't focus. Despite the overwhelming pain and disorientation, Link's training kicked in. Even with his senses dulled, he predicted Batman's next move through pure muscle memory and lashed out with a wild counterpunch. It was a desperate, reflexive strike, fueled by years of combat experience. But Charlie was prepared for that too. Batman wasn't just a master of dirty tricks, he was a martial artist of the highest order. Charlie quickly ducked and maneuvered, dodging the wild punch with ease. At the same time, Batman delivered two powerful, electrified punches to Link's lower abdomen, sending fresh shocks coursing through his body. Link's body was in agony. Every muscle screamed in protest as electricity continued to surge through him. He couldn't believe what was happening. He had expected a brutal, direct fight, one where his superior strength, speed, and invulnerability would allow him to crush Batman with ease. But nothing had gone as planned. Link had severely underestimated Batman's tactics, expecting a conventional fight between warriors. Instead, he had been subjected to a relentless onslaught of tricks, traps, and strategic misdirection. He felt humiliated. By every metric, Link was stronger, faster, and more durable than Batman. His armor made him nearly invulnerable to conventional attacks. On paper, this fight should have been over in minutes, with Batman lying at his feet. But instead, he was the one getting pummeled. It was as if the roles had been reversed. Link, a genetically enhanced super soldier, was being toyed with by an ordinary man in a bat costume. His moves, though powerful, were rendered useless by Batman's superior tactics and planning. As Batman's blows rained down on him, Link's tentacles flailed wildly, trying to strike back. But every attempt to counter was met with precise dodges and punishing counters. Batman knew exactly when to step in, when to step back, and how to make each strike count. Then came the punch that nearly broke Link's spirit. Batman delivered a devastating strike to his forehead, a blow so powerful it almost shattered the armor-like substance covering his face. For a moment, Link's entire body seemed to pause, the force of the impact reverberating through his skull. What kind of power is this? Link wondered, shocked by the sheer force behind the punch. He had fought countless foes in his lifetime, many of them powerful, many of them dangerous. But this punch, from a man who was supposed to be just a regular human, felt more like the work of a superhuman. It didn't make sense. The special agents who had been watching from the sidelines finally regained their vision, and what they saw left them in awe. Batman was locked in a brutal, fast-paced battle with Link, who was dressed in bizarre, monstrous armor. The two figures moved with incredible speed, trading blows and dodges in a display of strength and precision that defied logic. Link, who had seemed unstoppable just moments ago, was now on the receiving end of a relentless assault. Batman's fighting style was unconventional, a mix of brutal efficiency and strange, almost supernatural moves. At one point, Batman even kicked Link into the air and followed up with a series of mid-air combos that left the agents wondering if they were watching a real fight or a choreographed movie scene. Is that something a human can even do? One of the agents muttered in disbelief. Just moments ago, the agents had been getting destroyed by Link. Despite their best efforts, they hadn't been able to make a dent in his defenses. But now, Link was the one being battered, and the agents were left questioning everything. Charlie felt a rush of satisfaction as Batman continued to pummel Link. Each punch, each shock, and each blow was a testament to Batman's mastery of strategy and combat. Link, once an overwhelming threat, was now a beaten, crumpled mess. After Spider-Man, who had joined the fight, delivered a final combo using his web-swinging abilities, a bat-shaped explosive dart detonated on Link's face. The explosion sent a fireball and smoke screen rolling through the room, blasting Link backward and tearing away most of his armor. Finally, the agents could see what lay beneath the armor. Beneath the shattered, blood-red armor, Link's body had mutated grotesquely. His skin had hardened and mutated into something monstrous, more like a creature's than a human's. The tissue underneath was unlike anything seen on a normal person. It was almost alien, a twisted amalgamation of muscle and sinew. Even now, Link's body was trying to heal itself, flesh knitting together and regenerating rapidly, struggling to repair the extensive damage. Link lay on the ground, his breath ragged and shallow. I underestimated you, he gasped, his voice weak but tinged with grim acceptance. He knew the fight was over. There was no point in resisting any further. He had lost. Lying on his back, Link stared up at Batman, who was walking toward him with slow, deliberate steps. A dry smile crossed Link's face, though it was filled with bitterness. I guess a lot of people make this mistake, he said. They get a little bit of power, and they think they're untouchable. He coughed, the movement straining his already battered body. And you're the best at using that. You let people think they're winning, and then, before Link could finish, Spider-Man webbed his hands and feet, binding him tightly. Batman wasted no time, throwing another gadget, a gel bomb. The bomb exploded at Link's feet, and in seconds, the expanding gel enveloped his body, hardening and trapping him completely. With both the webbing and the gel keeping him restrained, there was no way for Link to break free. Even if he were in peak condition, there would be no escape. I lost, Link admitted, his voice raspy and filled with resignation. But it doesn't matter, he added with a weak, bitter smile. The gears have started turning. The tide will sweep everyone away. No one will escape, not even you. Elsewhere. In a shadowy, secretive location, a pair of glowing eyes slowly opened in the darkness. It looks like the plan failed. A man's voice, calm yet edged with cold resolve, echoed in the shadows. His face, partially illuminated, revealed a stern expression. It was Link. Batman turned out to be more than we expected, he continued. He's not just a fighter with power. We underestimated him. Yes, it seems we did, another voice replied from deeper in the shadows. Another figure stepped forward, his face also revealed it was another Link. But it doesn't matter, the second Link said with eerie calm. The mission of the dead is complete. Sacrificing one of us is insignificant. That's true. As long as the key remains active, everything will proceed according to plan. A third voice joined the conversation, and yet another Link emerged from the darkness. Around them, pairs of glowing eyes began to open, one after another, like ominous lights flickering to life in the pitch-black room. They all shared the same cold, emotionless gaze. The plan was still in motion. Detective Ivan's injuries had healed to about 70%, his vision now sharp enough to assess the aftermath of the battle. His eyes scanned the scene, focusing on Link, who lay motionless, completely immobilized by the combination of Spider-Man's webbing and the quick expanding gel. Yvonne took a deep breath, finally convinced that the fight was over, and that Link was no longer a threat. Only then did he allow himself to relax, casually pulling out a cigarette and lighting it. He was preparing to exchange a few words with Batman, maybe a thank you for once again saving their hides, but when he turned around, Batman was already gone. Of course he was. It's Batman, after all. The few seconds it took for Yvonne to confirm Link was neutralized were all the time Batman needed to disappear into the shadows, leaving without a word, as usual. The agents, still recovering from the intensity of the fight, began to stir. Slowly but surely, they came to terms with what had just happened. They had been saved, again, by the Dark Knight. It was a scene they had grown accustomed to, being swept off their feet by Batman's efficiency, only to be left standing, bewildered, as he vanished without a trace. This time, however, something was different. Rather than frustration or anger at being upstaged, there was a collective sense of acceptance. The agents had long realized that Batman operated on a different level. Overthinking it only led to confusion. Gotham's police force had long been shaped by Batman's methods, and now, this special task force, colloquially known as the Madhouse, was starting to fall into the same rhythm. In fact, if things continued the way they were going, the Madhouse might just install their own bat signal on the deck of their mothership. That way, whenever things went sideways, they wouldn't need to scramble or panic. They'd just turn on the signal and let Batman do his thing. Problem solved. No more worries about being outnumbered or outgunned by infected individuals or phantoms. Truth be told, Charlie found nothing wrong with that idea. It would save him the hassle of having to find ways to gain experience points every day. Instead, he could just give the Madhouse their own bat signal. Anytime they ran into trouble, they could shine it in the sky, and Charlie could skip the lengthy preparation phase, jump right into the action, and let Batman handle the heavy lifting. It was practical, efficient, and saved everyone a lot of time. It reminded Charlie of the defense teams in Ultraman paper-thin defenders who always seemed to be in over their heads, trying to fight off giant monsters with meager firepower. In the end, rather than wasting time and resources sending out more planes and troops, they'd just summon Ultraman, who would swoop in and handle the situation with minimal effort. Simple, direct, and highly effective. Charlie figured that once his experience level was maxed out, and his system's skill pool was full, he'd be capable of handling anything, even the chaos in the Madhouse. When that day came, he wouldn't just be cleaning up after others, he'd be the one doing the saving, with a full arsenal of abilities and strategies at his disposal. Quoting one of Iron Man's most iconic lines, "I've successfully privatized world peace." What's that? You don't want peace? Fine. Maybe a chat with Superman about life would change your mind. Back in the present, the action team made contact with the response team stationed above ground. Only then did they realize something shocking. While they had been fighting below, Batman had already freed all the hostages. As the agents crossed the hall, retracing their steps through the battlefield, they ventured deeper into the underground facility, soon finding the door to the hostage room ajar. Nearby, the remains of 3 phantoms lay strewn across the ground. The sight left the agents in a stunned silence. Had they really been fighting at the front lines, struggling to hold the enemy at bay, while Batman had not only rescued the hostages but also taken down 3 key enemies? The realization hit hard. While they had been preoccupied with the chaos up front, Batman and his companion had slipped through enemy lines, completed the mission, and returned to the fight, taking out the strongest foe on the battlefield before leaving without so much as a word. It was a sobering moment for the agents. Reflecting on the sequence of events, they began to piece it together. After ensuring the hostages were safe and the primary objectives were completed, Batman had calmly re-entered the fray, taken out the most dangerous enemy, and disappeared as quickly as he had arrived. And now, as the agents stood there, they couldn't help but wonder what their role in this mission had really been. At first, they had believed themselves to be soldiers of justice, sharp blades ready to cut down evil. But the reality of the situation was starting to feel more like they had been cooks preparing the battlefield for Batman to swoop in and clean up. By the end, they weren't sharp blades, nor were they cooks, they were simply spectators. Their primary function had been to cheer from the sidelines as Batman worked his magic, and to make sure that when Batman went full throttle, there was at least someone there to bear witness to his deeds. Detective Yvonne noticed one of the younger agents, looking frustrated and defeated, staring at the ground. With a casual smile, Yvonne approached, cigarette dangling from his lips, and patted the young agent on the shoulder. "Don't let it get to you, kid," Yvonne said, exhaling smoke. "There's going to be a lot more days like this. You'll get used to it." The younger agent looked up at Yvonne, his face a mixture of confusion and reluctant acceptance. He had no words, but his silence spoke volumes. Meanwhile, the question of what exactly Link was remained unanswered. Was he an infected person, or was he something more? No one knew for sure, and there was still a lingering uncertainty about whether or not phantoms had the same explosive tendencies as the infected. Regardless, protocol demanded that Link be taken back for interrogation. Charlie had briefly considered trying to crack open the minds of these 9 division professionals, hoping to extract valuable intel. But the truth was, he didn't have much faith in the Madhouse's security system. He had a feeling that if they weren't careful, Link would find a way to escape. Not that it would be too much of a problem if he did. Friday had already assured Charlie that she could hack into the Madhouse's system, keeping constant surveillance on the prisoner. She'd even keep tabs on any information they managed to extract from Link's accomplices. Even if Link somehow managed to break out, it would only lead to one thing: more experience points for Charlie when he inevitably captured him again. Later, when the hostages began to provide their statements, they revealed a crucial piece of information. 5. Are you sure you counted correctly? Melanie asked with a frown. She was one of the hostages who had been rescued earlier and was now sitting by the Secret Service vehicle. Despite her current situation, where she still had to be escorted back to the mothership for questioning due to her earlier involvement, she remained focused and sharp. Yes, ma'am, a young agent confirmed. 5 phantoms in total. 4 were taken down by Batman and his companion, and 1 was handled by the action team. His voice faltered near the end of his sentence, the embarrassment of their limited contribution seeping through. He hadn't wanted to admit it, but with so many agents on the scene, only one of the enemies had been taken down by their team. The rest had been Batman's doing. But Melanie wasn't interested in who took down whom. Her concern lay elsewhere, and she quickly looked over at Yvonne. "One's missing," she said bluntly, her tone sharp. Yvonne blinked in confusion. "What do you mean, missing?" "There were 6 of them," Melanie explained. "You've only accounted for 5. One's still out there, a shapeshifter. Elsewhere." Charlie leaned back in his gaming chair, stretching after a long, exhausting day. He could feel the tension in his muscles easing up, but the satisfaction of a job well done lingered. "Not a bad day's work, wouldn't you say?" he remarked, glancing at Friday. "I think you performed exceptionally well, sir," Friday replied with her usual calm smile. "No, it was your support that made it all possible," Charlie countered, grinning. "I disagree, sir. Your quick decision-making and tactical skills were the key. No way. Your strategic planning and advice kept everything running smoothly." The light-hearted banter continued for a few more moments, back and forth, as they both praised each other's efforts. Despite the heavy lifting he'd done today using the powers of Captain America and Spider-Man, especially Spider-Man, whose abilities drained his energy bar fast, Charlie still felt a strange rush of energy. His body was tired, but his mind was wide awake. It was that strange feeling where every fiber of your being knows you need rest, but your brain just refuses to power down. "Your physical condition isn't optimal," Friday warned. "I recommend you get some sleep, sir." "One more round," Charlie muttered. He was still buzzing with energy and excitement. Maybe he'd swing through the city one more time as Spider-Man, see if he could find one more unlucky bad guy before calling it a night. Excessive fatigue and overwork can lead to long-term health complications, including circulatory issues, endocrine imbalances, insomnia, memory loss, irritability, and more, Friday rattled off in her usual monotone. Additionally, it can increase the risk of hypertension, diabetes, and... All right, I give up," Charlie sighed, rolling his eyes. Friday chuckled softly. "I'm only concerned for your well-being, sir. But, of course, the decision is yours." Charlie couldn't help but admit that she was right. As much as he wanted to keep playing, it wasn't healthy to push himself to the limit every time. There was such a thing as moderation. As he exited the game, a familiar flashing effect lit up his screen, catching his eye. The sight made his heart race with excitement. It was an upgrade notification. He'd leveled up again. It seemed that taking down so many bosses in one night had granted him a substantial amount of experience. Charlie hadn't expected to level up again so soon, especially since his last upgrade hadn't been that long ago. Then again, the flood of experience points from that time Riverton's F4 gang had fed him hundreds of enemies at once probably played a part. That group of clowns had delivered themselves straight into his hands, and even ended up behind bars in the process. That wave of experience points had been significant. With the upgrade came his favorite part, the skill draw. He was surprised to find that even the skill lottery system had been updated. As Charlie read through the new description, his eyes widened in disbelief. The new skill extraction system has been unlocked. Players can now draw skills from multiple heroes simultaneously, acquiring up to 5 different hero abilities at one time. Charlie's heart raced as he absorbed the implications of this new mechanic. Charlie, wait a second, did he read that right? 5 skills at a time? He blinked at the screen, his heart racing. Was the game really upgraded to this level? 5 skills in one go? That was an insane boost. His mind immediately started running wild with the possibilities. With just a bit more experience and a few extra levels, wouldn't that mean he could reach top-tier power in a matter of days? It was like the game was handing him the keys to the kingdom, offering him magic skills on a silver platter. But as the excitement buzzed through him, Charlie decided to take a closer look. Upon further inspection, the details of the new feature started to clarify things. While it was undoubtedly a powerful upgrade, it wasn't quite as limitless as it first appeared. The description explained that after the upgrade, you could still only lock in one hero for guaranteed skill draws, just like before. The remaining 4 rounds were extra, an additional bonus handed out by the system. However, there was a catch: the 4 extra skills would be drawn randomly from the heroes Charlie already owned. He couldn't choose them. So while the system had become significantly more generous, offering 4 extra rolls, those freebies came with an element of unpredictability. If he was lucky, he'd land some game-changing abilities. But if the RNG gods weren't on his side, he might end up with something far less useful. His initial excitement tempered slightly. Charlie let out a deep breath. Okay, maybe it wasn't the limitless power spike he had first imagined, but still it was free stuff. And free stuff was always good. After all, who didn't love getting a random boost? Even if the extra skills weren't what he was hoping for, they might come in handy down the line. A surplus of abilities was never a bad thing. You could always stash them in the proverbial warehouse until they became relevant. Sometimes the most unlikely skill could end up saving your life. He smirked, thinking about some of the more random powers in superhero lore. Take Aquaman's ability to talk to fish, for instance. Sure, in Aquaman, it was depicted as this awesome power that let him command the seven seas. But Charlie would never forget the laugh he got watching Justice League, where Batman sarcastically asked Aquaman to send fish out to gather intelligence. That one scene had kept him chuckling for months. Now, it was time to decide which hero to lock in for the guaranteed skill. Naturally, there was only one clear choice: Spider-Man. Spider-Man was the crown jewel of Charlie's hero roster. More than 20 tons of arm strength, reflexes that rivaled any combatant in the game, and an all-around monster in battle. No matter which skill he ended up with, anything from Spider-Man's set was going to be an absolute win. Without hesitation, Charlie locked in Spider-Man as his preferred hero, and with a breath of anticipation, hit the button to start the 5 consecutive draws. The screen lit up with a burst of dazzling, fireworks-like special effects as the new skills rolled in. Charlie leaned in closer, his excitement building. He couldn't wait to see what he'd get. After what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a few seconds, the results appeared. The first skill, vehicle riding. Charlie's excitement deflated just a little. The skill was from Huntress, a heroine known for her proficiency with vehicles, especially motorcycles. It was the kind of skill that was essential for action movie protagonists when they had to pull off those wild car chases or daring stunts. But for Charlie, a guy who didn't even own a car, let alone drive one, he glanced over at Friday, the AI companion who was always by his side. She stood there with a gentle, knowing smile, looking like she was about to suggest something practical. Yeah, I get it, Charlie muttered. It's a nice skill, but not exactly useful for me right now. He shrugged. There was no need to linger on the first draw. Not everything could be a winner, and this was only the beginning. Moving on to the second skill, his eyes lit up immediately. Fighting specialization, Batgirl. Now, this was more like it. The skill came from Cassandra Cain, the formidable Batgirl. She had undergone inhuman levels of combat training since childhood, making her one of the deadliest fighters in the DC universe. Her mastery of martial arts was so refined that she could predict and counter an enemy's moves before they even happened. This wasn't just fighting skill, it was an instinctual understanding of combat that put her leagues ahead of most fighters. Even Lady Shiva, the deadliest martial artist in the world, acknowledged Cassandra's abilities. Charlie grinned. This was a rare find. He'd always wanted to get Cassandra's combat prowess into his skill set, but the chances of drawing it had been so slim that he hadn't even bothered to try. Now, it had fallen into his lap. Some might argue that martial arts weren't that useful in a world filled with gods and superhumans. But those people weren't thinking big enough. Sure, if you were up against someone like Superman, no amount of fancy footwork was going to save you. But in a fight where the power levels were more balanced, technique mattered. It could be the difference between life and death. In a world where brute strength wasn't always enough, skills like Cassandra's were golden. Charlie felt a surge of satisfaction. This alone would have made the draw worthwhile, but he wasn't done yet. There were still 3 more skills to go. The third skill rolled in, and Charlie's heart skipped a beat. Spider Sense, Spider-Man. This was the jackpot. Spider Sense wasn't just a useful skill, it was one of the most iconic and powerful abilities in all of Spider-Man's arsenal. The early warning system gave Spider-Man an almost supernatural ability to sense danger before it struck. With this, Charlie would be nearly impossible to sneak up on. It was like having a personal radar that would alert him to any incoming threats, allowing him to dodge attacks with ease. Not only that, but Spider Sense came with heightened reflexes, putting him in a state where time seemed to slow down. In moments of crisis, it was like entering bullet time. He'd be able to see things unfold in slow motion, giving him the reaction time needed to dodge even the fastest projectiles, including bullets. Charlie could barely contain his excitement. With the strength of Captain America, the spider sense of Spider-Man, and Cassandra's fighting skills, he was quickly becoming a force to be reckoned with. He moved on to the fourth skill, hoping the streak of good luck would continue. But as the result came up, he couldn't help but chuckle. Unique cooking, Green Arrow. Green Arrow, one of DC's most famous heroes, had a surprising side talent cooking. His signature dish? A notoriously spicy beef stew that had become infamous among the members of the Justice League. Charlie shook his head, laughing. Okay, sure. Green Arrow can cook, why not? It wasn't exactly what he was hoping for, but every hero had to eat, right? And maybe there'd come a day when he needed to whip up a meal to boost morale. Stranger things had happened. Finally, it was time for the fifth and final skill. Charlie clicked through and was immediately hit with another wave of excitement. Super self-healing, Moon Knight. This was big. Moon Knight, under the protection of the moon god Khonshu, had incredible self-healing abilities. Gunshot wounds? They'd heal in seconds. Broken bones? A mere inconvenience. Moon Knight's healing factor wasn't just about recovering from minor injuries, it was on par with some of the best regenerative powers out there, even rivaling the likes of Wolverine. The best part? If Moon Knight had enough divine power backing him, Khonshu could even bring him back from the dead. Now this is what I'm talking about, Charlie said aloud, feeling a rush of adrenaline. With this self-healing ability, Charlie would be practically unkillable. Sure, it wasn't quite as powerful as the version that could resurrect him from the dead, but it was still an incredibly useful life-saving tool. Getting hurt in battle would no longer be a major issue. He could heal from almost anything. As he reviewed his new abilities, Charlie couldn't help but feel a deep sense of satisfaction. This first round of 5 consecutive draws had been far more rewarding than he'd expected. Not only had he gotten a solid mix of combat and survival skills, but he now felt more powerful than ever. His goal of becoming a god-tier hero was inching closer with every draw, but there was more. The upgrade had also unlocked a brand new feature, Hero Dispatch. This feature allowed Charlie to temporarily remove a hero from his team, stationing them in a specific location. Once sent there, the hero would stay offline and unavailable for use until Charlie chose to bring them back. The best part was that they'd remain exactly where he had left them. Charlie's mind immediately began spinning with ideas. This wasn't just a simple new function, this was a game changer. With Hero Dispatch, he could effectively set up a network of heroes across different cities. If there was ever an emergency in any major location, he wouldn't have to scramble across the map to respond. Instead, he could simply log into the hero station there and handle it instantly. It was like having an army of superheroes at his fingertips, ready to respond at a moment's notice. He could already picture each major city across the globe with its own superhero protector, all reporting back to him. With enough heroes, he could cover every corner of the map, creating a global defense system that would rival any organization. But just as he started to plot his future strategy, Friday's voice chimed in. "It's 2:40 a.m., sir. I strongly suggest you get some sleep." Charlie groaned, torn between his desire to test out the new feature and the undeniable truth that he was exhausted. All right, he muttered reluctantly, logging off. As much as he wanted to keep going, Friday was right. He needed rest. Staying up all night wouldn't do him any favors, especially if he wanted to keep up his momentum. "Set an alarm for 10:30, Charlie said, stifling a yawn. "Make sure I'm up by then." "Of course, sir," Friday replied with a smile. Little did Charlie know, the next morning was going to be an experience all on its own. The next morning, Charlie awoke the next day feeling surprisingly well rested. True to her word, Friday had woken him up precisely at 10:30 a.m. Her first tactic, opening the curtains. The bright sunlight poured into the room, instantly lighting up every corner. The sudden brightness was enough to stir him slightly, but for someone as attached to his bed as Charlie, it wasn't nearly enough. He grumbled something unintelligible and buried himself deeper under the covers, blocking out the light. But Friday wasn't done yet. Her second move, music. The familiar opening notes of Caribou Lou by Tech 9 filled the room, loud and cheerful. It was a jarring contrast to the peaceful sleep Charlie had been enjoying, and it immediately jolted him halfway awake. "Wait, what? Why is this song here?" Charlie mumbled, pulling the blanket over his head to block out the noise. "Turn it off, Friday," he groaned, still half asleep. "I'm awake, okay." Friday's voice was gentle but firm. "You asked me to make sure you were fully awake, sir." Charlie. The music was effective, sure, but not enough to get him completely out of bed. He was still holding on, determined to sneak in a few more minutes of rest. Then Friday played her ace in the hole. "I've installed an 8 kV shock device under your bed," she said. "If you don't get up in the next 5 seconds, I'll have no choice but to activate it." 5, 4. Charlie's eyes snapped open. "Wait, stop, I'm up." He shot out of bed as if launched by a spring, standing at full attention. "Good morning, sir," Friday greeted him sweetly, hands clasped in front of her in a perfect display of professionalism. "Breakfast is ready." Charlie blinked, still trying to process what had just happened. "Electric shock device. Oh, that." Friday chuckled softly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "I lied, Charlie. Good grief. The little secretary was a bit of a trickster, wasn't she?" But he couldn't deny it, she'd gotten the job done. He was fully awake, and any trace of sleepiness had been blasted away. All right, turn off the music. "I'm up for real," Charlie said, rubbing his eyes. 151 rum, pineapple juice, and Malibu. Carib. Friday complied, shutting off the song. She turned to leave, but just before stepping out of the room, she glanced back with a playful smile. "Good morning, sir." Then she was gone, leaving Charlie standing there, still trying to make sense of the morning. Charlie. Friday's breakfast was, as usual, well-made and perfectly tailored to Charlie's tastes. It wasn't anything particularly fancy, just a simple breakfast pancake, yet somehow, in its simplicity, it hit all the right notes. The ingredients were the most common you could find: 2 eggs, a slice of ham, shredded carrots, a small handful of shrimp skins, and finely chopped green onions. The pancake itself had been fried to a perfect golden brown, with its crispy edges encasing the soft, savory interior. The smell was irresistible, filling the room with the warmth of freshly cooked food. Despite the humble ingredients, the meal looked like something you'd see in a high-end cafe. And while there's an old saying that the ham usually steals the show in such a meal, Charlie had always had a soft spot for eggs. There was something about the way the egg yolk was spread across the pancake, soaking into the dough and enhancing every bite with a rich, satisfying flavor. The whole cake was permeated with the fragrance of the eggs, a reminder of the simple joys of a good breakfast. Friday had prepared the meal with his exact preferences in mind. Every ingredient, every seasoning, every touch had been carefully chosen based on Charlie's past meals. Each bite was perfect, a small burst of joy that made the morning feel just a little bit brighter. I've referred to the gnaw you ordered 13 times at Chen's Old Noodles and the burritos from the third-floor window in your school cafeteria, Friday said, her voice as soft and melodic as ever, and adjusted the recipe accordingly. If you'd like any changes, feel free to let me know. I can improve it for next time. Charlie smiled, his mouth full of the rich flavors of ham, egg, and sauce. No, this is perfect. It wasn't just a polite response either. Despite the simplicity of the ingredients, the meal was hitting all the right notes for him. If Charlie could, he'd give Friday's breakfast a glowing 4-star review right now. Why not 5 stars, you ask? Well, that's simple. Leave room for improvement, always. If it's true that the way to a man's heart is through his stomach, Charlie mused to himself, then Friday's well on her way to having me wrapped around her finger. Compared to this, the gnaw from Chen's Old Noodles feels like fast food. While eating, Charlie scrolled through his phone, casually clicking on the exclusive app for the 9th Special Service Division, also known as the Madhouse. There was a new message from Tara, his immediate supervisor. Tara was responsible for assigning Charlie his clerical duties at the Madhouse. Of course, being a part-time college student, no one expected him to handle anything too important. Most of the tasks he received were trivial and administrative. Basic paperwork, filing, and the like. Initially, Charlie had thought about doing the work himself, mostly out of curiosity. But after just 10 seconds of staring at the dense, complicated tables and endless rows of text, he quickly closed the file and handed the task over to Friday. You're better at this stuff than I am, he had said, giving her a nod of approval. Friday had, of course, done an exceptional job. All Charlie had to do afterward was skim the finished work to ensure it met the standards. So far, no complaints had come from the higher UPS. In fact, Tara had sent a message the next day, praising his quick and thorough work. Apparently, Tara had expected this task to take Charlie at least a week to complete. The fact that it was done so quickly, and with such high quality, had impressed her. She mentioned that she now believed Charlie had a knack for handling detailed work, and she was beginning to think he had real potential in the field of materials management. Charlie chuckled. Tara was polite, almost to a fault. She seemed new to her leadership role, her messages full of respect and courtesy. It was refreshing to deal with someone who didn't throw their weight around. She was young, kind, and a pleasure to work with. But even so, her high praise had caught him off guard. Charlie reflected on the situation. He had been trying to keep a low profile, to fly under the radar. After all, while Friday was the one completing most of his tasks, he didn't want to seem too efficient or too eager. He'd purposely delayed handing in the completed work for a few days to make it seem more natural. But even with the delay, it still exceeded Tara's expectations. Maybe I should have held off a bit longer, Charlie thought. Next time, I'll wait until the last minute to submit, and I'll ask Friday to dial back the quality. No need to stand out too much. It was almost like trying to ace a test but intentionally aiming for an average score, just to blend in. Charlie wanted to be the invisible cog in the madhouse machine, not the one that drew attention. There was no point in being too noticeable. If you stood out too much, you'd just end up with more work. His mind flashed to Seiki Kujuo from the disastrous life of Seiki K, the ultimate master of blending in and avoiding unnecessary attention. Yeah, that's what Charlie was aiming for. Still, Tara seemed pleased with his work. She had mentioned that she hadn't expected him to finish so quickly, and now there wasn't much left for him to do. She promised to assign him more tasks in a few days, but for now, Charlie was free to touch the fish, as they said in the division, meaning, relax and do nothing. She also mentioned that if his studies ever conflicted with his madhouse tasks, she'd be happy to help him out. Initially, Charlie had assumed this was just polite talk. But as he thought about it, the idea of the madhouse helping with his schoolwork started to intrigue him. Last semester had been a disaster. Charlie had spent most of his time gaming, cutting videos, and procrastinating. When finals rolled around, he found himself scrambling. He'd spent countless nights in the library, cramming for exams and trying to memorize entire textbooks in a matter of days. His study group had practically abandoned him, and he'd spent the last month dodging his professors, who were on the verge of failing him. Somehow, he'd managed to scrape by, but the experience had left him mentally drained. This semester wasn't looking much better. Now that gaming had become his primary focus, school had fallen even further down his list of priorities. Attending class had become something he did when his stamina in the game was low, and he needed something to pass the time while waiting for it to recover. There was no way he could pull off another miracle come exam time. At first, Charlie had figured he'd rely on Friday to help him get through his classes. But now that Tara had offered to assist, maybe the madhouse could help him juggle his workload. If he could leverage their resources to keep his school tasks under control, he could fully commit to leveling up in the game without having to worry about exams or papers. In fact, if Tara could pull some strings for him, he might even be able to breeze through his classes entirely, passing exams with flying colors while focusing all his energy on gaming. With last night's level up, Charlie had noticed a significant boost in his physical strength. Now, when he used mortal-level heroes like Batman, he no longer felt the fatigue he used to. Only when he used the more powerful heroes, like Spider-Man, did he start to feel the effects of prolonged gameplay. As he finished his breakfast, Friday swiped her hand in the air, summoning a floating screen filled with detailed information. Sir, I've noticed you've been using supplements to speed up your recovery, Friday began, her voice gentle but serious. However, based on my analysis, some natural alternatives would be more effective and come with fewer side effects. I've customized a supplement list for you. Would you like to take a look? Charlie raised an eyebrow. You even designed this? Of course, Friday replied with a soft smile. Ensuring your health is one of my primary objectives. Charlie glanced over the list as he continued to eat. He couldn't help but frown slightly. For some reason, it seemed like a lot of the supplements listed were of the whip variety, clearly designed to boost specific functions. He couldn't shake the feeling that the list seemed a little too focused on one particular type of enhancement. But then again, as he looked at Friday's innocent, caring face, he pushed the thought aside. There was no way she'd have any ulterior motives. What could Friday be implying? He wondered, shaking his head. Well, these supplements don't look cheap, he muttered. Friday nodded. No, but given your current income and lifestyle, I don't believe cost is an issue for you. Charlie laughed. That's true. I barely leave the house anyway. Shall I place an order, sir? Friday asked sweetly. Yeah, go ahead, Charlie replied. Pick what you think works best, and I'll approve it. Very well, sir, Friday said, nodding before turning back to her task. Charlie finished his breakfast and stood up, stretching. As he did, Friday effortlessly cleared the table and asked, according to your schedule, you have a class this afternoon. Will you be attending? Class? Absolutely not, Charlie replied with a grin. The last thing on his mind right now was school. He had far more exciting things to focus on, like the new game functions he had unlocked the night before. There were points to generate, skills to be drawn, and new territories to explore. The idea of sitting in a classroom while his game world was waiting to be conquered seemed absurd. Charlie had been buzzing with excitement about the new feature he'd unlocked last night, so attending class was completely out of the question. His mind was entirely consumed by thoughts of the game, strategizing and planning his next moves. He grabbed his phone and sent a quick message to his good friend Walter, asking him to cover for him in class and sign him in. Walter had always been the reliable type, the kind of friend who could take care of roll calls and small favors without making a fuss. With that settled, Charlie turned back to the only thing on his mind, the game. Sitting at his gaming station, Charlie fired up the system, anticipation bubbling inside him as the interface loaded up. He picked up right where he left off the previous night, eager to test the new functions and push further in his hero journey. Since unlocking the B-level card pool, Charlie had started to become suspicious of the whole system. It was as though the game was rigged, full of hidden insider information that only the developers knew, leading to odd results with every draw. Every time he pulled from the pool, there was a strange sense that the game was intentionally holding back the good stuff. Sure enough, his first few pulls today were more of the same, a bunch of weird, seemingly useless gear. Wrist guards, goggles, and some other random equipment flooded his inventory. Most of it was nothing to write home about. And to top it off, he even got a few superhero duplicates characters he already had, which was beyond frustrating. Charlie sighed, running his fingers through his hair. What's the point of this? He thought. I mean, really, who needs 10 pairs of wrist guards? Still, he knew that this was just part of the grind. Even if he had to wade through a sea of useless junk, the chance of hitting something extraordinary was always there, and the excitement of it kept him coming back. Sure, the B-level card pool wasn't going to give him the thank you for participating messages he'd feared from the C-level pool, but he also wasn't quite sure what he was getting out of it yet. Then came a shift, a pull that finally made him sit up straight. The system chimed, the screen lit up with bright, sparkling effects, and a new hero materialized before him. His heart skipped a beat when he realized who it was, Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier. Bucky wasn't just another hero, he was Captain America's best friend, and like Cap, he had been enhanced by the Super Soldier Serum. But Bucky's story was darker. He had been brainwashed by Hydra for decades, turning him into a ruthless assassin. It wasn't until modern times that he finally broke free and returned to the hero fold. In terms of gameplay, the Winter Soldier was an absolute beast. Not only did he have all the enhanced strength, speed, and reflexes of a super soldier, but his mechanical prosthetic arm added an entirely new layer to his abilities. He was skilled with a wide range of weapons, could go toe-to-toe with almost any combatant, and was practically unstoppable in hand-to-hand combat. Charlie grinned, taking a moment to appreciate how far his hero roster had come. The Winter Soldier was a serious upgrade. Still, he couldn't help but compare Bucky to Captain America, who he had previously pulled from the C-level card pool. Despite their similar origins, it was strange to Charlie that Bucky had ended up in the B-level pool while Steve Rogers was in the C-level. Theoretically, they should be on par with one another. But maybe this version of Bucky represented a more battle-hardened, post-Avengers incarnation, whereas the Captain America he had pulled was from an earlier, less experienced era. That could explain the discrepancy in their ranks. His mind wandered to the MCU, where Bucky's arm had been upgraded in Wakanda to a vibranium model. A powerful enhancement, sure, but it seemed like that arm was always getting detached or stolen, leaving Bucky in a constant state of having to replace it. Charlie couldn't help but laugh, remembering how Bucky's arm always seemed to be an ongoing joke in the fandom. With the Winter Soldier now firmly added to his team, Charlie continued his pulls, though the next few were underwhelming. More equipment he didn't really need or understand, some random power UPS that seemed situational at best, and a few forgettable items. Just when his hope was starting to fade, the system flashed once again with another significant prize. This time, it was a weapon, a silver longsword, to be exact. And not just any longsword, but one that belonged to Blade, the vampire hunter. Charlie had to take a moment to appreciate this one. Blade's weaponry was specifically designed to take down vampires, and his sword was no exception. For an average person, the silver sword might have been nothing more than a well-crafted blade, but for anyone facing vampires, this was a game-changer. Even the slightest scratch from this sword would be deadly to the undead. It was a ripple sprint for vampires, a one-hit kill. The only problem? There weren't any vampires on Earth's pole star. Great, Charlie muttered to himself, I've got a dragon-slaying sword in a world with no dragons. Still, the sword was cool, and if there ever were vampires, which, in this game, anything was possible, he'd be more than ready. He moved on to the next draw, and this time, something truly remarkable happened. The system lit up with vibrant special effects, and Charlie's eyes widened as he watched what unfolded on his screen. Batman. Not just any Batman, but an upgraded version from the B-level pool. Charlie could hardly contain his excitement. Batman had been one of his first heroes in the game, but this version came with even more options, more upgrades, and more features than before. Logging into the game, Charlie entered the Batcave to explore the new content. The Batcave was larger than before, filled with new vehicles, gadgets, and suits. There were Batmobiles of every version, tanks from various timelines, and an array of bat suits, each tailored for specific situations. Cold-resistant armor, fireproof armor, poison-resistant suits, all designed for specific enemies like Mr. Freeze, Poison Ivy, and Clayface. Each suit had its own purpose, and while none of them were as powerful as the Hellbat armor, they were all incredibly useful in their own right. Charlie could feel the excitement bubbling inside him as he explored the arsenal. This is how it should be, he thought. The sheer variety of tools at his disposal made him feel invincible, ready for any threat the game could throw at him. But the game wasn't done with him yet. Another pull, and this time, something truly jaw-dropping appeared on the screen. The Iron Man Mark V portable armor. Charlie's heart raced as he watched the special effects unfold, his screen bursting with light. The Mark V armor, from Iron Man 2, was one of the most iconic suits in Tony Stark's arsenal. Unlike the later armors that could fly to him or assemble at the touch of a button, the Mark V was housed in a suitcase, designed for portability and emergencies. The armor wasn't as powerful as Stark's other models, but its compact size made it perfect for situations where he didn't have access to his regular suits. It had limited weapons, only a repulsor cannon in each palm, and the flight capabilities were minimal, designed more for quick escapes than prolonged aerial combat. The suit wasn't built to withstand heavy firepower, but for a portable set of armor, it was still beyond anything modern human technology could replicate. Charlie wasted no time testing it out in-game. He watched in awe as the suitcase unfolded, assembling piece by piece onto his character's body. The metal segments locked into place, forming the sleek, silver armor he remembered so well from the movies. It took over 10 seconds to fully assemble, and during that time, his character was vulnerable, completely defenseless until the armor was ready. Even so, watching the process was exhilarating. The transformation, the way the metal clicked and locked into place, was the stuff of childhood dreams. This was the pinnacle of man's romance with technology, a mecha in real life. Friday, ever attentive, suggested that she could block all nearby signals and let him test the armor outside in real life. She offered to create a blind spot where he could fly around for a while without being detected. Charlie was tempted. The idea of flying around in an Iron Man suit was almost too good to pass up. But in the end, his cautious nature won out. No thanks, Charlie said, shaking his head. I'll stick to using the heroes remotely. TL note, that's it. The author is officially gay. It's official. WTF. As much as he wanted to experience it firsthand, he wasn't willing to take the risk. His strategy was simple: stay safe, play smart, and let his remote-controlled heroes handle the dangerous work. As tempting as it was to don the armor and take it for a spin, the potential risks outweighed the reward. He reluctantly folded the suit back into the suitcase and stored it away for future emergencies. Just when he thought his luck had run dry, the system flashed once more with another pull. A petite figure in a black and white bodysuit appeared on the screen. She wore a white mask with large, expressive eyes and a hood that hung loosely behind her head. Spider-Gwen. Charlie blinked, momentarily stunned. Gwen Stacy, Spider-Man's love interest in the main universe, but a hero in her own right in an alternate reality, had now joined his team. In this version of events, Gwen had been the one bitten by the radioactive spider, gaining powers almost identical to Peter Parker's and becoming Spider-Woman. Though Gwen's abilities mirrored Spider-Man's, having another web-slinger on the team wasn't a bad thing. In fact, it added more depth to his roster. Plus, Charlie couldn't help but admire her sleek, stylish bodysuit. It was a perfect balance of form and function, and her agility and strength were a welcome addition. But then something dawned on him. This was the second spider-person he had drawn from the B-level pool. 2 spider heroes are fine, Charlie thought. But what happens if I get more? Spider-Man was one of Marvel's most beloved characters, and over the years, there had been countless alternate versions and clones of the web-slinger. Some came from parallel universes, others from different timelines. The possibilities were endless. What if I keep pulling more versions of Spider-Man? A sinking feeling crept into Charlie's chest. Did I just open the floodgates to a spider infestation? Gray City. A city of contradictions, where dreams either flourish or rot. For some, it's a city of golden opportunity, a place where fortunes are made with a swift hand and a sharp mind. For others, it's a relentless beast, devouring all hope and leaving only fear and despair in its wake. Much like Riverdale City, it had its dark underbelly, but Gray City's darkness was deeper, more insidious. To those living within its boundaries, the city was a mystery layered with secrets and cloaked in unpredictability. Its streets whispered stories of wealth and tragedy, but only the boldest dared to listen. If you asked 1,000 residents to describe their Gray City, you would receive 1,000 different answers. Some might speak of glittering high-rises, of sprawling neon signs and bustling night markets. Others might speak of the damp, shadowed alleyways where lives ended as quickly as they began. Gray City was a quagmire, a slow, suffocating trap that swallowed its inhabitants. Those who came seeking fortune found themselves slowly sinking, the city's embrace tightening around them with each passing day. Like a frog in boiling water, by the time they realized the danger, it was too late. They were already too deep, unable to escape the curse Gray City had laid upon them. Gray City was an ogre, a city that devoured dreams and ambitions, and spit out only the broken remains of once hopeful lives. Those who toiled away in this city did so not to achieve success, but merely to avoid disaster. Gray City did not discriminate. It crushed the rich and the poor alike, while wearing the guise of a gentleman, handsome, polished, and deceitful. Yet for some, Gray City was a land of gold and opportunity. And for people like Frank Whiteman, one of the top operatives in the infamous assassin syndicate Black Sun, it was paradise. As the helicopter's blades finally began to slow, the gusting wind kicked up by its descent scattered dust and leaves across the empty tarmac. The low hum of the engines gradually faded into silence as the landing gears touched the concrete. The helicopter's door opened with a mechanical hiss, and Frank stepped out. His black leather coat flapped against the wind, billowing behind him like a dark cloak as he descended the steps, his polished shoes clicking with each step. The city skyline loomed behind him, an expanse of glittering lights and towering structures that stretched towards the night sky, but Frank's attention was focused on something far more immediate. Pulling a sleek black phone from the inside pocket of his coat, he pressed a button to answer an incoming call. The voice on the other end was curt, impatient. "It's me, B," Frank replied in his usual smooth, detached tone. "Yes, I've landed in Gray City, just touched down. Everything is proceeding as planned. As per the agreement, I'll collect the remaining 40 million once the job is done." The response on the other end was quick, and the call ended just as fast. Frank glanced down at his screen to see the confirmation notification for the initial deposit of 20 million. The corner of his mouth curled into a faint, satisfied smile. Gray City was a city of opportunity, after all, especially for people in his line of work. For those who made their fortune through blood, Gray City was a haven. Every year, countless jobs rolled in, each more lucrative than the last. The city's wealthy elite were always willing to pay top dollar for someone like Frank, someone who knew how to cleanly and efficiently handle problems. Here, murder wasn't shocking. It was routine. And the wealthy were willing to pay handsomely to ensure that routine kept running smoothly. As Frank put the phone away, the roar of the helicopter's engines was replaced by the sound of heavy footsteps behind him. From the cabin emerged a hulking figure, his presence impossible to ignore. Haig, Frank's partner and younger brother, stepped out onto the tarmac. The man was massive, with a frame that seemed more at home in a gladiatorial ring than in the world of assassination. His muscles bulged beneath his tailored suit, straining against the fabric, and his expression was one of cold calculation. "Don't worry, Haig," Frank said, glancing over his shoulder as he walked toward the car that waited for them. "This job will be quick. In and out. Gray City is great for this kind of work, best payout for the least amount of effort." Haig grunted in response, but said nothing. His eyes scanned their surroundings, ever watchful. He was Frank's muscle, the brute force behind the operation. Where Frank specialized in finesse, Haig was the hammer. Their schedule was tight: land at 5:30, finish the job by 8 o'clock, and leave by 8:30. The efficiency with which they moved was legendary in Black Sun, and Frank took pride in that reputation. As the brothers approached the car, a sudden flash of black streaked through the air, slicing the atmosphere with a deadly precision. Frank's sharp reflexes kicked in immediately. His body twisted to the side in a near blur, narrowly avoiding the object that flew past his face. The sound of the projectile embedding itself into the side of the helicopter echoed across the tarmac. A bat-shaped dart. Frank's eyes narrowed, locking onto the source of the attack. There, standing in the dim light of the landing zone, was a figure clad entirely in black. Her lithe form stood out against the backdrop of the night, a stark silhouette of justice in a city drowning in corruption. The bat symbol on her chest glinted under the sparse lights of the tarmac. A cape fluttered behind her, and the pointed ears of her cowl completed the unmistakable image. It was a Batgirl. Frank's mind immediately connected the dots. He had heard the stories whispers of a rising vigilante movement. It had started in Riverdale City, where a man dressed as a bat had ignited a wave of costumed crime fighters. Since then, similar vigilantes had been popping up all over, each donning masks and capes, thinking they could bring justice to cities that had long since abandoned it. But Frank didn't see a hero in front of him. No, this was just another fool. A pretender. Another idealist playing dress-up, thinking she could stand against the real monsters of the world. Frank let out a low chuckle, folding his arms across his chest. A little girl playing bat. Cute. To Frank, this was nothing but a nuisance. He'd seen enough of these so-called heroes to know that most were nothing but amateurs. Sure, some of them had skills, but none were truly a match for the world's top assassins. They were street-level fighters at best, dealing with low-level thugs and petty criminals. Black Sun operated on a whole different level. With a dismissive wave, Frank gestured toward his brother. She's yours, Haig. Haig cracked his neck and stretched his fingers. His movements were slow, deliberate, each joint popping with a dull crack. He took a step forward, towering over the Batgirl. You should run, Haig growled, his voice cold and menacing. I don't like hitting little girls. The Batgirl didn't flinch. Instead, she extended her hand and curled her fingers, beckoning Haig to come closer. Frank raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the gesture. This was either arrogance or foolishness, and he wasn't sure which one yet. Either way, Haig was about to put an end to this little game. With a grunt, Haig lunged forward, his massive fist swinging through the air like a wrecking ball. Despite his size, his movements were deceptively fast and well-practiced. He wasn't just a brute, he was a trained fighter, with years of experience under his belt. But as his fist neared its target, something unexpected happened. The Batgirl didn't dodge. She didn't flinch. Instead, she moved with a fluidity that defied her small frame. Her body twisted, sidestepping Haig's punch with barely any effort. In the same motion, her fist shot out like a viper, landing squarely on Haig's jaw with a resounding crack. Haig staggered back, blood and teeth spraying from his mouth. His massive frame wobbled, and for the first time, his expression faltered. Frank's eyes widened in shock. No, what just happened? Batgirl stood there, unfazed, her arm still extended in the same casual punching stance. Her expression was calm, almost bored, as if Haig's attack had been nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Frank's mind raced. This wasn't just some girl playing dress-up. The precision of her movements, the strength behind that punch, this was no amateur. Haig, get up, Frank barked, his voice suddenly laced with a tension he hadn't felt in years. Get the hell up. But Haig didn't move. He lay there on the ground, blood pooling around his head as his chest rose and fell in ragged gasps. For the first time in his life, Frank felt a flicker of fear. Haig, after taking the punch, lay there. He felt a loud ringing in his ears. His vision blurred, and as he spat blood onto the cold tarmac, a swirl of disbelief and confusion filled his mind. How could this happen? How could he, a trained killer, get hit like that? Meanwhile, Frank stood frozen, utterly dumbfounded by the sight before him. He had watched the entire exchange, his trained eyes following every move. Haig's footwork, his timing, it was all perfect. Even the punch was textbook, aimed to disarm and overpower. By all logic, it should have been enough to knock out any opponent, let alone a girl who looked more like she was playing dress-up than an actual fighter. And yet, she had barely moved, hadn't even bothered with a proper stance. Instead, she had just stood there, arms relaxed, head tilted slightly, like she was bored. Frank's mind couldn't process what his eyes had just seen. Haig had thrown a punch, and the girl had answered with a simple, straight jab, no finesse, no preparation, no technique. It was the kind of punch you might see in a bar fight, crude and unrefined. But the results spoke for themselves. Haig was hit. And not just hit, he had been devastated. Haig, still reeling from the blow, forced himself to stand. His eyes locked onto the girl, burning with rage and disbelief. He refused to believe that such a simple move had bested him. Gritting his teeth, he adjusted his stance, preparing to strike again, this time determined to overpower her. His muscles tensed, and he swung his arm forward in a feint, a move designed to trick her into dodging. It was a setup, a fake punch meant to force her into a mistake. But the girl didn't flinch. She didn't even blink. Instead, she took a single step forward, closing the distance between them in a heartbeat. Her body moved with the casual ease of someone who wasn't in a fight but simply walking down a street. Then, she punched again. A simple, direct punch straight to Haig's throat. It was so fast, so precise, that Haig's reflexes couldn't catch up. The blow landed perfectly in the soft spot of his neck, cutting off his air and sending shockwaves through his entire body. His legs gave out beneath him, his strength draining like water down a drain. His hand, which had been mid-swing, stopped halfway, powerless. Coughing, eyes wide with shock, Haig staggered back. His mind screamed at him to fight, to retaliate, but his body refused to respond. Before he could recover, the girl spun with a swift motion, her leg arcing through the air like a whip. Her foot connected with the side of Haig's head in a blur, and the sheer force of the kick sent him sprawling onto the ground. He collapsed in a heap, motionless. Frank's heart pounded in his chest as he watched Haig fall. The towering giant, who had once broken bones and crushed skulls with his bare hands, was now lying unconscious on the ground. All of it had happened in less than 5 seconds. This can't be real, Frank thought, his breath shallow. The girl, no, the bat turned her attention to him. She stepped forward with the same unhurried, confident stride, her eyes locked onto Frank. She was daring him, beckoning him to make a move. Her small hand emerged from the folds of her cape, and with a subtle flick of her fingers, she made a beckoning gesture. The silent challenge was clear, your turn. Frank's hands trembled as he took a slow step forward. Haig, get up, he barked, his voice trembling more than he intended. But there was no response from the man on the ground. Haig was down for the count. Damn it. Frank muttered under his breath, his mind racing. He had faced all kinds of threats in his line of work: mercenaries, trained soldiers, and even the occasional infected freaks. But this was something else. He took a breath, feigning nonchalance. "You think I'll go down as easily as that big oaf?" he sneered, trying to keep his voice steady. He took 2 steps toward her, slowly drawing a throwing knife from his sleeve. "Think again." Mid-sentence, Frank's arm snapped forward, and with a flick of his wrist, he let the blade fly. It was a classic move mid-sentence, mid-step, designed to catch any opponent off guard. He was fast, faster than most could track, and this blade was aimed directly for her throat. But Batgirl was faster. Without hesitation, her hand shot up and caught the knife out of the air. The movement was so fluid, so effortless, that it seemed almost rehearsed. And before Frank could even blink, she flung the knife back at him. It flew in a perfect arc, hurtling straight toward his face. Frank ducked just in time, the knife whizzing past his head, so close he could feel the rush of air as it passed. He fell back, landing hard on his side as the knife embedded itself in the wall behind him with a loud thunk. Breathing heavily, Frank scrambled to his feet, panic now gripping him tightly. This wasn't a fight. This wasn't even a contest. She wasn't just playing with him, she was dismantling him. He pulled another knife from his belt and made a desperate lunge toward her. His dagger flashed in the dim light as he stabbed toward her chest, hoping to drive the blade deep. But her movements were too quick. She sidestepped, her arm snaking around his, locking it in place with a move so swift it was almost invisible. A loud crack echoed through the air as his arm dislocated from his shoulder. Pain surged through Frank's body, and the dagger clattered uselessly to the ground. Frank's breath hitched in his throat as he stumbled back, clutching his limp arm. His vision swam, and the pain made him nauseous. But it wasn't just the physical pain that overwhelmed him, it was the sheer hopelessness of it all. He had been outclassed in every possible way. It wasn't just that she was fast. It wasn't just that she was strong. She had anticipated his every move, like she had seen this fight unfold 1,000 times before. His tricks, his techniques, they were nothing to her. It was as if she knew exactly where he would strike before he even moved. His moves, once his pride and joy, felt clumsy and amateurish in comparison. She knew exactly how to take him apart. Frank staggered away, throwing 2 more knives in desperation. But they missed, clattering harmlessly to the ground as Batgirl closed the distance between them once again. With his arm dangling uselessly at his side, Frank turned and made a run for the helicopter. If he could just get to the chopper, maybe he could escape. Maybe he could still get out of this alive. But before he could even take 2 steps, a bat-shaped dart sailed past him, embedding itself into the helicopter's hull. For a moment, Frank thought she had missed. He stopped, panting, and let out a bitter laugh. "You missed," he shouted, his voice shrill with desperation. But then the dart blinked red twice. The explosion was deafening. The helicopter erupted into a fiery inferno, its metal frame twisting and buckling under the force of the blast. The shockwave hit Frank like a freight train, sending him sprawling to the ground. His vision swam as the heat of the explosion seared his skin. Dazed and battered, Frank groaned and lifted his head. The helicopter was now a smoldering wreck, burning fiercely in the middle of the tarmac. He turned his head and saw Batgirl, still approaching, her expression unchanged, her steps unhurried. Fear gripped Frank's heart as he crawled backward, his voice barely a whisper. What the hell are you?" The decision to choose Grey City as the new expansion for Charlie's superhero operations wasn't a simple shot in the dark. It was the culmination of a thorough analysis led by Friday, who compiled crime rates, case studies, and behavioral patterns of criminals in various cities. Charlie wasn't just looking for any city, he needed a city teeming with the kind of challenges that would allow his team of heroes to thrive. Superheroes, like predators, need prey. Without crime, there would be no criminals to capture, no evil to fight, and no justice to serve. In a way, cities like Gotham and their notorious criminal underworld gave rise to the likes of Batman. Without Gotham's corrupt elite, street gangs, and Arkham's revolving door for maniacs, Batman might never have grown into the powerhouse hero he became. The constant cycle of crime and chaos was fertile ground for a hero to gather experience, develop skills, and ascend to greatness. When choosing a new map to expand operations beyond Riverdale, it had to be a place where trouble brewed just beneath the surface, a city where criminals never slept. Grey City, while not bordering Riverdale, was close enough to keep under watch, but it stood out for another reason. It wasn't the city with the highest crime rate, but it was infamous for a specific kind of underworld economy. In Grey City, life was cheap but only for the right price. Grey City was an economic powerhouse, and with that wealth came a dark side: contract killings. Assassination wasn't just a crime here, it was a full-fledged industry. Major global assassin organizations made Grey City their hunting ground, monopolizing contracts from the city's wealthiest elites. The stakes were high, and only top-tier assassins could compete in this dangerous market. For killers, Grey City was their promised land. So, when Charlie and Friday finalized their choice, they knew Grey City was the perfect playground for their superhero team. Not even a night had passed before they intercepted an encrypted call between 2 high-level assassins. Charlie couldn't help but feel excited. This was exactly what he was hoping for. Riverdale had become quiet after months of systematic takedowns, with fewer high-value targets left. Sure, there were still small-time criminals and the occasional metahuman, but nothing as thrilling as the world-class killers that Grey City promised. When the assassins finally arrived, stepping off their helicopter with all the flair of professional hitmen, Charlie was immediately intrigued. Dressed in sleek, practical attire with an air of confidence, the duo looked every bit the part of seasoned professionals. It reminded Charlie of every Hollywood portrayal of elite killers, cool, composed, and deadly. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if he had finally met a real challenge. But then the fight began. Within seconds, Batgirl dismantled the two men like they were nothing more than overconfident amateurs. It wasn't even a fight, it was an execution. The assassins, so impressive in appearance, crumbled under the relentless precision of Cassandra's attacks. Charlie, who had been expecting a grueling battle, watched as the scene played out with the ease of a cut scene in a video game. Cassandra's moves were swift, calculated, and devastating. With a few well-placed strikes, she had incapacitated the first assassin. The second, thinking he could fare better, met the same fate within moments. Their cool facade vanished, replaced by fear and confusion as they realized just how outclassed they were. To Cassandra, they weren't even a challenge, just another pair of thugs to be dealt with quickly and efficiently. For Charlie, the excitement quickly faded into disappointment. These world-class assassins were nothing more than inflated egos. Whatever mystique they carried into the fight evaporated the moment Cassandra laid them out on the tarmac. After disposing of the two, Charlie switched tactics. He transitioned from controlling Batgirl to Daredevil, ready to explore more of Grey City and see what other challenges lay in wait. Daredevil was the perfect scout, his enhanced senses making him a walking radar for trouble. And in a city like Grace, there was bound to be more lurking in the shadows. True to form, Daredevil didn't take long to pick up on multiple potential targets. A few rounds of wandering through the city's back alleys, rooftops, and hidden corners, and his radar lit up with various exclamation points, each one marking a new point of interest. Charlie was more than pleased this new city was living up to its reputation as a crime-ridden haven. Charlie guided Daredevil toward one of the markers. Perched on a high vantage point, Daredevil enhanced his hearing, focusing on the sounds within the building below. As the conversation played out, Charlie listened in through his headset. "You can't seriously expect me to hide here forever, Director," said a voice, slightly muffled by the walls but clear enough for Daredevil's heightened senses. The voice belonged to a man in his late 50s, slightly overweight, pacing nervously in a lavishly decorated living room. The room reeked of wealth, crystal chandeliers, expensive furniture, and priceless antiques filled the space. The man's nervous energy contrasted sharply with the luxury that surrounded him. "Mr. Gold, this is for your own protection," replied another voice, this one belonging to Director Linton of the FBI. His tone was urgent, almost impatient, as though frustrated by the lack of cooperation from his charge. "From the intelligence we've gathered, one of the world's most dangerous killers has been contracted to target you. At this moment, he could already be en route to Grey City. For your safety, we need you to remain here under protection." Gold, clearly unsettled, frowned. "So you're telling me the FBI can't guarantee my safety?" Linton's response was measured but firm. "We're doing everything we can, but this assassin is in a league of his own. He's been active across the globe for years, with no failed missions to his name. The last time he was here in Grey City, we had every possible security measure in place, but he still eliminated his target without leaving a trace." At that, Gold fell silent, clearly shaken by the severity of the situation. Meanwhile, Charlie's interest was piqued. He had been hoping for a challenging target, and the mention of one of the world's most dangerous killers was exactly what he wanted to hear. As Director Linton continued explaining the threat, Charlie could almost feel the adrenaline building. This was the kind of boss fight he had been waiting for, the ultimate test of his team's abilities. "The assassin is known as Venom," Linton said. "He's part of the Black Sun, a top-tier global assassin organization. His record is flawless, and his methods are as deadly as they are discreet." Charlie's fingers twitched with excitement. Venom? Black Sun? It all sounded so promising. But as he listened, something about the name seemed familiar. Too familiar. "Sir, I believe we've encountered these individuals before," said Friday, bringing up the photos of the two assassins Batgirl had dispatched earlier. Charlie stared at the screen in disbelief. "Wait, those guys." The realization hit him like a punchline to a bad joke. These so-called world's most dangerous assassins were the same two goons Batgirl had effortlessly taken out mere hours earlier. All the build-up, the talk of Venom's reputation, the danger, the flawless record, it was all for nothing. The killers had already been neutralized before they even posed a real threat. Charlie sighed. This was like clicking on an exciting, action-packed live stream, only to discover it was a boring rerun. Meanwhile, Director Linton continued his briefing, unaware that the threat had already been eliminated. "Don't worry, Mr. Gold. I've dealt with Venom before. This time, as soon as he lands, we'll have him in custody before he even knows what hit him." Just then, Linton's phone rang. He stepped aside to take the call. "What's that?" "Venom has already been captured." Charlie, now thoroughly bored, had Daredevil leave the area silently. There was no point in sticking around. Despite the anticlimactic encounter, Charlie was still satisfied with his first night in Grey City. Daredevil had picked up several other potential threats, and while the assassins had turned out to be duds, the city itself promised plenty of opportunities for future action. Compared to Riverdon, where crime had all but dried up, Grey City was a goldmine of untapped potential. The city was crawling with fresh targets, and Charlie could already feel his fingers itching to start another round of patrols. But for tonight, the main mission was scouting and reconnaissance. After leaving Daredevil and Batgirl to monitor Grey City, Charlie switched back to Batman and flew the Batplane back to Riverton. Friday, check where Yvonne is, whether he's at home or at headquarters. We might drop by for a visit. Yvonne had become their trusted ally within the agency, and Charlie saw him as the perfect contact to keep tabs on the service division's movements. Friday quickly ran a scan and returned with the information. Agent Yvonne is at the cemetery, she reported. Charlie raised an eyebrow. The cemetery? Yes, sir. He's at the 39th Riverton Cemetery, Friday clarified, displaying the map on the screen. Charlie blinked in surprise. Huh, that's new. Yesterday, after the battle, outside the villain's stronghold. Shapeshifter. Yvonne lit another cigarette, the orange glow reflecting in his narrowed eyes. You're telling me she can mimic anyone perfectly? He asked, voice steady but filled with curiosity. That's right, Melanie replied, her face pale, her hands trembling slightly from the ordeal. She can transform into anyone. She's got a DNA sample from appearance, height, body shape, all of it. But I don't think she can copy memories, which is why she keeps us alive. She needs us to fill in the gaps, to ask questions, so she can perfect her impersonations. Ivan's gaze swept over the group of hostages. Most of them were young women, fragile and beautiful despite the hardships they'd endured. Long months of captivity had worn them down, leaving them gaunt, hollow-eyed, but even in their disheveled state, their attractiveness was evident. If their captor had been a man, the scenario would have pointed to an obvious, grim motive. But the suspect was female. It made Melanie's explanation seem more plausible, that this was less about perverse desires and more about something strategic, a well-thought-out plan. So, you're saying she's a shapeshifter, Yvonne said slowly, letting the words sink in. And all of you, every single one of you here, are part of her toolkit. She can become any of you and walk freely, using your identities for whatever she needs. Yes, Melanie confirmed, her eyes dark with worry. Her ability is dangerous. We need to track down everything that's happened with all the hostages during our time here. She could have used any one of us to do anything, including stealing the identity of a senior agent and infiltrating the 9th Special Service Division. Yvonne finished the thought for her. A cold shiver ran down Melanie's spine. You think she's already done it? She whispered, her voice trembling with fear. Her hands moved to her temples, massaging the tension building there. God. She stared at the ground, silent for a moment, gathering her thoughts. Is the situation serious? She asked, looking up at Yvonne, her face pale. That depends on what you mean by serious, Yvonne replied, his tone flat. Batman was here. He brought in some backup, and they've already neutralized the most dangerous threat on the mothership. But someone stole something during the chaos, something small, seemingly insignificant. But we have no idea what it's for. God. Melanie repeated, her voice shaky, her face contorting with a mix of fear and disbelief. She had prepared herself for bad news, had imagined all sorts of dire consequences if her identity had been misused. But this was worse than anything she had imagined. Melanie leaned in closer, her voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. She would come back regularly, she said, glancing around nervously as if the shapeshifter could be listening even now. Sometimes she'd take one of us out, and other times she'd stay to ask questions. Detailed ones. She needed the specifics to be able to impersonate us convincingly. Her eyes darted around again before she continued. But she never showed us her real face. Every time we saw her, she was wearing one of our faces. And even then, she never let her guard down. Even when we were at our weakest, she didn't trust us. Melanie paused, a flicker of something darker crossing her face. But I wasn't totally helpless. She reached into her pocket and subtly handed something small and thin to Yvonne. He barely looked down as he pocketed it. What is this? He asked, maintaining an air of indifference. One of her hairs, Melanie said in a whisper so low it was almost inaudible. She didn't notice when I pulled it. I've kept it hidden for days. I figured if I ever got the chance, this hair might be the key to proving her existence. Yvonne raised an eyebrow. And you gave it to me? Why not report this to the investigation team? It's what they're trained for. It's their job. Because. Melanie hesitated, then leaned in closer, her lips barely moving as she mouthed the words, I don't trust them. Ivan's eyes flickered. He understood. Melanie was convinced that her capture and the subsequent infiltration of the 9th Division had been orchestrated. It wasn't random, it was part of a larger plan, and she believed there were traitors within the organization. Insiders, Yvonne thought grimly. You don't trust the organization anymore, but you trust me, Yvonne said softly. I know I can trust you, Melanie whispered, her voice firm despite her fear. Find her, Yvonne. Prove she exists. And when you find her, do me a favor. Make her pay. Yvonne said nothing. His face remained impassive, but his mind was already racing. Later that day, Melanie was taken into custody. She was placed in a high-security cell aboard the mothership, where she would undergo further tests and interrogations. Even if her story about the shapeshifter was true, the process of clearing her name would be long and grueling. The higher UPS weren't easily convinced. Shortly after returning to headquarters, Yvonne was summoned for a meeting with his superiors. An agent had reported Melanie's claims of a shapeshifter during the post-battle debrief. The higher UPS were skeptical, and they wanted answers from Yvonne directly. They told him that while Melanie's story might seem credible, they couldn't ignore the possibility that she was lying. What if the whole thing about the shapeshifter was just a cover story? What if Melanie herself was the traitor, trying to regain their trust by creating a phantom enemy? The testimonies of the other hostages would be investigated, but the higher UPS couldn't discount the possibility that Melanie had orchestrated the whole thing. And then there was the hair she had handed over. Any agent worth their salt would have reported that evidence immediately. But Yvonne had never been one to follow rules blindly. No, he said, standing calmly before the assembled leaders. She told me about a shapeshifter. That's it. Nothing more. Yvonne had always been known as a rogue agent, someone who didn't play by the book. But if there was one person in the world he truly cared about, it was Melanie. Not in any romantic sense, but as a colleague, a friend. She had covered for him when he pushed boundaries, and now it was his turn to return the favor. He hadn't told anyone about the hair. Instead, he'd used his rank to borrow a lab within the 9th Division, running a DNA analysis without notifying anyone. The results came back quickly. The hair belonged to someone named Lisa, a girl who had supposedly died over 10 years ago. Yvonne stared at the report, stunned. He knew that it wasn't unheard of for people who were legally dead to suddenly reappear, especially now with the rise of infected individuals. But Lisa had died over a decade ago, long before anyone had ever heard of infections or people returning from the dead. Perplexed, Yvonne dug into the old case files related to Lisa's death. What he found was a haunting tragedy. Lisa had been just a teenager when she died. Her parents were out of town that weekend, so she had gone to stay with her uncle, Dalton. She had brought her best friend, Hannah, along for company. But that night, everything changed. Something snapped in Dalton. In a drunken rage, he had attacked the two girls. Hannah had managed to escape, running for her life and screaming for help. But by the time the authorities arrived, Lisa was dead. The cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. Dalton had fled the scene, but he was quickly captured and convicted of his niece's murder. The case had been closed for over a decade. Lisa had been mourned and buried. But now, it seemed that Lisa wasn't as dead as everyone thought. Yvonne stared at the DNA report again, his mind racing. The girl named Lisa had been dead for over 10 years. But her DNA didn't lie. Yvonne never believed in ghosts. For an agent of the 9th Special Service Division, that might seem strange. His job required him to handle the most bizarre and unexplainable cases, many of which bordered on the supernatural. Mysterious deaths, occult symbols, and whispers of the paranormal were part of his daily life. Yet, living in that world of madness, Yvonne still refused to acknowledge the existence of ghosts. To him, they were nothing more than superstitions, figments of imagination used to explain what science had yet to unravel. Even after confronting cases involving fraudulent corpses, eerie lights in abandoned houses, and the unsettling presence people claimed to feel in old buildings, Yvonne remained resolute. Science had answers, and science would always have answers. Yvonne also never believed in an afterlife. He was convinced that once a person died, what followed was nothing but an endless void darkness that swallowed everything. Tombstones and funeral rites were, in his opinion, for the benefit of the living, offering them closure. For the dead, they felt nothing. The world moved on. So when Yvonne swung his shovel and dug up the grave of a girl who had been dead for 20 years, he didn't see anything wrong. Lisa had to be alive, he almost convinced himself of that. Even though her death was recorded 2 decades ago, and the body in the coffin was supposedly hers, something in his gut told him that she was out there, walking among the living. Maybe the infection they had been tracking started earlier than anyone realized. Or maybe, she was a shapeshifter, one of the many anomalies that slipped through the cracks in his world. He thought back to her past, to the trauma she endured, and how it had left a heavy shadow over her life. He wondered if her experiences had twisted her mind, allowing some darker force to take hold of her. Had it been the darkness within that shaped her into something else? Something more dangerous? Yvonne believed she was the one who had taken the form of Melanie Chase, the agent from the 9th Division who had mysteriously infiltrated the mothership and vanished. Lisa, somehow, had become the dead who walk. As he continued digging, the weather matched the somber mood of the cemetery. A light drizzle fell from the sky, the cold wind cutting through the damp air. It wasn't the usual chill he was accustomed to. There was something different about it, something sharp, almost hostile. The wind moved through the rows of tombstones, bringing with it the whispers of the dead. Or so it felt. Yvonne noticed a faint fragrance in the air, something delicate, like flowers blooming out of place among the weeds. It was an odd thing to focus on, a floral scent, while standing in the middle of a graveyard. But the aroma was unmistakable, and Yvonne thought it might have come from some unknown wildflower growing nearby. He lifted his shovel for the final strike, and with that, the coffin was fully uncovered. Just as he pried the lid open, a soft, ethereal voice cut through the air. "You shouldn't have done that." The voice was clear, like a bell ringing in a quiet room, but there was something mournful about it, as if it carried the weight of sorrow that had been buried for years. Ivan's head snapped up toward the sound, his heart pounding in his chest. There, standing among the countless tombstones, was a girl. She wore a pale yellow dress, the kind a young girl might wear on a spring day, and simple round-toed black shoes. Her posture was still, almost too still, but it was her eyes that drew Ivan's attention. They were wide, unblinking, and filled with an overwhelming sadness. It only took Ivan a few seconds to recognize her. Lisa. She looked exactly like the photograph he had seen, the one taken when she was just 15 years old. His heart raced. I was right. She's alive, he thought. She's the shapeshifter. But something wasn't right. His realization wavered, and his confidence crumbled. The girl in the photo was from over 10 years ago. Lisa would be in her 30s now if she were still alive. How could she still look the same? Frozen in time, as if death hadn't touched her. Before Yvonne could process what was happening, the girl vanished. She had been standing just a few feet away, but now she was gone, as if she had never been there. His pulse quickened, and he turned his attention back to the coffin. The lid was off, and inside lay the remains of a body. It was skeletal, decomposed beyond recognition, but by the size of the bones and the faded remnants of clothing, it seemed to be Lisa. She had been lying there for 20 years, undisturbed, her final resting place never disturbed until now. The way her bones were positioned, though, seemed off. Her arms were splayed awkwardly, and her head was tilted in a way that didn't seem natural. Ivan's mind raced. Was what I just saw an illusion? Or had he just witnessed something far worse? Suddenly, a deafening boom shattered the eerie silence of the cemetery. The unmistakable sound of a shotgun echoed across the tombstones. Ivan felt the sting of shrapnel tearing through his back, the force of it ripping into his body. He stumbled forward, his reflexes kicking in, but his movements were sluggish, and before he could fully turn, another blast hit him square in the chest. Blood sprayed from the impact, soaking the front of his shirt. He staggered backward, tripping over the edge of the grave he had just dug. With a final misstep, he fell, crashing into the open coffin. The pain was intense, but it wasn't enough to kill him, not with his enhanced physique. His body had been engineered to withstand trauma that would have killed an ordinary man. He should have been able to brush off the wounds, get up, and retaliate. But he couldn't. His limbs refused to obey him. Something was wrong. His mind snapped back to the strange fragrance he had smelled earlier. Was it some kind of hallucinogen? A nerve agent? Whatever it was disrupting his control over his body. His strength, normally formidable, was failing him. Before he could gather his thoughts, the coffin lid slammed shut with a thunderous bang, sealing him in darkness. Ivan's breath hitched as he realized he wasn't alone. In the pitch black, he felt a cold, skeletal hand clutching his arm. The skeletal remains beside him seemed to come to life, its bony fingers tightening around him. He turned his head, but in the darkness, he saw nothing. The only sensation was the gnarled, skinless hand gripping him, and the overwhelming feeling of dread as empty eye sockets bore into him, silently begging. "Help me." Ivan closed his eyes, feeling the weight of his situation pressing down on him. For a moment, he thought about surrendering. This could be the end. A final resting place, one he had unwittingly dug for himself. But no, not today. He had work to do. Summoning the last of his strength, Ivan started punching the wooden coffin lid, each blow sending splinters of wood and dust raining down on him. His fists were bleeding, his knuckles raw, but he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. He had to break free. The world around him faded, his senses dulling as the darkness pressed in, but he kept punching, driven by pure will. Suddenly, a hand gripped his, firm and unyielding, pulling him out of the suffocating darkness. When Ivan opened his eyes, he found himself kneeling beside the grave, coughing violently. "What happened, Ivan?" a familiar voice asked, deep and gravelly. Ivan looked up through blurry eyes and saw the dark silhouette of Batman standing next to him. Even in the eerie light of the cemetery, the caped figure looked solid, grounded. "You wouldn't believe it, Bat," Ivan said weakly, his body still trembling from the ordeal. He tried to stand, but his legs refused to cooperate, so he stayed seated on the cold ground, catching his breath. He recounted everything to Batman, the strange events, the appearance of Lisa, and what he had found in the grave. Batman walked to the edge of the pit and glanced at the bones inside the coffin. "This is Lisa, no doubt," he said, his voice low. "But if she's here, then who was that?" Ivan froze. His strength returned just enough for him to stand, and he staggered to Batman's side, looking down into the pit. His heart skipped a beat. There was more than one skeleton in the coffin. Lying next to the remains of the girl was another body, an adult skeleton. "Friday, I need a DNA scan," Batman said into his communicator. Moments later, Friday's voice came through. "The girl's body is indeed Lisa, as confirmed by the records from the FBI. The other skeleton matches Agent Melanie Chase. She's been dead for over a year." The 9th Special Service Division, aircraft carrier. On the vast deck of the aircraft carrier, nestled in the heart of the ocean, the Felon prison was arguably the most heavily fortified section of the entire ship. Aside from a few restricted areas where volatile substances were stored, no other place was more secure. Thick titanium walls, security cameras in every corner, multiple checkpoints, and armed guards patrolling day and night ensured that escape was virtually impossible. However, this high-security prison wasn't often used. The 9th Special Service Division, a clandestine unit specializing in the containment of supernatural and otherworldly threats, rarely had prisoners who needed long-term incarceration. Most of the infected, those touched by some form of dark magic or cursed by malevolent entities, were dealt with immediately. The procedure was simple: those with minor infections were quarantined and cleansed, their afflictions wiped away in a matter of hours by sophisticated medical technologies. Those too far gone whose minds and bodies had been consumed by the infection were typically executed on the spot. The division's motto was clear: if a problem can be solved with a single bullet, it should never be postponed. So, this particular prison wing, despite its elaborate defenses, rarely saw action. It wasn't built to accommodate many inmates, and it didn't need to. Its cells were designed for a very particular type of guest, and on this day, it housed someone most dangerous, someone so valuable and yet so unpredictable that even the agents of the 9th Division felt a chill run down their spines when they spoke his name. Link. He was an anomaly, an enigma. Not only had he led his subordinates to invade sacred grounds and desecrate ancient graves, but he had also stolen one of the most mysterious and dangerous pieces of evidence ever catalogued, Exhibit A086. Its current whereabouts were unknown, and this haunted the minds of every officer in the division. The consequences of leaving such an artifact unaccounted for were unimaginable. The usual methods of interrogation, physical, psychological, or chemical, were useless against someone like Link. His mind was a fortress, one that could not be breached by standard means. So, the division's top scientists and technologists had opted for a more unconventional approach, memory retrieval. But even this was fraught with complications. There was still some debate among the division's experts as to whether Link was an infected individual or something far worse, a phantom. If he was infected, attempting to extract memories could trigger a self-defense mechanism, similar to a data wipe on a hard drive, causing his mind to self-destruct and obliterate any hope of retrieving the vital information. And if he was a phantom, the situation would be even more precarious. Phantoms were entities that existed between worlds, creatures whose very presence defied the laws of nature. No one had ever attempted to extract a phantom's memories, and no one knew what the consequences might be. So, for the time being, Link was being held in what could only be described as a luxury suite within the prison, at least, in terms of its security measures. His limbs were bound in reinforced shackles, each one heavy enough to weigh down a small vehicle. His back bore an additional weight, a ton of pressure designed to keep him from even attempting to rise from the floor. But it wasn't just physical restraints keeping him in check. The cell was equipped with a state-of-the-art damping device, personally overseen by Dr. Miyazaki. The device was said to be infallible, capable of suppressing any supernatural or metaphysical abilities within its range. Whether Link was infected or a phantom, as long as the power supply was active, the damping device would prevent him from using his abilities. At least, that's how it was supposed to work. Unbeknownst to the guards and engineers, the damping device had been deactivated approximately 1 minute ago. As the system powered down, Link's restraints began to loosen. The shackles fell from his wrists and ankles with a metallic clatter. The oppressive weight on his back was lifted, and he slowly rose to his feet, stretching his arms and legs, a cold, predatory smile spreading across his face. Everything was going according to plan. A few moments later, the thick alloy door of his cell began to creak open. The intricate mechanical locks disengaged, and the heavy door slid aside with an almost ceremonial grace, as if welcoming a king. Link stepped through the opening with the confidence of someone who knew they were untouchable. This place, with all its guards, alarms, and high-tech defenses, might as well have been his personal playground. As he moved through the narrow, sterile corridors of the prison block, Link considered his situation. The exposure of his stronghold had been unexpected, and the destruction of his forces the dead was a setback, but it wouldn't stop him. His plan was too far advanced for such a minor inconvenience to derail it. However, there was one element he hadn't accounted for. Batman. The masked vigilante had been more of a problem than anticipated. Link had initially dismissed him and his fellow heroes as a nuisance, but after the stronghold was compromised, he realized they posed a genuine threat. Batman, in particular, had a cunning that made him a formidable opponent. Link suspected that the exposure of his base and the subsequent siege by the 9th Division had been orchestrated by the Dark Knight himself. But it didn't matter. Next time, he would be ready. As Link turned a corner, his thoughts were interrupted by a sudden, sharp pain. He dropped to his knees, clutching his head as a piercing ultrasonic wave tore through his mind. The sensation was brutal, like having his brain scrambled by 1,000 needles. Through blurry vision, he saw a figure emerge from the shadows. Batman. With a crackling surge of electricity, the caped crusader's fist connected with Link's face, sending a shockwave through his body. The electric current pulsed through his skin, causing his muscles to spasm uncontrollably. Link stumbled backward, disoriented, as another punch landed squarely on his jaw. The double assault of sound and electricity left him dazed, barely able to comprehend what was happening. Wasn't this the 9th Division's aircraft carrier? How had Batman gotten here? And more importantly, why was he standing right outside the cell, waiting to deliver another beating? Before Link could regain his composure, another electric punch sent him sprawling across the floor, his vision swimming in and out of focus. Meanwhile, in another part of the ship, the electronic lock on another cell beeped softly, and the door slid open with a hiss. Melanie Chase, who had been securely locked away, stepped out into the long metal corridor. The dim, flickering lights above cast long shadows as the door sealed shut behind her. She had only taken a few steps when the cold barrel of a gun pressed against the back of her head. Going somewhere in a hurry, Melanie, a voice growled from behind. Melanie's lips curved into a sly smile as she slowly turned to face her assailant. Ivan Petrov, standing tall and grim, had his weapon trained on her, eyes sharp with suspicion. "I thought you'd be busy digging graves," she said in a mocking tone, her voice light and teasing. "Seems I didn't leave you with enough homework after all. Maybe next time, I'll have to make things a bit more complicated." "You should've," Ivan replied, his voice devoid of humor. "Let me guess, you were planning to release Link. You knew I've been hanging around here because of my mental issues, but you thought you could outmaneuver me. You didn't count on me finishing your little puzzle and catching up in time, did you?" Melanie raised an eyebrow. Impressive, but unfortunate for you. You're right about some of it, but since you're here now, I'll have to kill you. Ivan's eyes narrowed, but before he could react, a powerful kick from behind knocked him to the ground. He quickly rolled to his feet, gun raised, ready to fire. Standing in the shadows was another Melanie. Fool me once, shame on you, the second Melanie said with a wicked grin. But look at that, I got you twice in a few hours. Ivan's mind reeled as he tried to process what he was seeing. Two Melanies, identical in every way, stood before him, one in front, one behind. The 9th Special Service Division, aircraft carrier. The prison lock program has been unlocked. All security systems disarmed. The prisoner has been released. Repeat, the prisoner has been released. The situation is extremely dangerous. The loudspeaker's urgent voice echoed across the aircraft carrier, its words fueling an already mounting tension among the agents of the 9th Special Service Division. This was the most secure facility in the world, a floating fortress housing the most dangerous criminals. And now, someone had breached it. The agents looked at one another, confused and alarmed. What just happened? Lately, it seemed like every time they turned around, another crisis was unfolding. Ever since that strange being called the Phantom had emerged, their once impenetrable defenses had crumbled, their security unraveling as fast as a market collapse. The safety protocols they had relied on for years were suddenly inadequate. It was as if their elite base was plunging headfirst into chaos, its once bulletproof defenses unraveling like an old threadbare coat. Before the Phantom arrived, they dealt with lunatics and dangerous individuals, but they'd always maintained control. Now, these phantoms had transcended human limits, and with their unstoppable abilities, they were something the agents were woefully unprepared to handle. All their experience and technology couldn't keep up with these new enemies. Professor Miyazaki was frantically working on a new method to neutralize this otherworldly threat. But until then, the agents had no choice but to respond to these incidents in real time, doing their best to hold the line with the tools they had. The situation was spiraling out of control, but they couldn't afford to let their guard down. With the blaring alarms, the agents gathered their gear and rushed toward the high-security Fallon prison. The halls buzzed with frantic energy as they sprinted into formation, locking down the narrow corridors. They knew what was at stake. If even one of these prisoners escaped, the entire carrier could be compromised. Finally, they reached the prison block, and a group of agents assembled near the sole exit of the passage. Guns drawn, bodies tense, they formed a line, ready for whatever might emerge. The plan was simple: overwhelm the prisoner with firepower the moment they stepped through the door. Everything was in place. Then, the deafening bang of metal echoed through the passage. The reinforced alloy door designed to withstand immense force was blasted off its hinges as if it were made of paper, flying across the room with a screeching metallic sound. The agents stood frozen in disbelief, barely able to process what had just happened. Through the smoke and debris, a shadow emerged, a tall, imposing figure, 6 feet 2 inches in height, walking with the deliberate precision of a machine. His silhouette was unmistakable. Batman. The agents stared in shock as Batman, cloaked in his dark armor, strode out of the prison, exuding an aura of pure, cold dominance. It was as if the very air around him crackled with authority and power. His cape swirled behind him like a dark shroud, and every step he took was filled with intent. The agents blinked, confused. Wait, Batman? How did he? What's going on? As they stared in disbelief, the sound of another body hitting the floor reverberated from inside the cell. A battered figure lay slumped at Batman's feet. Link, their dangerous prisoner, the one they had just been alerted, had escaped. Except now, it seemed he wasn't going anywhere. Inside the cell, Batman was still dealing with Link, pummeling him with methodical precision. Each hit was delivered with calculated force, and it was clear that Batman wasn't just trying to contain Link, he was overpowering him. The agents' confusion grew. Since when did this place become the Bat Mothership? They had barely received the alert about the escape, and here Batman was, already handling the situation. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air, faster than they could even mobilize. Batman was already beating the escapee back into submission, cleaning up the mess before they even had time to react. It was surreal. But inside the cell, Link was regaining his composure. Though the sonic sneak attack had left him dazed, he was no ordinary prisoner. A dark tendril emerged from his back, lashing out with blinding speed, aiming to force Batman to retreat. This wasn't the first time Link had faced Batman, and this time, he was prepared. He had disabled his hearing aid, rendering Batman's signature sonic attack useless. And now that he knew Batman was a cunning and resourceful opponent, Link wasn't going to underestimate him again. A smirk spread across Link's face as he spoke, his voice dripping with arrogance. Is that all you've got? Can't fight without your cheap tricks. Batman didn't respond. His face remained expressionless, the cold mask of a predator. Instead, he clenched his fists, and arcs of light blue electricity began to crackle across his black gloves. Link's smirk deepened. This is it? He planted his feet and launched himself forward, moving like lightning. His body blurred with speed, leaving afterimages in his wake as he aimed a crushing punch at Batman's chest. Link had immense confidence in his physical prowess. He was no longer bound by the limits of a normal human. He had evolved beyond that, becoming something more, something superhuman. He was faster, stronger, and more resilient than anyone Batman had faced before, at least, in a fair fight. But Batman wasn't here to rely on tricks. Not today. He was here to test new equipment. Bang! Link's fist collided with Batman's raised arm and stopped dead. Link's eyes widened in shock. What? His punch, which should have crushed bones, was effortlessly blocked. He stared at Batman's arm in disbelief. His confidence wavered as the realization set in. This wasn't the same Batman he had faced before. Last time, Batman had relied on gadgets and small, precise movements to stay ahead. His strength had been that of an ordinary human at least, that's what Link remembered. But now, Batman's power felt different. For a brief moment, Link was frozen in disbelief. But before he could react, Batman's iron fist smashed into his nose. The force was devastating, nearly breaking the bone, and an electric current surged through the punch, exploding across Link's face. His vision went dark as he staggered back, the raw strength behind the punch catching him completely off guard. But his survival instincts kicked in, and he quickly stabilized himself, throwing out a quick jab in retaliation. It was futile. Batman saw the punch coming. With a fluid movement, he dodged the jab and leaped into the air, twisting his body in a perfect 360-degree rotation. His black boots connected with Link's chest, delivering a thunderous kick. The force of the kick was enough to launch Link across the room. He flew through the air, crashing into the reinforced alloy wall with a deafening bang. The entire room seemed to tremble with the impact. The agents outside the door were stunned. Wait, what? Didn't Professor Miyazaki's report say that Batman was just a regular human? Since when could regular people kick someone across the room like that? The move Batman had just performed, the spinning kick, was a masterful display of combat technique. It was one of the most powerful and efficient strikes in martial arts, designed to deliver maximum force. Batman had executed it with precision, timing it perfectly to counter Link's jab and unleash an attack that left no room for recovery. Link groaned as he pulled himself off the ground. His body was tough enough to survive the beating, but the pain radiating through his chest told him something was very, very wrong. He looked up at Batman with wide eyes, shock and confusion mixing with the adrenaline rushing through his veins. How? Just yesterday, Batman had been nothing more than a skilled human. Now, it was as if his strength had multiplied tenfold. What had happened in the span of a single day? Had he fallen off a cliff and found some ancient martial arts manual? Was there some hidden power Batman had tapped into? Link's gaze shifted toward Batman's suit. The dim lighting of the prison block had hidden it at first, but now that he looked closely, he could see the difference. This wasn't Batman's usual attire. It looked the same at first glance, but there was something else, something much more advanced. The suit was no longer just made of bulletproof fabric. It had been upgraded with interlocking plates of dark, gray-black armor. This was no ordinary batsuit. It was a full-body exoskeleton. Batman had never been one to shy away from using advanced technology, but this suit was different from anything Link had ever seen. It was lightweight and flexible, yet it seemed to magnify Batman's strength to an incredible degree. Linked directly to Batman's nervous system, the suit amplified his reflexes, speed, and strength by 600%. The nano-network structure embedded in the armor allowed Batman to move with perfect coordination while enhancing his abilities far beyond human limits. It wasn't as bulky as Iron Man's armor, but it didn't need to be. Batman's suit provided him with the power of a super soldier without sacrificing the agility and stealth that made him the Dark Knight. For a moment, Link was at a loss. This was no ordinary exoskeleton, this was something more. Something far beyond what he had prepared for. But Batman wasn't done. And this was just the warm-up. Yvonne figured out what was going on almost instantly. Phantom, he muttered as he glanced at the two Melanie chases in front of him, who looked like they were carved from the same mold. Changing appearance is your Phantom ability. No, more likely, you and Phantom share the same ability, right? You used this ability to play both sides with the Phantom, deceiving the hostages and making them testify for you. But it was you the whole time. Indeed, that made more sense. Even if someone could copy Melanie's appearance, infiltrating the mothership of the 9th Special Service Division and disarming the alarms without alerting anyone would be no simple task. Unless it wasn't an impersonation at all, unless Melanie Chase, a senior agent of the division, was herself the whole time. Yvonne narrowed his eyes. That hair sample. It's mine, Melanie replied, her voice light, almost amused. As long as I have a DNA sample, I can change into someone else and even copy their DNA. So I simply became poor Lisa, then took a piece of my own hair. Ha, and that's the important physical evidence you so carefully hid. Was there a single truth in your story? Yvonne stood up as if nothing had happened, brushing the dust off his jacket. What happened to those two poor girls? Well, there's truth in it, of course, but truth is often mixed with a little bit of lies. That's how the best stories work. You have to use lies to make the truth more believable, Melanie said softly. I was just a kid back then, headstrong, impulsive, reckless. You know how teenagers are. Lisa's poor uncle was nothing more than a scapegoat. He had no idea what was happening. Yvonne narrowed his eyes, his expression hardening. You killed him. After a pause, his tone grew more serious as he added, You're Hannah, the one who escaped from the scene, her best friend. Yes, Melanie admitted without hesitation, looking Yvonne directly in the eye. Why? Melanie sighed, her voice heavy with nostalgia. Like I said, I was just a kid. It was easy to be impulsive. You probably can't imagine what that feels like. Two best friends, inseparable, always together. But one of them is beautiful and confident, and wherever she goes, she's the center of attention. She wins all the favors in the world. And if the other one is the ugly duckling, she'll look annoying to everyone else. Yvonne remained silent, listening. Lisa was the beautiful one. She had always been like that, captivating, naturally the focus of attention. Even the boy we all thought was cool at the time would send her flowers with little notes, trying to win her over. She would show them to me, pretending to be annoyed, talking about how distressing it was. But you know what? That was just a girl showing off, flaunting to her ugly friend what she didn't have. It took me a long time to figure out why she had chosen me as her best friend out of everyone. The answer was simple: I was the ugly duckling. Being around me made her feel even more beautiful and confident every day. Ivan's brow furrowed. So you killed her? Melanie's expression turned wistful. Like I said, I was a kid. I didn't think it through. Killing her didn't solve anything. I thought it would make me feel better, but it didn't. Afterward, I realized it wasn't just her. Even without her, the uncomfortable feeling didn't go away. It was the world itself. Beauty attracts attention, and the so-called civilized people of the world give beauty all the conveniences you can't even imagine. Meanwhile, those of us in the shadows, the ugly, the outcasts, are ignored and forgotten. This world isn't for people like us. We're born to be cast aside. She paused, a strange but familiar smile creeping across her face. But thanks to the great Litos, my fate changed. This power, the ability I dreamed of, allows me to be anyone. I can become anything. No one can look better than me, and now, the world revolves around me. Litos? Is that the name of some ancient entity? Ivan asked. Melanie smirked. It's something you wouldn't understand. Ivan studied her face, the same face he'd thought he'd known for so long. So, all this time, since you joined the 9th Special Service Division, it's all been a lie? You've been wearing a mask. Lie? No, I think you misunderstand. This is my real face, my original appearance. The ugly duckling has transformed into the swan, and I've left my past behind. Interesting perspective. I bet Professor Miyazaki would be fascinated by how your phantom-derived abilities developed. But for now, with a blank expression, Ivan raised his weapon, pointing the barrel directly at Melanie's head. You're under arrest. Arrest? By you? Melanie giggled. Why, Ivan? What's the point of this? You've lost everything, haven't you? This crumbling system has failed you, hasn't it? Are you really going to point that gun at the one person who understands you, just to defend a world that no longer cares about you? Ivan smirked, shaking his head. Funny. But if you really knew me, you'd know that none of that matters to me. I just enjoy killing scum like you. He sneered. Melanie sighed. I expected as much. You're a paranoid lunatic who sees the world in black and white, I know. That's why I had the Phantom throw you into that coffin, sealing away my past with you. I didn't think you'd survive, honestly. There were hallucinogens in the coffin designed to interfere with your nervous system, and they should have suppressed your self-healing abilities. I guess that troublesome bat saved you again, didn't he? Ivan chuckled darkly. Don't kid yourself. You lured me there just to satisfy your twisted desire to show off. Because deep down, you can't resist boasting about your genius to a dying audience, can you? I've seen killers like you all my life, sociopaths who get high on their own cleverness. You always create elaborate stories to justify your crimes, to convince yourselves you're more than just a common murderer. You're no different from them. You just have a few more tricks up your sleeve. But I've dealt with people like you before. Ivan paused, then flashed a contemptuous smile. You've been stalling for time, haven't you? Waiting for someone? Let me guess, your little plan was for you and Link, the traitor you freed when you disabled the security system, to meet here. You've been keeping me busy, waiting for him to show up, but something's gone wrong, hasn't it? Based on your original plan, he should have been here, 3 minutes ago? Melanie's expression flickered, betraying a moment of uncertainty. Ivan grinned. He could tell he was right. She had been stalling, waiting for backup. But something had clearly gone wrong. Her partner wasn't coming, and that left her uneasy. Ivan relished her discomfort, savoring the shift in power. Want to bet on what your partner is up to right now? Ivan laughed. I'd wager he's busy getting his face smashed in by old Bat Punch and doesn't have time to check his messages. Dash. Bang. Link's face armor cracked under the weight of Batman's pitch-black fist. Red fragments flew in all directions, and electric filaments sparked through the air, filling the room with the acrid scent of burning flesh. Blood spewed from Link's crooked mouth as he gasped, his eyes still wide with shock and confusion as he stared at Batman. This can't be happening. A few minutes earlier, in their previous encounter, Batman had kept his distance, avoiding direct combat with Link. Using tactics, sneak attacks, and exploiting weaknesses was a much more efficient way to fight for Batman. It was his style, after all. And there had been a good reason for it. Link's sheer physical power had made him a dangerous opponent in a head-to-head brawl. But this time was different. The upgraded battle armor Batman was using now gave him the raw strength and speed necessary to match Link in direct combat. He was still pushing the limits of his endurance, but now, those limits were much higher than before, and with Batman's vast combat experience, this gave him a significant edge. It was no longer just about tactics or strategy. Batman could now fight Link on equal terms, or perhaps better. Now, the fight was about showing just how lethal Batman truly was. Link was strong. That was undeniable. His combat abilities had earned him a fearsome reputation. His movements were fluid, his strikes powerful, and his instincts sharp. In almost any other scenario, Link would have been the predator, the one dominating his opponents with brutal efficiency. His file in the 9th Special Service Division was a testament to his prowess, filled with reports of him taking down enemies with ease, overpowering anyone who stood in his way. But Batman wasn't just anyone. Batman was a fighter who had pushed himself to the limits of human capability. His mastery of nearly every martial art known to man had made him one of the deadliest combatants in the DC universe. And now, with the neural augmentation system in his battle armor increasing his reaction time by 6 times, Batman's already impressive skills were enhanced to a monstrous level. Link had never faced anyone like this. With every block, parry, and counterattack, Batman was outmaneuvering him. The neural enhancements allowed Batman to read Link's movements as though they were telegraphed in slow motion. The increased reaction time meant that Batman could anticipate and counter Link's strikes with ease, turning what would have been devastating blows into opportunities for him to launch his own attacks. And Batman's punches, now enhanced by the armor, hit with the force of a sledgehammer. Every blow left Link reeling. After several rounds of brutal combat, Link's face was swollen, his body numb. His arms felt heavy, and his mind was starting to race with the dawning realization that he was losing. Each hit from Batman felt like a freight train slamming into him, and no matter how hard he tried to fight back, he was being overwhelmed. Even the agents watching from the sidelines were stunned by what they were witnessing. This wasn't just a fight between two combatants, it was a spectacle of superhuman abilities. Batman's movements were so fluid and precise that they seemed almost unreal. He executed high-speed flips, spinning kicks, and aerial maneuvers that defied the laws of gravity. One moment, he was launching a powerful uppercut, and the next, he was flipping through the air, landing behind Link to deliver a crushing kick. It was like watching a scene from an impossible fighting video game, where characters defy physics with ease. Had Batman fallen off a cliff and picked up some ancient martial arts technique? Had some mystical fairy imbued him with superhuman reflexes and strength? The agents couldn't wrap their heads around it. In the heat of the battle, Link threw a desperate punch, hoping to buy himself a moment to breathe. But Batman countered it effortlessly, using a backhanded knife strike that hit with such force it nearly knocked Link off his feet. Link stumbled, barely able to keep his footing. In a fight at this level, any misstep could be fatal. And Batman, ever the strategist, seized the opportunity. With blinding speed, he grabbed Link's arm before he could recover and lifted him off the ground in a show of raw power. Batman swung him over his shoulder in a brutal over-the-chest throw and slammed him into the ground with bone-crushing force. Before Link could even think about getting back up, Batman was already moving. His armor's leg servos activated, adding extra power to his kick as he drove it into Link's ribs, sending him flying through the air like a ragdoll. Link's body twisted as he flew, and though his mind was screaming at him to defend, his muscles struggled to respond. He tried to adjust midair, hoping to counterattack when he landed, but Batman was faster. Before Link could even touch the ground, Batman fired his grappling hook, the fiber wrapping around Link's body and pulling him back toward Batman with ruthless efficiency. The moment Link was within range, Batman's fist came crashing down again. The blow shattered the armored skin covering Link's face, and a burst of electric current lit up the room as Link spat blood, his body convulsing from the impact. The agents watching had their jaws practically on the floor. Is this even possible? Batman's combo was relentless, chaining one attack after another with perfect precision. His strikes were brutal, his counters flawless, and the speed with which he moved left no room for error. It was like watching a predator toying with its prey. But what was even more impressive was the sheer fluidity of his movements. There was no wasted motion, no hesitation. Every punch, every kick, every block was perfectly timed. Batman wasn't just outfighting Link, he was outclassing him on every level. If you tried to analyze Batman's fighting style, it didn't seem to follow any known martial art. His movements weren't just human, they were something else. Something beyond. It was as if he had fused multiple styles into a single, cohesive, and devastating fighting form. To the agents, it was almost as if Batman was playing with cheat codes, like he had hacked reality itself to create a fighting style that was impossible for mere humans to comprehend. For Charlie, who was controlling Batman, it felt like he was playing the greatest action game of his life. The upgraded armor made every punch feel like an unstoppable force, every combo silky smooth. The feedback from the armor's power output, the electric shocks, and the raw force made the entire experience exhilarating. And Link was the perfect opponent for this. His durability and resilience meant that Batman could keep the combo going for longer than any normal foe. If Link had been weaker, the fight would have ended long ago. But because of Link's ability to withstand punishment, Batman was able to continue this relentless assault, testing the limits of the armor's capabilities. But as the minutes passed and Link's body continued to take hit after hit, Link began to realize the truth. He couldn't win this fight. He was battered and bruised, his face swollen and bloodied. His mind was reeling from the endless punishment, and his body was starting to give out. Batman's fists were stronger than his resolve, and his confidence had been shattered. Finally, in a moment of desperation, Link decided that a head-on fight wasn't going to work. He needed a different approach. Feigning weakness, he staggered backward, leaving himself open. Batman, ever the tactician, saw the opportunity and moved in to close the distance. It was exactly what Link wanted. As Batman approached, Link suddenly launched his counterattack. Two dark tentacles shot out from his back, their speed and precision lethal. They were aimed directly at Batman's face, a strike timed to perfection. For a brief moment, it seemed like Link had regained control. The tentacles were moving too fast, and they were too unpredictable. Even with Batman's enhanced reflexes, it would be nearly impossible to dodge this attack at such close range. But then something unexpected happened. The tentacles hit Batman's face and passed straight through. Link? Agents? The sight unfolding before them defied all logic. Batman's movements, his abilities, everything about him seemed far too advanced for the era of humanity they were living in. Whether friend or foe, every soul in the room was utterly paralyzed by the mind-bending spectacle playing out in front of them. Just as Link's tentacle was inches away from delivering the final, lethal blow to Batman's head, an incredible shift occurred. Batman's entire form suddenly distorted. His outline blurred, his body pixelated as though he had become a glitch in reality. The once solid figure of the Dark Knight now appeared fractured and indistinct, like a mosaic or a scrambled digital image. His silhouette flickered, making it impossible to focus on any one part of him. The deadly tentacle passed right through him, no resistance, no impact before slamming violently into the steel-reinforced alloy wall behind him with an ear-shattering bang. The force of the impact cracked the wall, sending debris and sparks flying. But Batman remained untouched. It was as if he wasn't even there, his entire form ghostly and intangible, leaving the onlookers, both the Madhouse's agents and Link, stunned. For a moment, it seemed as though Batman had transformed into a hologram, an image with no substance. But then, in the blink of an eye, reality snapped back into place. Batman became fully visible again, his body solidifying right before their eyes. Without hesitation, he swung his fist, the gauntlet sparking with electrical energy as it tore through the air. The punch landed squarely on Link's face with a sound like thunder. The sheer force of the strike sent Link staggering back several feet, his body thrown off balance by the overwhelming power behind the blow. Sparks exploded around them as Batman's electrified gauntlet connected with Link's skull, the crackle of energy reverberating through the chamber. Link was stunned. He shook his head, trying to regain his bearings. The madness of the situation made him question everything he knew about his opponent. Could this really be the same Batman he'd faced before? The Batman who was once limited by human technology, human strength, and human abilities? The figure standing before him now seemed beyond human. The Madhouse agents, too, couldn't make sense of it. Every agent in the room was frozen in shock, struggling to process what they had just witnessed. This wasn't the tactical genius they had come to fear. This was something otherworldly, something far beyond the realm of ordinary science. For his entire life, Link had believed that Batman's power lay in his intellect and his gadgets, in his ability to outthink and outmaneuver his enemies. But now, he wasn't so sure. This power, this ability to become intangible, to phase through objects as if he were made of smoke, was something entirely new. If, in the past, Link had suspected that Batman might have dabbled in some form of esoteric martial art or ancient technique, what he had just seen threw those notions out the window. Batman's power could no longer be explained through any form of conventional knowledge. The truth was more terrifying than any martial arts secret. Batman's latest upgrade was rooted in cutting-edge science. The suit he was wearing was called the Allen System, a technological marvel named after the legendary speedster, Barry Allen the Flash. As many in the DC universe knew, Barry Allen was one of the most powerful beings to ever live, his abilities tied to the mysterious Speed Force. The Flash's primary power was his speed, but that simple attribute had been honed and perfected over years to grant him a myriad of abilities. One of the most famous of these was the ability to vibrate his atoms so quickly that he could phase through solid objects. By oscillating the molecules of his own body, the Flash could pass through walls, evade attacks, and even become immune to physical damage altogether. Batman, ever the resourceful strategist, had stolen this very concept from his old ally, but in true Batman fashion, he had refined it, modified it for his own use. The Allen system in Batman's armor allowed him to achieve the same effect, enabling him to pass through matter, becoming untouchable. However, unlike the Flash, Batman didn't have superspeed. The Allen system worked through a different principle. It allowed Batman to blur the atomic structure of his entire body, rendering him temporarily intangible. While it wasn't as fast or versatile as the Flash's power, it was still a devastating tool in combat. For a moment, Link's mind raced. He tried to wrap his head around what he had just seen. But before he could fully process the situation, Batman launched into another series of strikes, his fists crackling with energy. Each punch landed with the precision and force of a trained warrior, driving Link further and further back. Link's tentacles flailed wildly in response, lashing out in an attempt to regain control. But Batman was relentless, dodging the attacks with ease, his body phasing in and out of reality with each move. It was as if Link was fighting a shadow, something that couldn't be touched. With each strike, Link could feel his armor cracking, the once impenetrable shell he relied on beginning to shatter. As he stumbled back, trying to recover, he glanced down at his chest and his eyes widened in horror. Two small, circular devices had been attached to his armor. Each one bore the unmistakable bat symbol, glowing ominously against his chest. Boom! The explosions were deafening. The twin devices detonated in a brilliant flash of light and heat, sending Link flying backward. His body careened through the air, slamming into the far wall with a bone-crunching impact. His armor, once gleaming and pristine, now hung in shattered fragments around his body, the pieces falling away to reveal burned and bloody flesh beneath. His once formidable presence was reduced to a broken, charred husk, his body barely able to stand burned black from the explosions. Link forced himself to rise, defiant even in the face of inevitable defeat. The room was silent, everyone watching the final moments of the battle unfold. But Link wasn't finished. As his body trembled, several new tentacles sprouted from his back, each one writhing and coiling as though preparing for a final, desperate attack. Batman stood ready, his cape billowing dramatically around him, as he prepared to deliver the finishing blow. But then, something unexpected happened. A quiet, almost imperceptible sound cut through the air, the sound of flesh tearing. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. The tentacles, rather than attacking Batman, had turned inward. They had coiled together into a single, spear-like point and pierced through Link's own chest, impaling his heart. For a moment, the world seemed to freeze. Batman paused, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Charlie? Confusion washed over the room. Link had impaled himself. His own tentacles, once his greatest weapons, had been turned against him. He had taken his own life. Though Link was clearly at the end of his strength, no one had expected this. It was a shocking twist, even to those who knew the battle had already been lost. The tentacles protruding from his back now jutted out from his chest like grotesque spears, blood pooling around the wounds as Link slumped to his knees. His breathing was ragged, shallow. Blood trickled from his mouth, staining his lips as he turned his gaze toward Batman. His voice, weak and strained, carried a venomous finality. This time, you've won. But don't celebrate too soon, your victory is temporary. He coughed, blood speckling the floor as he turned his attention toward the group of agents standing nearby. And you don't understand anything, nothing at all. A hollow, dry laugh escaped him as he rasped his final words. Everything. His voice faded, and with one last breath, Link collapsed. His lifeless body remained kneeling on the floor, his head tilted to one side, his eyes staring blankly into the distance. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Batman, his hands retracted into the folds of his cloak, stood like a dark sentinel in the center of the carnage. His armor, mostly hidden beneath the wide cape, now appeared even more mysterious and imposing. The agents watched him, awestruck by the display they had just witnessed. Without a word, Batman turned and strode toward the exit, his long, sweeping steps filled with an air of authority. His presence was so commanding that the agents instinctively parted to give him room, stepping aside as though they were guards in a grand hall. Anyone watching might have thought Batman was walking away from his own domain rather than leaving the madhouse. As Batman neared the door, one of the younger agents, finally breaking free from his daze, raised his voice. "Stop," he called out, his gun trained on Batman's back. The moment the words left his mouth, Batman halted. Slowly, he turned just enough for the dark outline of his bat-shaped helmet to become visible, casting a shadow over half his face. His gaze, though unseen, radiated a cold intensity that sent a chill through the room. The young agent faltered. The weight of Batman's silent stare was unbearable. It's okay," the agent stammered, lowering his weapon nervously. "You've worked hard." Batman's gaze lingered for a brief moment longer before he turned and continued his exit, his cape swirling behind him as he disappeared through the door. The young agent let out a long, shaky breath as Batman vanished from sight. His hands trembled slightly as he lowered his gun completely. The tension in the room had been so thick, it felt like the very air had been sucked out of the space while Batman was present. Now, with him gone, a collective exhale passed through the remaining agents, as if they had all just survived a near-death experience. The young agent, still reeling from the encounter, wiped a bead of sweat from his brow. His partner, standing nearby, gave him a look of sheer amazement, a mix of disbelief and admiration. It was as if his eyes were saying, "You really just did that? You challenged the bat?" But there wasn't much time for reflection. As soon as Batman left, the reality of the battlefield sank back in. The room was littered with debris, scorch marks from the explosions, and the broken, bleeding body of Link, slumped over in defeat. The agents were left to pick up the pieces of the chaos Batman had just left behind. Meanwhile, on the other side of the complex, Melanie was finally starting to accept that her mission had failed spectacularly. Her original plan had been simple enough: steal the data, escape undetected, and leave the scene with no trace. But with the events unfolding around her, it was clear things had gone terribly wrong. Her teammates were either eliminated or had abandoned her, and now the only option left was to flee before it got worse. Unfortunately for her, she wasn't alone. Ivan stood between her and any hope of escape, his eyes cold and unyielding. Melanie knew that while her abilities were primarily suited for transformation, not direct combat, she couldn't back down now. She had to make one last stand or risk capture or worse. Summoning her phantom, Melanie launched the spectral figure forward in a desperate attack, hoping to buy herself enough time to slip away. The translucent form of her phantom flew through the air, aiming directly at Ivan. But just as it was about to connect, something white and swift moved into its path. A blur of motion, faster than Melanie could track. Spider-Gwen, graceful, agile, and deadly, descended from above, her white suit shimmering under the faint lighting of the complex. With a perfectly timed kick, Gwen smashed Melanie's phantom into the wall, sending a shockwave of force that cracked the concrete where it landed. The impact was brutal, the kind of force that left a lasting impression. Before Melanie could even react, Gwen followed up with a series of fluid, acrobatic movements. She twisted midair, landing in a classic Spider-Man pose, her web shooters at the ready. Two perfectly aimed streams of webbing shot out from Gwen's wrists, wrapping around Melanie and her phantom, binding them tightly together. The silk-like threads, though thin, were stronger than steel, leaving Melanie completely immobilized. Melanie struggled against the webbing, panic flashing in her eyes. She strained against the sticky bonds, but they wouldn't budge. Gwen's webs were unbreakable under normal circumstances, and Melanie didn't have the raw strength needed to escape. As Melanie's desperate attempts to break free continued, Yvonne took slow, measured steps toward her. The cold click of his boots on the concrete floor echoed through the room. His expression was impassive, his face a mask of indifference as he lit a cigarette, the small flame flickering briefly in the darkness. With deliberate care, Yvonne raised his shotgun, the barrel aimed directly at Melanie's head. Melanie's eyes widened with fear, but she tried to keep her voice steady, attempting to appeal to any last shred of humanity within Yvonne. "Are you sure you want to do this?" she asked, her tone softening, her voice almost pleading. "We've worked together before, Yvonne. You know how much I've helped you, how much we've been through together. You don't have to do this. We can still." A deafening boom cut her off mid-sentence. The blast from Ivan's shotgun echoed through the chamber like thunder. The force of the shot was so immense that it practically liquefied Melanie's head, spraying blood, bone, and brain matter across the floor in a gruesome display. Her lifeless body, still bound in Gwen's webs, sagged limp, the once dangerous criminal now nothing more than a headless corpse. Yvonne exhaled slowly, a cloud of smoke escaping his lips as he lowered the shotgun. His cold eyes glanced down at Melanie's shattered skull, taking in the carnage without a trace of emotion. He crouched down briefly, inspecting the remains, then muttered under his breath. "Not so pretty now, huh?" Melanie was dead. Yvonne confirmed it with his own eyes. Both Melanie and her phantom's heads had been obliterated, reduced to a pulpy lake of flesh, bone, and blood. There was no coming back from that. The once formidable adversary lay in ruins, and yet, something about her phantom's persistence was unnerving. Despite being headless, the phantom's body still twitched, refusing to die. If it weren't for the thick layers of webbing from Spider-Gwen, the creature might have risen again to continue the fight. It was a disturbing sight, a testament to how unnatural and resilient this foe had been. Yvonne pressed his gun against the phantom's mangled head and fired multiple rounds in quick succession. The sound of gunfire echoed through the chamber, each shot like a hammer, driving the phantom deeper into the wall. Its body twitched grotesquely with each impact, but Yvonne didn't stop. He kept pulling the trigger, emptying round after round, until what remained of the phantom's skull was nothing more than a mess of shattered bone and liquefied brain matter. Even then, the thing struggled, convulsing briefly as though it might fight back. But finally, as Ivan's last shot rang out, the phantom's movements stilled. Silence fell over the room as its body went limp. Yvonne stood over the remains, breathing heavily, but his expression was eerily calm. He didn't seem rattled by the carnage. He simply looked down at the smoking gun in his hand, flicked his cigarette to the ground, and exhaled a long breath of relief. Are you okay?" Spider-Gwen's voice broke the silence. She hung upside down from the ceiling, her large white eyes blinking with concern. It was Charlie speaking through her, projecting his worry. He had every reason to be concerned. Shooting an old friend, no, executing an old friend like that wasn't something that came easy, even to a hardened agent like Yvonne. The amount of rage or cold resolve it took to pull the trigger again and again until there was nothing left of Melanie or her phantom would break most men. Charlie couldn't help but wonder what was going on inside Ivan's mind. Had this mission pushed him too far? Would Yvonne snap? He feared that at any moment, Yvonne might break down, his sanity shattered by the horror of it all. Maybe he'd laugh hysterically, like the twisted villains Batman often fought. Maybe he'd lose himself, blaming the world for driving him to this point. But none of that happened. Instead, Yvonne gave a tired smile, as though he had just finished a day's work. "I'm fine," Yvonne said, his voice steady. "Great, even. One less piece of garbage in the world. What's not to feel good about, Charlie?" Ivan's response was unsettling in its nonchalance. There was no trace of guilt or remorse in his tone, only relief. He holstered his weapon casually, as if killing Melanie and her phantom was no different than taking out a regular target. As if he hadn't just gunned down a former friend. Ivan's cold detachment wasn't lost on Charlie. It spoke to a deep-seated darkness within the agent, a place where emotions were walled off and death had become just another part of the job. Yvonne turned to Gwen, who was still hanging from the ceiling. "I thought Batman would be the backup," he said, his tone neutral, as if discussing a tactical misstep. He's not available right now," Gwen replied, her voice light. "So I'm covering for him." "Well, good thing you showed up," Yvonne said, rubbing his forehead. "But don't stick around if you don't have to. I'm fine here." Gwen blinked her large white eyes again. "If you need someone to talk to, go on," Yvonne interrupted, waving a hand dismissively. "There'll be people coming soon. I'm sure you'd rather avoid the scene." Gwen gave him a final nod before grabbing two web strands and swinging away, disappearing into the shadows at the end of the corridor. Yvonne watched her go, taking in the oddity of her presence. Another hero he had never seen before, this one looking like a teenage girl with the agility and precision of a seasoned warrior. It was strange to him how these heroes kept popping up, each more impressive than the last. He had witnessed Spider-Gwen's skill firsthand, watching her dismantle Melanie's phantom with a swift, brutal series of kicks that most combat veterans couldn't pull off, let alone a young girl. "Are all the heroes in this organization monsters?" Yvonne muttered under his breath. He stared at the aftermath of the fight, his mind heavy with the realization of how outclassed he and his team were. Meanwhile, Batman had already completed his mission and was flying off in his jet, cutting through the night sky with a trail of fire in his wake. The Badger's roaring engines were visible from the command center, and it almost felt like Batman was rubbing it in. He had come, done the impossible, and left, all in the span of a few hours. Dr. Hines, the head of security, watched the Badger disappear from view, a sinking feeling tightening in his chest. Batman might have been gone, but the damage he left behind was incalculable. The base had been compromised, their most dangerous criminals had escaped, and Batman had effortlessly handled everything before their very eyes. Not only had they failed to stop Melanie, but Batman had squatted at their door, taken care of business, and left without so much as a scratch. Unbeknownst to all, Spider-Gwen was staying behind, stationed at the floating graveyard as a permanent agent. Batman had set it up so that next time something went down, Charlie wouldn't even need to call him in. Gwen could handle it, all while Batman worked in the shadows, orchestrating everything remotely. Spider-Gwen might not have Batman's years of stealth experience, but her abilities more than made up for it. With her spider-like agility, enhanced senses, and combat skills, she could move undetected and strike with lethal precision. In some ways, she was even more unpredictable than Batman. Back in the command room, Link's cryptic final words echoed in Charlie's mind. Despite the satisfaction of victory, Link's warning left a bitter taste. You don't know anything, everything. What did it mean? Was there something bigger going on behind the scenes? Something they had all overlooked? But Charlie had little time to dwell on these thoughts. The battle was over, but the aftermath was only beginning to unfold. The chaos in the command room reflected the deeper troubles lurking beneath the surface. The fallout from the night's events was just beginning. The entire base was in turmoil, and the security failures were glaring. Dr. Hines, head of security, knew he would face the brunt of the blame. Melanie had escaped, or at least her phantom had, and that alone was enough to send shockwaves through the higher UPS. Heads would roll for this, and Dr. Hines knew his would likely be the first. Worse, Batman had made a mockery of their operation. He had arrived, handled everything with surgical precision, and left without breaking a sweat. The security team had been utterly outclassed, and there was no way to spin it. The agents in the room reviewed the surveillance footage of Batman's fight with Link. The more they watched, the more the realization dawned on them. They had been in over their heads from the start. The footage showed Batman moving with impossible speed and precision, blending advanced martial arts with cutting-edge technology. Every move was calculated, every strike devastating. When the Allen system activated, allowing him to phase through attacks like a ghost, the expressions of the agents watching turned to awe and fear. No ordinary human could do what Batman had done. As the footage ended, all eyes turned to Dr. Richard, hoping for an explanation. But instead of offering some insight or plan, Dr. Richard simply stared at the ceiling, his face blank, as though lost in another world. Dr. Richard had always been the authority when it came to their equipment and technology. He was the man who ensured that their gadgets were top of the line. But now, in the wake of Batman's display of power, even he seemed out of his depth. For the first time, Dr. Richard had no answers. When the video had just started playing, Dr. Richard sank deeper into his chair, his face clouded with frustration. The scene unfolding on the screen was nothing short of a nightmare for him. I'm in charge of the equipment department, not a magician with a four-dimensional pocket, he muttered to himself. Why does everyone keep staring at me when we're dealing with something that looks like it belongs in the 22nd century? The equipment team had long since given up any real hope of fully understanding Batman's technology. His gadgets from the first encounter had stumped them for months. They had toiled and analyzed, pushed back deadlines, and worked through countless nights trying to reverse engineer just one of his devices. And then, just when they were finally on the cusp of a breakthrough, just when they were about to pop open the champagne to celebrate a small victory, the Dark Knight dropped a bomb on them, an entirely new set of gear that was light years ahead of anything they'd seen. When Dr. Richard saw Batman blur into an intangible haze on the video, he knew his team's fate was sealed. Any hope they had of catching up was now gone, scattered in the wind like so many futile attempts before. It wasn't that they weren't working hard, quite the opposite. His team had poured their hearts into their work, but the truth was, Batman's tech was simply too advanced. Forget the virtual phasing ability for a moment, even the baseline performance of the suit was mind-boggling. They had experimented with exoskeletons, sure, both powered and unpowered versions, but nothing remotely close to the sleek, high-performance technology Batman wore. The unpowered exoskeletons were cost-effective, lightweight, and relatively easy to manufacture, but their structural integrity was a joke, and their defensive capabilities were next to nothing. They could reduce fatigue and provide some boost in physical activity, but they weren't going to save anyone in a life-or-death situation. The powered exoskeletons were a different beast entirely, bulky, cumbersome, and exorbitantly expensive. They provided much more in terms of strength and protection but were impractical. Short battery life, high maintenance, and a vulnerability to electronic disruptions made them less viable in real-world combat situations. Yet here was Batman, wearing a suit that seemed to combine the best of both worlds: lightweight, flexible, and massively powerful. The exoskeleton somehow boosted his strength and agility without sacrificing speed or endurance. And that phasing ability? The stuff of science fiction. Dr. Richard rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of the moment. His equipment team had been left in the dust. The technological gap was so vast that it felt like Batman was showing off for the sole purpose of crushing their spirits. There was no way they could reverse engineer something so far ahead of them. Structurally, energetically, none of it made any sense. Of course, they were no strangers to being left awestruck by Batman's tech. It had almost become routine to see him outperform anything they could conceive. But this was different. This latest development wasn't just shocking, it was demoralizing. And to make matters worse, things had gone wrong at every level. Even those who spent their days in the bowels of the floating graveyard, working tirelessly to ensure the facility's integrity, had started to feel the creeping sense of failure. First, there was the confrontation between Hercules, the Minister of Operations, and Yvonne. It had been brewing for a while, and when it finally erupted, the tension in the room was palpable. Hercules stormed over to Yvonne, fury etched on his face. You captured an insider, and instead of relying on your own team, you brought in those masked lunatics? What's the meaning of this? You don't trust the organization anymore? You don't trust your own people? Yvonne had stood his ground, unfazed by Hercules' outburst. His voice was calm, his tone unyielding. That's right. My teammates either have one foot out the door or they're completely useless in a real fight. So yeah, I called in the masked lunatics. You think I'm going to sit around and wait for our team to save me? Hercules had gone pale with rage. His fists clenched, and he barked out an accusation: mental instability. You've got to screw loose, Yvonne. You're compromising the mission by not trusting your team. But everyone in the room could see the cracks in Hercules' argument. Deep down, they all knew Yvonne wasn't wrong. And for a brief moment, a flicker of doubt crossed their minds. Maybe he had a point. The Melanie Chase incident had been a disaster from start to finish. She had infiltrated the organization so thoroughly that no one had suspected her of being a shapeshifter until it was too late. The fact that she had managed to operate undetected for so long was terrifying. Her abilities allowed her to replicate not just the appearance but the very DNA and fingerprints of anyone she chose, making her practically undetectable through conventional methods. It was the ultimate betrayal. It was as if the director of MI5 had turned out to be a foreign spy for his entire career, only discovered after retirement. The damage was incalculable. Even worse, Melanie had passed every psych evaluation without issue. She had been part of the organization for ages, and yet no one had ever caught on. That failure haunted the leadership. Look, Hercules muttered darkly, this goes beyond the dead as a rogue organization. They have backers, technical support, logistical support. This isn't going to end anytime soon. That may be true, replied the Minister of Finance, his voice grave, but that doesn't change the fact that we're losing control. People are starting to question the 9th Special Service Division's effectiveness. There's growing criticism, and it's hard to argue against. He paused, looking down at his hands as if searching for the right words. The worst part is, they're not entirely wrong. We've been relying on Batman and his vigilante crew to clean up our messes. We don't even know who they are or how they operate, and yet we've come to depend on them. The room fell into a heavy silence. No one wanted to admit it, but the truth was staring them in the face. The 9th had handled the early stages of the infection crisis well, but since the emergence of the Phantom threat, their performance had been sorely lacking. And don't forget about evidence A086, the Minister of Finance added. We still don't know where it is or what it does. Our only lead has gone cold. Actually, Professor Miyazaki interjected, his voice calm but commanding, there's been some progress on that front. All eyes turned to him, and the room collectively held its breath. Miyazaki rarely spoke unless he had something critical to share. You're all aware that certain sources of infection emit trace levels of radiation. In some cases, we can track those radiation signatures to pinpoint the location of the source. He adjusted his glasses, eyes scanning the room before continuing. A086 was one of those sources, and I've been monitoring it ever since it disappeared from the mothership. Until now, the radiation levels had been too weak to detect. But a few hours ago, that changed. Changed how? Someone asked, voice tight with anticipation. The radiation spiked. A086 has entered an active state. We tracked the signal and managed to pinpoint its location. Miyazaki tapped a button on the control panel, and a map appeared on the large screen. The room fell silent as the image came into focus. It's the site where Link led his team to survey the underground facility, someone whispered, eyes wide with realization. Correct, Miyazaki confirmed. That underground structure. The one where Link went rogue, killed his entire team, and vanished. The entrance was destroyed in the explosion, causing the internal structure to collapse. Since then, the site has been deemed too unstable to explore. But you think there's something more down there? Hercules asked, eyes narrowing. Yes, Miyazaki replied. They spoke of a key. If there's a key, there must be a lock. And I believe that lock is inside the ruins. And you think it might already be opened? Hercules pressed. It's possible, Miyazaki admitted. We need to get inside and find out. Hercules straightened up, his jaw set. Then we need to mobilize a team immediately. If there's something in there, we need to secure it. Even if we do, the Minister of Finance interjected, we're still dealing with a systemic issue. Our agents are ill-equipped, our technology is outdated, and we're losing ground fast. It's not just about recovering A086. Commander Ross spoke up, his voice sharp, cutting through the tension. Enough. We've already acknowledged that the current system is insufficient to deal with the Phantom threat. That's why Professor Miyazaki has been working on a contingency plan. The room turned toward Miyazaki again, but the professor remained silent, his eyes focused on the screen, deep in thought. Commander Ross exhaled, turning his attention back to Hercules. Gather a team. We move in tomorrow. We need to get ahead of this before it spirals out of control. A contingency plan for the Phantom. Charlie sat at the dining table, absently chewing his breakfast made by Friday, eyes glued to the footage from the meeting held by the 9th Special Service Division the previous night. His mind wasn't fully focused on the food but on what he was watching. His interest peaked when Commander Ross mentioned a secret contingency plan known only to him and Professor Miyazaki. The subtle tension in the room, the way their words hung in the air, hinted at something big, something the rest of the organization wasn't aware of. It made Charlie uneasy. Although Commander Ross hadn't divulged many details, Charlie could tell from the atmosphere in the meeting that they were planning something significant. Whatever it was, it felt like the madhouse was preparing to unleash a secret weapon, a move that could change the dynamics of everything. As if reading his thoughts, Friday, always in sync, interrupted. I believe Commander Ross is referring to the ultimate power plan. Charlie nearly choked on his toast. Ultimate power? Really? Ultimate power, Charlie repeated, shaking his head in disbelief. Of course, it's called that. How original. He couldn't help but roll his eyes at the lack of imagination. It sounded like something ripped straight from a B-list superhero flick. Names like Ultimate Power made him think of over-the-top, comic book-style operations. But as amusing as it was, he knew it was no laughing matter. The stakes here were real, and whatever this plan entailed, it wasn't just theatrics. Considering the limited effectiveness of regular agents and conventional forces against Phantom-level enemies, Professor Miyazaki proposed a special team composed of the most elite agents, focusing on combating these high-threat enemies, Friday explained. Charlie paused, frowning in thought. He'd heard similar ideas before. The idea is to gather agents with extraordinary abilities or skills and form a concentrated, superior task force capable of handling threats that would overwhelm any single agent or unit, Friday continued, as if reading from an official report. Now it clicked. Charlie knew exactly where he had heard this before. So, basically, they're assembling their own version of the Avengers. It wasn't a stretch to say the madhouse was following the same blueprint. Charlie smirked as he thought about Commander Ross and the rest of the crew trying to put together a team of extraordinary individuals to combat threats beyond the scope of their regular forces. It reminded him too much of Nick Fury scrambling to assemble Earth's mightiest heroes to face a growing number of superhuman and alien threats. But as much as Charlie found it amusing, he knew the comparison was dangerous. The Avengers were a collection of gods, monsters, soldiers, and geniuses. Who did the 9th Special Service Division have to offer? Curious, Charlie pulled up the list Friday had hacked into, scanning through the names. The first one to catch his eye was an old acquaintance, Ivan Petrov, a man with near superhuman strength and a personal arsenal of weapons. On paper, he was a formidable agent. But Charlie couldn't help but think of him as more of a Gordon than a Superman. Sure, Ivan was tough and skilled, but he wasn't going to hold the line against a Phantom all on his own. Next was Fana, another familiar name. The first agent to successfully control a Phantom. Her ability was rare, perhaps even unique, but she was still young, and something about her unnerved Charlie. Maybe it was her distant stare or the slight hesitation she carried in the field. She didn't seem fully stable, always teetering on the edge of something darker. To be fair, though, working in the 9th Special Service Division wasn't for the mentally stable. Most of the agents were just shy of lunatics themselves. It was a fitting nickname, after all. The entire place was a madhouse. But the third name on the list, highlighted in red, stood out. Larry Wade. Clicking on the name, Charlie was greeted with a photo of a middle-aged man with brown hair, a strong jawline, and a smile that seemed oddly infectious. He radiated a kind of contagious energy, a charismatic, confident presence that was hard to ignore. Larry Wade. Phantom driver. Ability assessment, extremely dangerous, read the file. Elsewhere in another time zone, night had fallen. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a cold, silver light across the desolate landscape. The wind whistled through the trees, rustling the dense foliage in a rhythmic, unsettling cadence. The mist clung to the ground like a shroud, obscuring everything beyond a few feet. It was the kind of night that felt timeless, endless, where the world seemed to stretch on into oblivion, swallowed by the thick blanket of darkness. The silence was broken by the distant rumble of a motorcycle. The lone rider cut through the mist like a specter, his headlight carving a path in the fog. The bike's engine roared as it sped along the deserted road, echoing through the surrounding forest. As the road twisted and turned, the rider approached a dimly lit intersection, where the silhouette of a village came into view. The rider Larry Wade slowed the motorcycle, its growl subsiding as he pulled up to the outskirts of the village. The buildings ahead loomed in the fog, their shapes barely visible through the thick mist. The entire place seemed abandoned, forgotten by the world. He took a deep breath, his senses sharp despite the eerie stillness surrounding him. Something about this place felt off. The air carried a foul, rotting smell, the kind that clung to your skin and made your stomach churn. Larry stepped off the motorcycle and made his way toward the village, his boots crunching on the gravel road as he approached. The closer he got, the more unsettling the scene became. The buildings were old and crumbling, their roofs sagging and their walls covered in patches of black mold. The windows were all dark, no signs of life. As he neared the village center, he spotted a figure sitting by the edge of a murky river. The old man looked ancient, his skin wrinkled and his eyes clouded over. He sat motionless, staring blankly at the water as if in a trance. "Hey there, old man," Larry called out cheerfully, his voice carrying through the still air. "How's the fishing going tonight?" The old man didn't respond. His head turned slowly, almost mechanically, toward Larry. His empty eyes stared through the outsider, as if he didn't see him at all. Larry's smile didn't falter. He took a few steps closer, hands in his pockets. This is Lakeside Village, right? The old man said nothing, his gaze unchanging. Ah, great. I found the right place after all. Larry grinned. I'm looking for a place to stay tonight. Mind if I crash here? Still no answer. The old man remained as silent as the village itself, his gaze fixed on the intruder as if waiting for something. Thanks, old man. Larry called over his shoulder, moving deeper into the village without waiting for a reply. Good luck with the fishing. As he walked away, the old man's head turned ever so slightly, his cloudy eyes following Larry until he disappeared into the mist. The village felt like a tomb. The fog hung low over the streets, obscuring the ground beneath his feet. The houses stood like sentinels, watching him with empty, lifeless eyes. There were no lights, no signs of movement. It was as if the entire village had been abandoned long ago, left to rot in the fog. Larry reached one of the larger houses and knocked on the door, the sound echoing unnervingly through the empty streets. No answer. He waited for a moment, then shrugged and pushed the door open. The hinges creaked, and the door swung inward, revealing a dark, musty room. Inside, two figures stood in the shadows, an elderly man and woman. They stared at him, their expressions blank, their eyes dark and hollow. Evening, Grandma and Gramps, Larry said with a friendly wave. Sorry for barging in. I thought no one was home. The old couple didn't respond. They simply stood there, staring at him with a stillness that felt unnatural. I'm just passing through, looking for a place to rest and something to eat, Larry continued, undeterred by their silence. I'll pay for the door, don't worry about that. The two old villagers remained silent, their gazes fixed on him like predators sizing up prey. Thanks for letting me stay, Larry said, setting his backpack down in the corner of the room. He stretched his arms, cracking his neck as he got comfortable. You don't know how much I needed this. My shoulders are killing me from riding all day. As Larry made himself at home, the old couple remained rooted in place, their eyes never leaving him. Outside, more figures began to emerge from the mist, their stiff, unnatural movements betraying their intentions. The villagers gathered outside the house, their eyes gleaming with a cold, murderous intent. Inside, the atmosphere grew heavier. The silence became suffocating, and the two old villagers shifted slightly, their eyes gleaming in the darkness. They were ready to move. They were ready to kill. Dinner in Lakeside Village was deceptively simple. 3 dishes sat on the table, eggplant stir-fry, stuffed tofu, and shredded potatoes. Ordinary home-cooked fare by any standard. But something was off. The colors were slightly wrong, too dark, the textures too moist. A faint, odd smell wafted from the food, like something not quite spoiled but certainly not fresh. It made the back of Larry Wade's neck tingle. He couldn't pinpoint exactly what was wrong, but instinct told him that these dishes weren't quite as harmless as they appeared. Earlier, Larry had caught a glimpse of the old man tossing a handful of something black and damp into the pot, something that looked disturbingly like wet, crumbled soil. The old man had deliberately shifted his body, blocking Larry's view, as if trying to hide the gesture. Now, seated at the table, 3 dishes were laid out, but only one set of utensils, a single bowl of rice and chopsticks placed neatly in front of Larry. The old man and the old woman stood to the side, their faces cast in shadow, their eyes dull and flat. They weren't going to join him for dinner. That much was clear. Larry didn't ask any questions. He just picked up the bowl, scooped up some rice, and began eating. His movements were casual, almost leisurely, as if he were completely unbothered by the strangeness of the situation. He made quick work of the food, devouring it all in a matter of minutes, leaving nothing but empty plates behind. When he finished, he sat back, exhaled, and patted his stomach. Not bad, he said with a grin. Could have used a little more salt, though. But hey, thanks for the hospitality. The couple didn't respond, but Larry noticed their expressions subtly shifting. At first, their faces were clouded with gloom, eyes dark and suspicious. But as Larry ate, their eyes grew wide, almost surprised, as though they couldn't believe what they were seeing. By the time he set the bowl down, they were exchanging nervous glances, communicating silently with each other. The old woman's eyes flicked toward the old man, silently asking, "Did you put it in?" The old man's eyes replied, "Of course I did. Even an elephant should be knocked out by now. How is this guy still sitting here?" Larry, sensing their unspoken confusion, wiped his mouth with the back of his hand and leaned forward slightly, his smile growing. "By the way, old man," he began conversationally, "it's just the two of you here, right? No kids?" The question hit like a thunderclap. The old man flinched, his shoulders tensing. The old woman's lips tightened, and her eyes darted nervously toward Larry. They exchanged another glance, this time one of realization. They were starting to understand that their guest tonight was not an ordinary traveler. After a few moments of heavy silence, the old man finally spoke. His voice was low, hoarse, and unsteady, like the creaking of an old door. "I had a son once." Larry nodded, watching the old man with curious intensity as he spoke. "He went to university. Studied archaeology," the old man continued, his gaze growing distant as if recalling a life from long ago. "Traveled all over. Sometimes, he'd send us strange artifacts, things he claimed were important discoveries. Weird things." The old man's voice faltered, and his eyes shifted toward the dark corners of the room, where shadows gathered thick and deep. Then, one day, they told me there was a landslide. My son, brave lad, he saved his colleagues, but he couldn't make it out. I see, Larry said, his expression sympathetic, but with an odd undertone that made the words feel hollow. I'm sorry for your loss. The old man's head shook slowly, his eyes dull once more. It doesn't matter now. He's coming back soon. The cryptic words hung in the air like fog, and Larry's eyes narrowed. The old man raised a shaking hand and pointed toward a shadowed corner of the room. Larry followed the gesture, his eyes landing on an ornate bronze mirror hanging above a rickety wooden cabinet. The mirror was engraved with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer slightly, even in the dim light. He brought that mirror back from one of his expeditions, the old man explained. Said it was ancient, older than anything we could imagine. It was made by someone long dead, a person who had passed centuries ago. He said the mirror held their dying wish, their desire to reunite with those they had lost. It's a symbol of reunion. That's right, the old woman chimed in, her voice sharp and rasping, like nails on a chalkboard. After the landslide, we both dreamed of him. He came to us, told us not to grieve, said we could be reunited. The mirror would make it happen. But, her voice faltered as her eyes grew wide with fear. But it's old, weak. It needs food. It needs more. Ah, I get it now, Larry said, nodding thoughtfully, his expression calm as ever. He glanced toward the door, where more shadowy figures were gathering. The villagers had come in silently, one by one, filling the room. Their faces were blank, their eyes hollow. Their skin was pale and stretched tight over their bones, like the dead walking among the living. So that explains why people keep going missing around here, Larry said with a casual shrug, as though discussing the weather. The old man's eyes darkened, and his voice dropped to a sinister growl. No one can stop us from reuniting with our son. Not you, not anyone. The villagers took a step forward, moving in unison like puppets pulled by invisible strings. Their movements were slow and deliberate, but their intent was clear. Then, suddenly, a loud, cheery ringtone shattered the tension. Are you ready, kids? Captain, I can't hear you. Captain, who lives in a pineapple under the sea. The entire room froze. The villagers, their soulless eyes fixed on Larry, seemed momentarily stunned, as if their programming had glitched. Oh, sorry about that? Larry chuckled, pulling his phone out of his pocket. He held up a hand to the villagers. Gimme a second. It's a work call. He answered the phone, his expression shifting into mild irritation. Yeah, it's me. The villagers exchanged puzzled glances, as if trying to figure out what to do. Some of them blinked for the first time since entering the room, their expressions betraying confusion. Larry, meanwhile, continued his phone conversation, glancing at the villagers occasionally and signaling them to wait. Yeah, I'm in the middle of something here. Urgent mission? Okay, sure. Just gimme a minute to wrap this up. He hung up the phone and pocketed it, offering an apologetic smile to the old couple and the gathered villagers. Sorry about that. Work's never done, you know. The villagers stared at him, uncertainty flickering in their lifeless eyes. The silence stretched for a beat too long. Then, like the crack of thunder, chaos erupted. A villager, eyes blank and mouth agape, suddenly lunged at Larry with a rusted butcher's knife. His speed was unnatural, his limbs moving as though pulled by invisible forces. The blade glinted in the dim light, arcing down toward Larry's chest. But Larry moved even faster. His hand shot up, catching the villager's wrist mid-swing, the muscles in his arm flexing as he twisted the man's arm with a sickening crack. The villager's scream gurgled in his throat as his wrist snapped backward at an impossible angle, the knife clattering to the floor. Larry didn't stop. He grabbed the man by the throat, lifted him effortlessly off the ground, and hurled him across the room. The villager's body collided with the wall, leaving a human-shaped dent in the plaster before he crumpled to the floor, lifeless. But the others weren't deterred. They came at Larry all at once, a mob of villagers armed with whatever they could find. An old man swung a jagged sickle, its rusted edge catching the faint glow of the overhead light as it whistled through the air. A woman, her face gaunt and eyes wide, wielded a wooden rolling pin like a club, her bony hands white-knuckled around the handle. Another villager, hunched and frail, raised a pitchfork, the sharp tines aimed at Larry's chest. Larry's movements were a blur of precision and power. He sidestepped the sickle, his hand lashing out to grab the villager's forearm. In one fluid motion, he twisted it behind the old man's back, the sickle now in Larry's grasp. He swung the blade upward, burying it deep into the man's shoulder. Blood sprayed from the wound, splattering across the floor in dark arcs. Before the old man could even collapse, Larry had already moved on. The woman with the rolling pin swung at him with all her strength, her body trembling with the effort. Larry caught the rolling pin mid-swing, ripping it from her hands with such force that her knuckles cracked audibly. He shoved her backward, sending her crashing into the wooden table, which splintered under the impact. Her dazed eyes flickered up at Larry as he calmly broke the rolling pin in half over his knee. Without a word, he jammed the jagged end of the broken wood into her shoulder, pinning her to the table. She shrieked, her hands scrabbling uselessly at the wood embedded in her flesh as blood pooled beneath her. The pitchfork-wielding villager hesitated, but only for a second. His hesitation cost him dearly. Larry kicked the table, sending it skidding across the room and slamming into the man's knees. The force of the impact knocked him off balance, and he fell forward, his face landing directly on the jagged remains of a broken ceramic bowl. The sharp edges dug into his flesh, slicing his cheek open to the bone. He writhed on the floor, blood streaming from his face, mixing with the shattered pieces of the bowl. Larry stepped over him without a second glance, his eyes scanning the room for the next threat. One villager, a young man whose eyes were clouded with madness, rushed at Larry with a metal meat cleaver in hand. The blade was caked with rust and bits of old blood, the edge dull but still deadly. He swung wildly, the cleaver hacking through the air with reckless abandon. Larry dodged to the side, letting the cleaver swing past him before catching the young man's wrist and slamming his palm into the villager's elbow with brutal force. The joint snapped like a dry twig, the arm bending backward at a grotesque angle. The cleaver dropped from the villager's hand, and Larry snatched it out of the air. He didn't hesitate. He swung the cleaver into the villager's chest with a vicious backhand, burying it deep into his torso. The young man let out a wet gurgle, his mouth filling with blood as he staggered backward, the cleaver still lodged in his chest. He collapsed to the floor, his body twitching as dark, arterial blood pooled around him. Across the room, another villager, a middle-aged woman with stringy hair, lunged at Larry with a long-handled iron fire poker. Her eyes were wild, her face twisted into a grotesque mask of rage. She swung the poker like a spear, aiming for Larry's head. But he ducked, moving with unnatural speed. As she overextended, Larry grabbed the poker's handle and yanked it from her hands. He swung it back around, smashing it across her face. The force of the blow shattered her jaw with a sickening crunch, sending teeth and blood spraying across the room. She fell to the floor, moaning weakly as blood poured from her mouth and nose. Larry turned his attention to the last standing villager, an elderly man clutching a butcher's cleaver. The old man's hands shook as he raised the cleaver, his knuckles white with strain. His eyes were filled with terror, but something deeper, some dark compulsion drove him forward. Larry sighed, his expression one of detached boredom. You really want to keep going? The old man's only response was a guttural growl as he charged at Larry, cleaver raised high. Larry sidestepped easily, grabbing a cast iron frying pan from the stove as he moved. With one swift motion, he brought the pan down on the old man's head. The sound of bone cracking echoed through the room as the old man crumpled to the floor, the cleaver slipping from his lifeless fingers. Larry stood amidst the carnage, his breathing steady, his clothes barely ruffled. Around him, the floor was littered with bodies, some moaning in pain, others eerily still. The once quiet, quaint home now resembled a butcher's shop, blood and shattered furniture scattered everywhere. He dusted off his hands, his gaze falling on the bronze mirror hanging on the wall. There was something wrong about it, something that tugged at his senses. Slowly, he walked toward it, his eyes narrowing as he studied the intricate carvings along its edge. This is the source of the infection, isn't it? Larry muttered to himself. But as his fingers brushed the surface of the mirror, an unseen force exploded outward, sending Larry flying backward. He crashed through the doorway, tumbling into the street. Dust and debris flew into the air as he rolled to his feet, his eyes sharp, his body poised for the next attack. From the mirror's surface, something dark and formless began to ooze. The black, tar-like substance dripped to the floor, pooling into a large, writhing mass. It slithered and coiled, growing larger by the second, its form shifting and warping. Soon, it had taken on the shape of a towering creature, its body made of interwoven vines, slick and black as oil. The air around it was heavy, suffocating, as though the very presence of the creature was toxic. Larry stared up at the monstrosity, unimpressed. So, this is what happens when you feed too much spirit energy into a vector-type object, huh? The creature let out a low, rumbling growl as it lunged forward, its massive, shifting body hurtling toward Larry with deadly intent. But Larry didn't flinch. In one swift, fluid movement, his fists clenched, and a bright light crackled around his hands. Then, with a sharp, crackling boom, a bolt of lightning erupted from his fists, shooting toward the creature. The air split with a deafening roar as the lightning struck the monster, cleaving it in two. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the village, rattling the very earth beneath them. The creature let out one final, ear-splitting shriek as its body dissolved into a thick, black mist. The remains of the mirror shattered into dust, leaving only silence in its wake. The battle was over. The once still village was now in ruins. The roof of the house was gone, blown apart in the struggle. Villagers lay scattered across the ground, some groaning in pain, others silent. Outside, a massive crater smoked, its edges blackened from the lightning strike. Larry calmly packed his belongings, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. As he walked toward the village's edge, his phone rang again. "Yay, it's done," he said, answering the call as he stepped over the bodies. "Nope, no residue left behind. You know I'm thorough." He was about to leave when something tugged at his ankle. Looking down, he saw the old man and woman crawling toward him, their hands shaking as they grasped at his pant leg. "Please," the old man rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "Kill us too, end this." Larry stared at the two for a moment, his face unreadable. Then he smiled, a cold, detached smile. "Thanks for the dinner," he said casually. "It was delicious." He pulled his leg free and continued walking without a backward glance. "But I'm sorry. You're not infected. I only kill infected people." With that, Larry Wade disappeared into the mist, leaving the broken village behind him. On Friday morning, after Charlie finished his breakfast, he stood up from the table, stacking the plates neatly in his hands. He headed over to the sink, washing the dishes with a quick, practiced efficiency. As he scrubbed, he spoke casually. "There's still a class scheduled this afternoon. Should I take the day off, Friday?" "Yes, sir," the soft, feminine voice of his AI assistant replied from the speakers. I don't think it's something you need to worry about right now. Charlie dried his hands and wiped his mouth before turning back toward his computer desk. The device was sleek and state-of-the-art, a new investment he recently made. He pressed the power button, and the machine hummed to life, its fans whirring softly. Well, I've finished the homework for you, Friday added, her voice tinged with a hint of pride. You can submit it once you've reviewed it, but I believe it's flawless. I already schemed through it, Charlie replied as he cracked his knuckles, settling into his chair. No errors. Thanks, Friday. You're saving me from a miserable GPA this semester. Just a small task, sir, Friday responded cheerfully. Also, your change of clothes has dried. Would you like me to put them in the closet? Charlie leaned back, sighing lazily. Just do whatever you think is best. In the past, this kind of mundane task like dealing with laundry would have been yet another thing Charlie would put off. With his schedule packed with classes, assignments, and his almost obsessive gaming sessions, he often neglected chores like washing and folding clothes. It wasn't uncommon for him to leave his laundry in the washing machine for days, only remembering when a fresh pile of dirty clothes had already formed in the basket. But now, with Friday around, those small inconveniences disappeared. His AI companion took care of everything seamlessly, running the house in the background like clockwork, freeing Charlie to focus on what he deemed more important, his games. It was one of the great advantages of having an AI. Unlike humans, Friday never forgot anything. Every task was logged, prioritized, and completed with absolute precision, from laundry to submitting homework on time. Her efficiency was unparalleled. Friday also kept a detailed schedule for Charlie, though he had adopted a more laissez-faire approach to life. His daily routine revolved around gaming, eating, and sleeping, with schoolwork tossed in only when necessary. As the computer booted up, Charlie's screen blinked with life. The familiar logo of his favorite game flashed before his eyes, and moments later, he was back in the hero selection interface. By the way, the 9th Special Service Division is mobilizing, Friday informed him, her tone becoming more serious. Their advance team is expected to depart from the mothership within the hour. If they determine the structure is stable before sunset, they'll proceed to enter the ruins. Perfect. Then we'll need to prepare in the meantime. Charlie's cursor hovered over Batman. After selecting his hero, he watched as the game screen transitioned. Batman stood on the edge of a towering building, his cape billowing in the wind. Charlie immediately summoned the Batplane, watching as it swooped in with precision. With a single shot from the grappling gun, Batman soared into the cockpit. The coordinates for the ruins have been marked, Friday said, tilting her virtual head as if considering the next move. Should we head directly there and wait? No, we don't have enough information about the layout of the ruins, Charlie replied, his eyes narrowing in thought. It's not like our usual operations where we can access security cameras or study blueprints. Navigating through unfamiliar territory, especially something as potentially dangerous as ancient ruins, was a different beast altogether. Though Batman was a master of stealth, sneaking through the ruins without any prior knowledge of its layout was too risky. I've got a better plan, Charlie said, a grin slowly spreading across his face. He had just unlocked a new piece of equipment in the game, something that had appeared after he had drawn Batman from the B-level pool. I'm going to try out some new gear. The screen shifted as the fighter jet's sleek, black form roared into view. Blue tail flames ignited from its rear, launching it into the dark, starlit sky. The night stretched on endlessly, a perfect setting for what Charlie had in mind. And after that, we need to make a stop on the mothership, Charlie continued. Bring Gwen back and have the Winter Soldier prepare for his shift. The game's perspective switched to the cockpit, the sound of the jet's engines rumbling in the background. Are you taking Miss Gwen on the mission? Friday asked. Yeah, and Spider-Man too, Charlie said. We may need backup for this operation. On board the mothership, Snake's eyes fluttered open, blinking against the harsh, sterile lighting of the room. Confusion fogged his thoughts as he reached out instinctively to shut off the alarm clock only to find that there wasn't one. In fact, he wasn't even in his bed. The cold, hard floor beneath him was a rude awakening, the chill seeping through his body. As his vision cleared, Snake realized where he was: the bathroom of the aircraft carrier. His mind scrambled to piece together how he had ended up here, but nothing came to mind. The last thing he remembered was prepping for the mission, but now, he was lying on the cold bathroom floor like a drunkard. The incessant beeping that had pulled him from unconsciousness came from the communication device on his wrist. He fumbled for it, his hands still sluggish from sleep. It's me, he muttered into the wrist communicator. Where the hell are you? Came the gruff voice of his squad leader. The team is gathering, and we're heading out soon. What are you doing? Snake's mind raced, the fog of sleep still clouding his judgment. Sorry, I just get here, the squad leader snapped, cutting the call abruptly. Snake rubbed his temples, frustration and embarrassment mingling. How had he let this happen? Today of all days, when the team was preparing to investigate the underground ruins for vital evidence. Yet here he was, waking up on a bathroom floor like an idiot. He splashed cold water onto his face, trying to shake the lingering grogginess. As he raised his head to glance into the mirror, the sight that greeted him made his heart skip a beat. Staring back at him was a shadowy figure, his soaked bangs hanging low over his face, water dripping down his pale skin. The reflection looked eerie, almost sinister. But it was only him. Snake sighed in relief, shaking his head. He was just tired, too tired. He rushed out, intent on making it to the mission briefing before he became the laughingstock of the entire squad. Meanwhile, back at Grove Group headquarters, Gallatin Grove sat in his office, reviewing the latest reports. His maid, a tall, elegant woman dressed in a pristine lace uniform, approached with a tablet in hand. "Sir, there's an update from the 9th Special Service Division," she said, her voice soft and respectful. "The advance team has mobilized. They've set up a temporary camp near the ruins and completed the initial structural assessment." She handed him the tablet, showing a sketch of the ruin site. The original entrance was destroyed in an explosion. They plan to use a plasma drill to create a new entry point. Gallatin rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "And they believe this will be stable." "Yes, sir. The drill will create less disturbance than explosives. They're confident it won't affect the ruin's structural integrity." Gallatin glanced out of the window, contemplating. "Very well. Have our men move into position. We can't afford to fall behind." "Yes, sir." The maid bowed and stepped aside. As the sun began to dip toward the horizon, preparations for the mission moved into full swing. "Can you see me, Friday?" Charlie asked, his eyes focused on the reflection displayed on his monitor. The face appeared both familiar and foreign under the effects of the new holographic system. "Yes, sir," Friday's calm and efficient voice responded through the speakers, her tone infused with the crisp precision of an AI built for perfection. "How does the system work? Is it convincing?" Charlie tilted his head slightly, scrutinizing the lines of the face in the mirror. "It's flawless, sir. The facial module is extremely realistic. Every minute detail has been accounted for. The skin texture is genuine, the eyes and facial expressions move naturally. In my assessment, there's no visible flaw," Friday confirmed. Charlie fell silent for a moment, staring at the altered reflection. The once familiar face had transformed completely. Instead of Bruce Wayne, the face staring back at him was that of a completely different man, an agent of the 9th Special Service Division known as Snake. The transformation was a result of one of Batman's latest gadgets that Charlie had unlocked, a piece of technology that had taken the concept of disguise to an entirely new level. The holographic digital camouflage was more than just an illusion, it was an advanced system that modified Batman's external appearance at a molecular level, making him look like anyone he chose, even changing his facial features, height, and clothing. This was a major upgrade from Batman's early years of using makeup and acting skills to blend into his surroundings, or the basic disguises Sherlock Holmes once relied upon. With this new tech, Batman could be anyone, man, woman, friend, or foe, thanks to a digital manipulation of light and matter around him. Just a little while ago, the 9th Special Service Division's aircraft had touched down near the ruins, and Charlie, remotely controlling Batman, had infiltrated the group under the guise of Agent Snake. In this covert operation, Batman's signature cape and cowl were nowhere in sight. His sleek armor was masked by tactical agent gear, making him blend in perfectly with the advance team. At this moment, he was Snake, one of the hand-picked members of the 9th Special Service Division, someone he had to knock out a second time because he unfortunately woke up too early. Charlie grinned at the thought. Snake, the real agent, was now, once again, sound asleep in the comfort of his own bathroom after being knocked out by a dose of tranquilizer. Meanwhile, Batman had taken his place and was now walking among the team, fully disguised. The new tech had worked flawlessly. Charlie couldn't help but marvel at how Batman's technology had evolved over the years. At first, his innovations were mostly focused on weapons and utility gadgets, but now they had grown to include adaptations of powers from other superheroes. After all, when Superman's heat vision became useful, Batman built his plasma cutter. When Wonder Woman's wristbands could absorb immense power, Batman designed Bat wristbands to replicate that ability. And when he saw Martian Manhunter's ability to shape-shift, Batman began working on holographic digital camouflage. As Agent Snake stood among the other members of the team, Friday hacked into Snake's body cam to monitor the performance of the disguise. She confirmed that the mask was functioning seamlessly, and none of the other agents seemed to suspect that one of them wasn't who they appeared to be. The ruins were unlike any typical structure that Batman had infiltrated before. There were no windows to pry open or ventilation shafts to crawl through like in a corporate building or enemy hideout. The labyrinthine nature of the ruins made it impossible to sneak in undetected, so joining the advance party had been the most strategic option. The ruins were old, ancient beyond comprehension, and whatever lay beneath them had long been lost to time until now. The team had landed with the goal of retrieving some form of evidence codenamed A086, something with potentially devastating power. The team's mission was clear: secure the evidence, and leave as quickly as possible. Exploration and research would come later, but survival was the first priority. The plasma drilling machine had just finished boring a hole into the ruins' outer structure, its massive drill creating a new entrance where there had once been solid earth. The expert team moved in to assess the stability of the passage, scanning for any signs of danger before allowing the advance team to proceed. Once the safety briefing was over, the advance team, including Batman as Snake, began their descent into the mysterious depths of the ruins. "Hurry up! Keep moving," an impatient officer barked as Charlie manipulated Batman to move forward in the group. To be fair, Charlie wasn't intentionally lagging behind. Controlling Batman in a precise, human-like manner required a level of finesse that went beyond normal gaming mechanics. It wasn't as simple as charging into battle or moving across rooftops in pursuit of a target. Here, he had to mimic the movements of a real person in a subtle, convincing way. Move too fast, and he might crash into the agent in front of him. Move too slow, and the officers might become suspicious. The fine line of control kept Charlie on his toes. The ruins were pitch black, with only the occasional flare providing dim, flickering light. Shadows danced across the jagged walls, making the entire area feel ominous and otherworldly. Every footstep echoed, and the deeper they went, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. It felt like the walls themselves were watching them. "We're entering the ruins now," Ivan Petrov, the team leader, reported through the comms. "Good," came Professor Miyazaki's voice over the headset. "Focus on mapping the internal structure. Evidence A086 remains the priority. We will provide direction from the camp based on real-time data." Professor Miyazaki's tone was sharp and authoritative, the kind of voice that left no room for error. This mission had no room for failure. "Understood," Ivan responded, signaling for the team to move forward. The advanced team's sonar probe began scanning the area, but it would take some time for the mapping process to complete. In the meantime, Agent Duan, who had specialized abilities, stepped forward. Known for her sonar talent, Duan could release sound waves to map her surroundings, similar to how bats use echolocation. With her eyes closed, Agent Duan stood in the middle of the group, releasing a series of low-frequency sound waves that spread out across the ruins like ripples in water. Charlie watched through Batman's detective mode as the environment lit up in a glowing blue overlay. The waves bounced off walls and structures, slowly forming a picture of the ruins. However, Duan's expression twisted in confusion. "What's going on?" Ivan asked, noticing the tension on her face. This place doesn't make sense," Duan muttered, her brows furrowing deeper. "What do you mean?" Ivan walked closer, his tone laced with concern. Duan's eyes remained closed, her focus entirely on the feedback from her sound waves. "The structure, it's massive. Far bigger than anything we expected. But it doesn't feel like a normal building. It's too complex, too organic." She hesitated before adding, "It doesn't feel like a structure at all." A shiver ran down Charlie's spine as he listened. His mind raced through possibilities. Were they standing inside some ancient temple? Or perhaps, something else entirely? Then, Duan's expression changed again, this time to one of shock. "Wait. No. It's not a building. It's moving?" "What?" Ivan snapped, disbelief written across his face. "What do you mean it's moving?" "The structure. It's alive," Duan said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Something shifted. It wasn't like this before we entered. It's as if the ruins have come alive since we arrived." The temperature in the air seemed to drop as the weight of her words settled over the team. "I think we need to leave now," Duan suggested, her voice tinged with urgency. But before anyone could act, the ground beneath them rumbled with a sudden, violent tremor. The sound was deafening as the floor cracked and splintered, throwing several agents off their feet. Dust rained down from the ceiling as massive chunks of stone broke free, and the entire chamber began to collapse around them. Ivan shouted above the chaos, "Abort the mission? Everyone, evacuate!" But another, stronger tremor ripped through the ruins, cutting him off mid-command. This one was even more devastating, as if the very earth itself was tearing apart beneath them. The floor buckled, creating deep fissures that spread across the ground like a web of destruction. Chunks of stone and earth broke away, falling into the darkness below, taking agents with them. The entire room collapsed, as if the ruins had been waiting for the right moment to swallow them whole. Charlie barely had time to react as the ground under Batman gave way. Using his enhanced reflexes, he fired Batman's grappling hook toward a nearby ledge, hoping to find something solid to hold onto. But the ledge crumbled the moment the hook attached, pulling the claw back in a screech of failure. Charlie didn't panic. He activated Batman's cape, the electric current causing the fabric to harden instantly, transforming into a glider. Batman descended gracefully through the collapsing chamber, dodging falling debris as he navigated the chaos. After what felt like an eternity, Batman landed, rolling to absorb the impact. Rocks and debris continued to rain down from above, threatening to bury him alive. But Charlie was prepared. Batman's suit began to vibrate at a high frequency, allowing him to phase through the falling debris. The Allen system kicked in, allowing Batman to escape unharmed as the rocks passed through his intangible body. "Allen's system is operational," Friday confirmed in her calm, reassuring tone. "Holograms restored?" In an instant, the image of Agent Snake reappeared, his tactical gear and human form intact once more. The holographic camouflage had seamlessly returned, hiding Batman's true identity. The darkness around him was oppressive, but his detective mode activated, scanning the area for signs of life. Friday's voice broke through the silence. "It seems the terrain has changed drastically. The team appears to be scattered across different parts of the ruins. I'm detecting interference, making it difficult to pinpoint their exact locations." "Wait," Charlie interrupted, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the display in front of him. "We're not alone." Through the enhanced vision of Batman's detective mode, Charlie saw a figure marked in orange-red, standing a short distance away from his position. The facial recognition program is finished." As Friday's voice echoed softly in Charlie's earpiece, his eyes flickered to the side of his screen where a series of photos and brief introductions materialized. The detective mode function had identified their target. The target is identified as Larry Wade, an agent of the 9th Special Service Division, and one of the candidates for the Ultimate Power project, the Phantom Driver. "I remember," Charlie cut her off, his fingers drumming on the console. "You showed me this morning. My memory isn't that bad." The Ultimate Power file displayed earlier that day had provided crucial details. Larry Wade was the second agent, after FANA, to master the mysterious power of the Phantom. But Professor Miyazaki's personal evaluation noted something curious. Larry had received a slightly higher grade than FANA. Why? Charlie couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to Larry than just skill in combat. The phrase extremely dangerous etched in the file played on his mind. Maybe that danger wasn't limited to his physical abilities. Larry was now approaching. His steps were steady, casual, as though the chaos surrounding them meant nothing. He waved toward Batman, his manner enthusiastic, almost too friendly for the grim setting. Charlie, hidden behind the Batman disguise, felt the tension building in his chest. Communicating wasn't his strong suit. Under pressure, he often found himself stammering or mumbling, and in a situation like this, his game geek persona was at risk of being exposed. But he wasn't alone. Friday, always the omnipotent problem solver, had prepared a pre-written script for him, her words flashing across the screen in front of him like a teleprompter. All he had to do was read. His heart raced as he uttered the lines she had crafted. Normally, he would have worried about his tone of voice betraying his nerves, but this time, there was no need. Batman's voice, low and commanding, emerged automatically. His facial expressions matched the words perfectly, all part of the Master Detective's toolkit, another skill Batman had mastered. Under Friday's guidance, Charlie explained the scenario in brief. Snake, as part of the advance team, had ventured to retrieve critical evidence lost by their boss. But things went awry, the tomb cracked, teammates disappeared, and morale had crumbled. Larry laughed, a loud, hearty sound that contrasted starkly with their bleak surroundings. He grabbed Batman's hand, shaking it firmly. What a coincidence? I got lost, too, he said with a wide grin. Charlie managed a weak smile behind the Batman mask. Something about Larry's carefree attitude in this situation unsettled him. As the two began walking side by side, Charlie noticed there were no other teammates near their landing point. It seemed they were alone, at least for now. Without much discussion, the two formed a temporary alliance and began exploring the ruins around them. The air felt heavy, almost oppressive, as if the very walls were closing in. Instrument readings had previously indicated that the underground structure was stable, with no signs of a large-scale collapse. Yet something didn't add up. The ground beneath them seemed too solid, too calculated in its formation. It wasn't the typical aftermath of a structural failure. As Sonar had mentioned before, the entire place felt alive. It was as though the ruins had merely been sleeping, waiting for an intruder to awaken it. Now, it was awake. If this had been an ordinary archaeological expedition or tomb robbery, the team would have likely called it a day after what had just occurred. But Charlie's team wasn't ordinary. Every agent here was more than human, equipped with enhanced abilities and advanced gear. Their protective suits were built for resilience. As long as no one sustained a critical injury, the team's bodies could heal quickly, allowing them to push through. Did you find anyone else? Charlie asked, his voice low as he trailed slightly behind Larry, letting Batman's cautious demeanor match his own apprehension. Sorry, sir, Friday responded, her voice calm despite the circumstances. I'm still unable to locate any signals. There seems to be something underground generating interference, blocking communication channels. However, I was able to retrieve some sonar data before we lost connection. Based on the analysis, I've created a partial model of the ruins. Go on, Charlie said, keeping his eyes trained on the path ahead. The data is limited, but the structure is unlike any human design I've seen. Rooms and platforms are scattered vertically and horizontally, resembling gears in a clock. Each room functions independently, yet they're all interconnected. The space may extend far deeper than expected. Charlie frowned, his mind racing to picture what Friday was describing. So, it's like a giant clock. Or, Friday offered, you can imagine it like your Iron Man armor, the MK5. In its suitcase form, it's compact, but once activated, it transforms into full armor. Each part of the suitcase represents a room in this building. When the transformation happens, we're like tiny bugs caught in the mechanism. Charlie nodded slowly, the analogy starting to make sense. If Friday's theory was correct, then the ruins weren't just static, they were capable of shifting and evolving. Rather than an enlarged MK5 armor, Charlie's mind drifted to another image. He pictured the massive transforming fortress from Transformers, a city that could morph into a towering robot. Except here, they weren't on the outside looking in. They were trapped inside the mechanisms. What was your name again? Larry asked suddenly, breaking the silence. Snake, Charlie replied after unmuting the mic. Oh, you look pretty young. A newcomer. Larry laughed again, his voice friendly, as though they weren't standing in the middle of an ancient ruin with potential danger lurking behind every corner. Charlie forced a chuckle. Yeah, the assessment for the action team is tough, isn't it? Larry continued, his tone casual, as if they were having a coffee chat. Yes, Charlie replied, his words brief. Larry seemed to sense his hesitation, so he continued talking, perhaps to ease the tension. Man, when I took the assessment, the fighting part was easy. But guns? Man, I was terrible at that. I thought about quitting halfway through, but I pushed through. Then, after I joined, I realized it wasn't as glamorous as it seemed. Sure, the money's great, but running around the world, day in and day out? It gets exhausting. It's like a siege. A siege. Charlie echoed. Yeah, you know what I mean, Larry said, his eyes gleaming with amusement. People outside a siege want to get in, and the people inside just want to get out. Charlie blinked, bewildered. Sure. Larry's laughter echoed through the ruins, and for a moment, Charlie felt like he was dealing with a madman rather than an elite agent. But Friday's voice pulled him back to reality. Sir, I have to remind you that you have visitors approaching. But, without needing her reminder, Charlie had already switched on detective mode. The scans revealed a figure lurking in the shadows, moving behind a wall. The outline was twisted and unnatural, the limbs unnervingly long, the bones jutting out at odd angles. Charlie's breath caught in his throat as he saw the figure. It wasn't walking. It was crawling. The grotesque creature had 4 elongated limbs pressed against the ground, moving at an unnaturally fast speed, like a predator stalking its prey. Charlie gripped the controls, his heart pounding as the tension mounted.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.